Mr. Swalwell, could we just quickly do a mic and video check? Mr. Tiffany, can we just quickly check your mic?
Okay, can you hear me?
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Stubbe, can we quickly check your mic?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Perfect, thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, Ms. Jayapal, can we quickly test your mic?
Hi, good morning.
Perfect, thank you, good morning.
Thank you.
And Ms. Bass, can we check your camera and mic, please? How about Ms. Ross, can we check your mic?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Fishback, can we test your mic? Ms. Bass, can we test your mic, please?
Hello, hello, hello.
Perfect, thank you.
How you doing, Pramila?
I'm good, Karen. Thank you.
You settled back in?
Working on it.
Good. Are you here? Are you at home?
No, I'm here because I needed to make sure that I got my negative COVID test before I got on a plane. So
Good.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, are you double vaxxed or did you have to wait?
I'm double vaxxed, yep. But because both my parents, ended up with COVID and ended up in the hospital,
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, I thought I told you that. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so are they okay now?
My dad is through the worst part, and my mom is kind of in the middle. So my sister went to be with them when I left, which is just
Oh,
so hard. You think about all the people who have parents in other countries, all the folks who don't live on the same continent, and tough to take care of your loved ones as they age.
oh my God, I can't even imagine. I took care of both of mine, but they only lived a few minutes away from me. I just can't even imagine that.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Stressful. But anyway, I think because they had the first vaccine, the symptoms were not terrible, at least for my dad so far.
Oh, they got sick after the vaccine?
Yeah, well, they got the first shot.
Yeah.
They got the first shot, and yes, they both got it after. A lot of people in India are getting it, and so I don't know if it's that new strain or what, but they're seeing a spike in cases just like we are.
I pretty regularly talk to the ambassador in India overall, considering a population of well over 1 billion, has done pretty well.
It was doing well, but with this latest set of strains, they actually had a great program to get vaccines to other countries,
Right, that's what I was talking to them about.
but they stopped that because they need all the vaccines at home.
Right.
So
Yeah, the ambassador was giving me a rundown of all the,
yeah, he loves to do that.
yeah, on Africa, what they had done.
Yeah, because they've given a lot of vaccines to Africa. That's right.
Mhm. Well, I'm glad you're back with us, and I wish them well.
Thanks, Karen.
Sure.
Excuse me, I just wanted to let you all know that your conversation can be heard in the hearing room.
We didn't think it was private.
Just making sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Fishback, can we test your sound?
Hello.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is just a reminder that we will be beginning the markup momentarily, so please make sure your microphones are muted, and we will need radio silence from here on out. Thank you.
The Judiciary Committee will please come to order, a quorum being present. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote for the ayes and nays are ordered. I want to welcome everyone to the first full committee markup of the year. Our subcommittees have been hard at work holding hearings on such varied topics as forced arbitration, immigration reform, the rise of domestic terrorism, strengthening competition, violence against Asian Americans, the Supreme Court's shadow docket, and pretrial reform. And the committee has been exceptionally busy bringing 8 major pieces of legislation to the House floor in just the last few weeks. But we are now ready to turn to other pressing business, including the important bills on today's schedule. I would like to remind members that we've established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating amendments, exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our markup today. If you would like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that's been previously distributed to your offices, and we will circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as we can. I would also remind all members that guidance from the Office of the Attending Physician states that face coverings are required for all meetings in an enclosed space, such as committee markups, including when speaking. Finally, I would ask all members, both those in person and those appearing remotely, to mute your microphones when you are not speaking. This will help prevent feedback and other technical issues. You may unmute yourself anytime you seek recognition. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1133, the National Origins-Based Anti-Discrimination for Non-Immigrants Act, or the No Ban Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I raise a question of consideration.
For what purposes the gentleman seek recognition? I can't hear you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I demand the question of consideration pursuant to Rule 16.3 of the House Rules.
The question of consideration lies after the first reading. The clerk has not read the bill.
The question of consideration lies after the first reading. The clerk has not yet read the bill.
H.R. 333 to transfer and limit executive branch authority to suspend or restrict the entry of a class of aliens.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Now the gentleman can make his point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I demand the question of consideration pursuant to Rule 16.3.
The gentleman raises a question of consideration which is not debatable. The question is, does the committee wish to consider the bill? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the question of consideration is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call, please.
A roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee. Ms. Jackson-Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Demings. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath.
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones. Ms. Ross.
Ms. Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush.
Ms. Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe.
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach.
No.
Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Spartz. No. Ms. Spartz votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. No. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz. No. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Owens. No. Mr. Owens votes no. Ms. Raskin votes aye.
Mr. Buck?
Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones?
Are there any other members who wish to vote who haven't voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 18 noes.
The ayes have it. We will now consider the bill. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. With today's consideration of H.R. 1333, the National Origins-Based Anti-Discrimination for Non-Immigrants Act, or the No Ban Act, the House Judiciary Committee takes an important step towards reining in executive overreach and preserving the power of Congress to establish our nation's immigration laws. This February, the Subcommittee on Immigration and Citizenship held a hearing where we discussed the need for immigration reform, including reform of Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, or the INA. This provision authorizes the President to suspend the entry of non-citizens when the President finds that their entry would be detrimental to U.S. interests. From 1952, when this provision was enacted, until January 2017, Presidents of both parties invoked Section 212F authority to exclude only narrow groups of individuals, such as human rights violators, North Korean officials, and individuals seeking to overthrow governments for reasons that would clearly serve the national interest. But President Trump abused this authority, twisting it in ways that were never intended. He used it first to deliver on his campaign promise to ban Muslims from the United States, an immoral and disastrous policy that inflicted trauma on thousands of children and families and that made us no safer while weakening our standing in the world. President Trump later used this authority to tread on the power of the legislative branch by implementing immigration policies that directly contradict the INA. In 2018, after 2 unsuccessful executive orders, extensive litigation, and numerous court injunctions, the Supreme Court upheld the third version of the Muslim ban, Presidential Proclamation 9645. I strongly disagreed with the court's decision and its broad interpretation of the statute. Section 212F was intended to give the president discretion to take quick action to address emergent issues involving national security, public safety, or international stability. It was not intended to give the president free rein to use flimsy national security concerns as a pretext for imposing a sweeping ban based on religious animus. It was also not intended to provide the president with authority to rewrite immigration laws with which he or she disagrees. For example, the INA expressly provides asylum eligibility to any individual who arrives in the United States, quote, whether or not at a designated port of arrival, unquote. But President Trump invoked Section 212F to deny asylum to persons who cross the southern border between points of entry, in direct conflict with the statute. Fortunately, the judiciary agreed and stopped the policy from taking effect. H.R. 1333 will prevent such executive overreach by future presidents by amending Section 212F to ensure it is used in a manner consistent with its intended purpose and historical norms. Although President Biden has repealed the egregious orders of the Trump era, including the Muslim ban, we must pass the No Ban Act to ensure that this authority is never abused again. In advancing this legislation today, we uphold our nation's founding ideals and we reaffirm the commitment to the rule of law. This should not be a partisan issue. Members on both sides of the aisle should agree that no president, Republican or Democratic, should be permitted to usurp the powers of the legislative branch enshrined in the Constitution. The separation of powers is fundamental to our democratic republic, and it must be protected. I would like to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Judy Chu, for her leadership and her steadfast commitment to this issue. Her efforts led to the introduction of the No Ban Act, and I urge all my colleagues to support this important legislation. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Taking power from elected individuals and giving it to people who aren't elected is seldom a good idea, but it seems to me to be a particularly bad idea to do it at a time when there's a crisis on our southern border. This committee should be considering proposals aimed at stopping the flood of illegal immigration to the southwest border. In fact, Republican members of this committee just returned from McAllen, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley. We saw President Biden's border catastrophe firsthand. We invited the Democrats from the committee to come. They declined. We visited Customs and Border Protection facilities, including the Donna Processing Facility, where we saw the severely overcrowded conditions, worse than any conditions the Democrats loudly protested 2 years ago. This overcrowding, this crisis, is due to President Biden's radical immigration policies. The agents told us that they are severely understaffed, that children are languishing in these facilities for days on end, and that they are seeing a marked increase in special needs children being deserted immediately after crossing the border. The Chief Border Patrol agent told us that so far this fiscal year, the aliens they have apprehended crossing illegally into the United States have included 951 aliens with criminal convictions in the United States, 102 sex offenders, 63 gang members, 19 aliens who potentially pose a national security risk to our country. He also told us that the most immediate solution to the flood of humanity crossing the southern border would be for President Biden to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy. Every single agent told us that was the key, the migrant protection protocols. Part of the chief's immense frustration no doubt stems from the fact that he had personally warned the Biden transition team that if they did away with the MPP, there would be a nonstop tidal wave of illegal immigration. And that's exactly what we've got. The Biden administration got rid of it anyway, and they did it so before there was any plan in place to deal with what they had been warned was going to happen. We visited the temporary outdoor processing site in McAllen, which CBP stood up on January 23rd, 2021, 3 days into this administration, to more quickly process the flood of unaccompanied alien children and family units walking over a mile from the Rio Grande River to under the Enzedolas Bridge. 35 Border Patrol agents, 5 supervisors are stationed at this facility to process aliens. They are just a small part of the 40% of Border Patrol agents who are not working the mission they were sworn to do, a mission of national security. We visited the Office of Field Operations officers at Hidalgo and far ports of entry, where we saw fentanyl and other drugs confiscated from smugglers. We toured the Rio Grande River with Texas Department of Public Safety, where we saw landings on both sides of the river used by cartels for smuggling operations, both drugs and people. Drugs and people. We stood with the National Border Patrol Council on the U.S. side of the river, looking through night vision scopes at the cartel members on the Mexico side of the river. The cartel was waiting for us to leave the area so they could use their inflatable rafts full of aliens, send them across the river to the United States. We visited with law enforcement officials and border landowners who told us of how their counties, their lands, their ranches have become a hotbed of dangerous illegal activity thanks to cartel operations and thanks to the policies of this new administration. We visited an Office of Refugee Resettlement Shelter that was doing the best it could to provide care to the unaccompanied alien children who were coming to them COVID positive and having experienced significant trauma on their dangerous trek to the United States. We also saw despair. Despair on the part of the agents and officers whose job it is to protect our borders, ports of entry, who are being forced into an alien processing role. We saw despair on the faces of so many kids who have no idea where their parents are and why they are being held in the facility. I know why they are in those facilities. It's because, again, of the Biden administration's policies. The people who live along the U.S.-Mexico border are tired of their lives, livelihoods, and property being put in danger by the radical policies of this administration. The American people are tired of border insecurity. They are tired of illegal immigration. But President Biden, his administration officials, and the Democrats in Congress refuse to do anything to combat the crisis, the chaos that we saw firsthand last week. This committee should be taking action to hold the administration accountable for its failure to effectively manage the humanitarian crisis at the border and its continued mistreatment of children. Those were the words of the chair of the Immigration Subcommittee during the Trump administration. And that is definitely what is necessary today. Instead, the Democrats are choosing to mark up a bill that restricts the president's ability to quickly protect our nation. H.R. 1333 takes the authority granted to the president under Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, places several restrictions on the use of the authority, and gives it to Secretaries of State and Homeland Security. It would mean that only the secretaries can determine that the entry of aliens is a threat to the United States. The bill's undefined in broad terms such as least restrictive means and the notion of harm are frankly ripe for litigation, especially considering the bill's expansive judicial review provision and explicit class action allowance. The No Ban Act also contains onerous reporting requirements, consultation with Congress before the president can act, and Federal Registry publication of information about the action taken and the circumstances necessitating the action. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation. I hope, Mr. Chairman, that you and the Democrats will stop playing the radical open border progressives in their party and instead work with Republicans to re-implement President Trump's successful immigration policies. And I also hope, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Mayorkas, Secretary Mayorkas, will be in front of this committee ASAP, so we can get a chance to ask the guy who's responsible and who you are giving more authority under this legislation the questions that the American people deserve answers to. And with that, I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Immigration and Citizenship, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler. In the last Congress, this Congress spent some time examining the impetus and aftermath of the Trump administration's so-called Muslim ban. As a candidate for president, Donald Trump promised to ban all Muslims from entering the United States. He suggested, without any evidence, that it would somehow make our country safer. Immediately upon entering office, he tried to deliver on that promise by invoking Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, claiming that admission of individuals from 7 Muslim-majority countries would be detrimental to U.S. interests. As we discussed in our joint hearing with the Foreign Affairs Committee, it took the president 10 months, 3 attempts, and the inclusion of a sham waiver process to persuade a majority of the Supreme Court that the ban was lawful and not based on religious animus. But the president's own words out on the campaign trail confirm otherwise. In court, the Trump administration claimed the ban was necessary to keep our country safe from terrorists, and yet a bipartisan coalition of former national security officials debunked those claims. According to Madeleine Albright, General Michael Hayden, former Senator Richard Lugar, and many others, quote, overwhelming evidence, unquote, demonstrated that the ban failed to advance our national security and foreign policy interests and was, in fact, seriously damaging those interests. In addition to the Muslim ban, President Trump also relied on Section 212F to circumvent clear statutory requirements related to asylum. As Chairman Nadler noted, Section 208 of the Immigration and Nationality Act specifically says that immigrants are eligible to apply for asylum upon arriving in the United States, and this is a quote, whether or not at a designated point of arrival. That's the law that the Congress enacted. The law could not be clearer, but apparently unhappy with it, the president invoked Section 212F to categorically deny asylum to those who cross the border between ports of entry. This was a blatant attempt to rewrite the immigration laws in direct violation of the constitutional separation of powers. The power to write the law is ours, not the president's. Fortunately, President Biden has revoked the Muslim ban as well as other executive orders that stretched or exceeded the bounds of 212F authority. But H.R. 1333, which amends Section 212F to realign it with its intended purpose, is still useful to prohibit executive overreach. We should take action to prevent any president in the future from using this authority to try to usurp the legislative power of Congress. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Chu, for her leadership on this legislation and her commitment to this issue, and I urge all to support the No Ban Act. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee, the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in my office rather than in the committee room because once again, the chair has failed to make room for all members on the dais. And I again want to register my strong protest of this dereliction of basic responsibility and comity. Regarding this bill, I just wish we could take a step back and take politics and all of our obsessions over
Mr. McClintock, before you get into the bill, I just want to say in reply that the distancing is social distancing pursuant to the advice of the attending physician because of the pandemic.
Well, you might note, among other things, that the CDC has just revised its social distancing to 3 feet rather than 6. For example, this is a dereliction of the chairman's responsibility, and again, I want to protest it as vigorously as I can, but I would also appreciate not being interrupted so I can get on with my statement. As I said, I wish we could take all of our obsessions over all things Donald Trump out of this and just look at the basic question. Is it a good idea to delegate to the president the authority to place travel restrictions on other countries that pose a danger to the people of the United States, as the president has had for nearly 70 years? I believe that it is. Now, this bill, among other things, limits the president to imposing restrictions only if it's the least restrictive means possible, that is the weakest means possible, and limited to a specific duration. It gives any party claiming to be harmed by such an order standing to sue in any district court to block the order. It applies a non-discriminatory language in current law for immigration visas, for non-immigrant visas, or any other entry in the United States as well. Well, what does this mean in a practical sense? Well, it means a lot of things, none of them in the security interests of the United States. President Trump invoked this authority against countries that were hotbeds of international terrorism and that we're not cooperating with the United States in providing basic information about travelers coming from those countries. It had nothing to do with religion, race, or any of the other complaints we've heard from the left. When countries cooperated with us to assure that we could adequately vet travelers, as every other country does, these travel restrictions were lifted. Without this authority, the president would have been powerless to take simple, prudent precautions against terrorists and other undesirables entering the United States. The president's ability to negotiate and, when necessary, to retaliate against discriminatory actions by other countries depends on his having this power at his disposal. Although our Constitution gives Congress the power to decide immigration law, it vests the president with the plenary power to conduct our foreign affairs, and the ability to quickly and decisively act in these matters is a crucial component of that responsibility. To suggest that this power could only be used if it was the weakest possible response to changing threats is absurd on its face. And to allow even this power then to be blocked by the federal district court upon motion of any person who claims harm from such an order turns absurdity into farce. Meanwhile, Border Patrol encounters with foreign nationals illegally entering this country hit 100,000 in February. Now that's the entire population of South Bend, Indiana. By March, that number ballooned to 170,000. That's the entire population of Salem, Oregon. The number of gotaways, those who evaded the Border Patrol so far this year, is very conservatively estimated at 155,000. That's the entire population of Jackson, Mississippi. Now, 2 Yemeni nationals on the terrorist watch list were recently apprehended by the Border Patrol. I suppose you could say they were coming here to do jobs Americans just won't do, but I sincerely doubt they were coming here to pick lettuce. I wonder how many more entered because the Border Patrol is preoccupied with the hundreds of thousands of illegal entries encouraged by this administration. That's something I'm afraid we're going to find out in the future when we're sadder but wiser. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of the substitute to H.R. 1333 offered by Mr. Nadler. Strike all after the enacting
Without
clause.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. The changes in this amendment in the nature of a substitute are either technical in nature or necessary to clarify the intent of the underlying legislation. For example, the amendment makes technical changes to Section 2 of the bill to clarify the limited circumstances where the prohibited factors described in Section 202A1A may be considered. In addition, the amendment corrects a drafting error and makes a technical change to clarify the reporting requirements in Section 4. All the changes made in the amendment are minor in nature and simply improve a good bill. I urge all members to support the amendment. I yield back the balance of my time. I now recognize the ranking. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Reserve a point of order.
Gentlelady reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1333 offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Page 2, strike lines 12 through 13 and insert the following. If the president, after consultation with relevant cabinet members, determines based.
We will suspend briefly while the amendment is distributed.
I withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady withdraws her point of order. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offered this amendment last Congress, and I'm offering it again this Congress because I believe this bill as drafted would make the President of the United States subservient to members of the Cabinet. This isn't a voluntary delegation of authority, which would otherwise be constitutional to delegate authority by the president to a subordinate. This is a mandatory relinquishment of presidential authority and a transfer of presidential duties to a subordinate, which is on its face unconstitutional. My amendment to the bill makes it clear that the president, not the Secretary of State, has the authority under Section 212F. Last Congress, the chairman stated that this amendment does nothing and is a waste of time, but in making that argument, he said the bill does not do what I claim it does. But let's just see what the clear reading of the bill says. Quote, if the Secretary of State, in consultation with the Secretary of Homeland Security, determines based on specific and credible fact that the entry of any aliens or any class of aliens into the United States will undermine the security or public safety of the U.S., United States, or the preservation of human rights, democratic processes, or institutions, or international stability, the President may. In other words, the President may only act if the Secretary of State allows the President to act. This is backwards. The Secretary of State should not be authorized by statute to tell the President, the boss, how he may act. Let me say that again. H.R. 1333 gives the authority to initiate a suspension of entry not to the President of the United States, but instead to the Secretary of State in consultation with the Secretary of Homeland Security. But it is the President in whom all executive power vests, who should determine whether to suspend entry, and not just in consultation with or in a subservient discussion with the Secretary of State or Homeland Security. Of course, State and Homeland Security are necessary entities when considering a suspension of entry, considering that the State Department issues visas and the Department of Homeland Security determines admissibility of individuals presenting at ports of entry. But they alone are under-inclusive of the range of potential cabinet officials who would need to be consulted or even take the lead in an action to suspend entry. My amendment returns the 212F authority to its rightful place, not in the hands of a subordinate, but in the power of the President of the United States. The President, as the executive, should have this authority to be able to respond nimbly to any number of threats our country might face, or as a tool to compel foreign actors to conform to behavior conducive to U.S. policy interests. I urge my colleagues to vote for the amendment to ensure that 212F authority will be utilized to protect America in the future. And Mr. Chairman, I submit for the record an article by Stuart Baker dated February 4th of this year entitled Homeland Security, the Hidden Cost of Undoing the Travel Ban.
Without objection.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren, seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I urge opposition to this amendment. This amendment is in search of a problem, and one we discussed at length just 14 months ago. As written, the bill is simply a codification as to how the process has worked in the past and should work now. As key members of the Cabinet, the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security are two of the President's closest advisors and confidants. The Secretary of State serves as the President's top foreign policy advisor, and the Secretary of Homeland Security is charged with protecting the American people from foreign and domestic threats. They are the experts who are in the best position to advise the President as to when the exercise of Section 212F authority is both necessary and appropriate. If these top advisors determine that a suspension under 212F is necessary, the bill requires a simple consultation with Congress, and then the President may take immediate action. If he chooses, the President may also consult with other Cabinet members or advisors, including the Attorney General or the Director of National Intelligence. The bill doesn't place any limitations on the President in that regard. The procedures for exercising 212F authority under the bill are normal checks and balances that any responsible president would welcome, but they would prevent an irresponsible president from acting in a rogue manner. Last Congress, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle complained that we were only doing this bill because we didn't like then President Trump. But here we are today, considering this bill once again with a new president in the White House, one that believes so strongly in the importance of reining in 212F overreach that he included the No Ban Act in his vision for immigration reform legislation. We're proposing this legislation because it is the right thing to do, not because of who is the current president, and I would urge opposition to this amendment and yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
For what purpose does The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, seek recognition.
I support the amendment. I mean, the previous speaker said this amendment's in search of a problem. Absolutely not true. This amendment is fundamental. Unelected people in the government answer to the elected people in the government. That is a fundamental principle of how our system works. The person who puts their name on a ballot gets elected by the American people. They're the ones who make decisions. It doesn't get delegated to someone else, and then the unelected delegated people give permission to the elected official. That is not how our system works. And frankly, we've seen this problem time and time again over the last several years. We saw it with Lois Lerner, who thought she could do things without talking with the folks whose names on it. We saw it with folks at the Justice Department, the FBI, who did all kinds of things apart from the elected officials. So this goes right to the heart of a fundamental concern, fundamental problem we've seen in the past several years, and I would urge the adoption of the gentleman's amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm going to first yield to the sponsor who asked first.
I thank the gentleman for yielding time. I want to respond to something that was said just moments ago. Look, we need to face the facts here. When you make the claim that the bill doesn't require the Secretary of State to recommend a restriction before the President can act, it is important to look at just the section heading for Section 3 of the bill. This is the title of that. Transfer and limitations on authority to suspend or restrict the entry of a class of aliens. Well, to whom is the bill transferring authority? Well, it's transferring authority to the Secretary of State or the Homeland Security. These are cabinet subordinates. There is a transfer taking place. The bill's making that transfer, and quite frankly, let's just not hide it. That's what's happening here. That, in my opinion, is a forceful, it's a mandatory requirement to transfer authority. I believe that's unconstitutional, as the gentleman from Ohio just was talking about. It is the elected official, in this instance, the President of the United States, that has authority, and I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jayapal seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment and in support of the underlying bill, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this crucial bill, the No Ban Act, to markup today. And I also want to thank my colleague, Representative Chu, for her fearless leadership on this bill. In January of 2017, Donald Trump issued Executive Order 13769 to ban people from 7 Muslim-majority countries: Iran, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen. I and many of my colleagues on this committee, including you, Mr. Chairman, rushed to our local airports. What we found was total chaos and heartbreak for American citizens, for lawful residents, for international visitors, as countless families suddenly found themselves rejected by this country simply based on religion, and they were unsure when they would be able to reunite and return home to their loved ones. Throughout the following 4 years, the Trump administration issued new bans, including the African ban, and expanded the list of countries to include Nigeria, Sudan, Tanzania, Eritrea, Myanmar, Kyrgyzstan, and fought in the courts to uphold their legality. Each new ban and court battle sent reverberations of the message to Muslim and African communities that they were not welcome. The Muslim ban inflicted irreparable harm on our families, communities, and businesses. Families remain separated from loved ones, making the simple act of being together an unreachable dream for Muslim families during the 4 years of the Trump administration. Employers and colleges were hindered in their ability to attract the best and the brightest from around the world simply because these individuals happen to be Muslim. Microsoft, which condemned the ban, said that the U.S. immigration policy that restricts the flow of people, quote, may inhibit our ability to adequately staff our research and development efforts. In addition, our nation's ability to establish mutual trust and understanding with our Muslim neighbors around the world, who are crucial partners in our shared interest in combating terrorism, was diminished, threatening U.S. safety and security. That's why, Mr. Chairman, former defense officials, national security experts, and military veterans all opposed the Muslim ban. And perhaps worst of all was the message we sent to our Muslim American neighbors and friends, and to those around the world, that America does not want them or that they should fear practicing their own religion. This is heartbreaking and it's destructive to our constitutional protections of religious freedom. I am very grateful that President Biden rescinded the Muslim and Africa bans on day one of his presidency. He answered the call of millions of Muslim advocates, activists, and their allies to undo the harm of the Trump administration and send a message to Muslim communities that they are once again welcome. But reversing the bans is not enough. The No Ban Act strengthens the Immigration and Nationality Act to prohibit discrimination on the basis of religion and restores separation of powers by limiting overly broad executive authority to issue future bans. By passing this bill, we can ensure that no future president oversteps their power to enact bans that discriminate against individuals based on race, religion, or country of origin. Today, we send a clear message to Muslim Americans, Muslims around the world, and indeed all those who believe in religious freedom and liberty, regardless of your faith, that the United States of America stands with you as a land of religious freedom, a land of fairness, where people are free to worship whomever they choose. The Trump administration's implementation of the Muslim ban was a dark moment in our history. It called into question all Americans' basic rights and set a standard that the President of the United States can target and discriminate against anyone without consequences. I am so proud to be supporting the No Ban Act today, the first bill to focus on Muslim civil rights. And I want to thank the incredible work of Muslim advocates and many groups who have built support for this legislation over the last few years. I urge my colleagues to join me in moving this bill to the House floor and upholding the values of religious freedom that our country was founded on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the gentleman from Arizona's amendment and in opposition to the underlying bill. In March, we experienced the highest number of people trying to illegally enter our country than we've seen in at least the last 15 years and perhaps even ever. The problem's become so bad that facilities designed to hold about 250 people are now holding oftentimes over 4,000 people. And many of these people involved in this under very bad conditions are children. And the administration has been trying to keep that off the airwaves so the American people can't see it, but some members of Congress, even a Democrat, were able to get pictures out there so we can at least see some of this. It's an absolute tragedy, and an avoidable tragedy, I would add. And we've basically moved from kids in cages under the Obama administration, and I didn't accidentally say the Obama administration because the photos that were taken of kids in cages were the Obama administration, not the Trump administration, even though the Trump administration was tagged by the mainstream press with that going on. So we moved at it from the Obama administration now to the Biden administration. That's where the kids in cages are. It's under Democratic administrations. We should be working together on proposals to help put an end to this chaos. But unfortunately, House Democrats continue to ignore the self-inflicted Biden border crisis. Instead, we're here today marking up a bill that weakens national security, restricts the president's ability to protect the nation, and promotes lawsuits against the U.S. government. When first introduced last Congress, the Act was an attempt to undermine the Trump administration's border control policies and restrict President Trump's authority to use Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which allows the president to prevent aliens from entering the country when such entry would be detrimental to the national interest. Here's the inconvenient truth that undermines the entire justification for the No Ban Act. The Trump administration's border control policies had actually been working. Illegal entry into this country had been going down. We should be working to fix the mistakes that the Biden administration has made, which have turned a success story into a tragedy, rather than looking at ways to further limit the president's authority to protect this country. Passage of this bill would discourage any future president from limiting entry into this country, which would be detrimental to our nation's security. Again, what we should be doing is addressing the tragedy, the disaster, yes, the crisis at our southern border. This is self-inflicted. That's the shame of this. It didn't have to happen. We actually had, not completely under control, but we had a much better situation at our southern border, and this administration just kicked it away. I could use another word, but they just kicked it away. And so it's self-inflicted, it's a tragedy. That's what we ought to be working on. Children are suffering. The cartels are doing great. They're making huge amounts of money. And the American people are going to be footing the bill for this chaos. They already are, and it's going to be, over the upcoming years, more and more taxpayer funding of just terrible policy. It's really detrimental to the country. That's what we ought to be focused on in this committee rather than this piece of legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too rise in opposition to this amendment, and I will be brief. We will never forget the pain, the confusion, and the extraordinarily early wrong, January 27th of 2017, that accompanied President Trump's Muslim ban executive order. When he called, and remember he campaigned on this, and I quote, for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. Campaign promise fulfilled. It was a sad time in American history, sharply going against our founding principles of no matter who you pray to or whether you pray at all, that you will have a safe and equal place in America. That's why we're here today, to right this historic wrong. And that's why we have an administration, a new administration, that is partners with us on this. Thank you, Chairman Nadler, for holding this markup, and my deep gratitude to Representative Judy Chu and Senator Chris Coons for championing the No Ban Act. This bill does more than simply terminate President Trump's Muslim ban and his refugee and asylum bans. It does more to ensure future presidents cannot easily enact similar atrocious policies. It declares that here, America remains a beacon, a place of welcome for those seeking a home, to practice their faith, to raise their families, to be members of our beautiful, diverse society. It is my hope that all of our colleagues will vote yes on the underlying bill, no on this amendment, as both, number one, a rejection of the bigoted and immoral policies of the past administration, but much more importantly, as a reflection of who we are as Americans. And I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of the amendment offered by my friend from Arizona. As I listen to the rhetoric being deployed against his amendment and in favor of this piece of legislation, I'm reminded of all of the rhetoric that was used when we were talking about kids in cages, when we were talking about children drinking out of toilets. These were all lies. These were all lies. They were lies perpetrated to try to embarrass and target the previous administration, and yes, they were lies. The very fences put in place by Obama-Biden are the very fences in these facilities used to allow airflow to protect children and have the CBP be able to see what's going on and protect them from the dangerous predators that are trying to abuse them and to ensure that they're not with dangerous people. These facilities were put in place by Obama-Biden. And yet I listened for 2 years while my Democratic colleagues ranted about kids in cages, kids in cages, kids in cages. Where are my Democratic colleagues today? When the facilities are more full. But guess what? That's not actually the real problem, is it? The real problem is the dangerous cartels making hundreds of millions of dollars moving these children for profit. The 7-year-old little girl, I'd ask my colleagues to join me in praying for the 7-year-old little girl that I talked to in my broken but functional Spanish on the Rio Grande 2 weeks ago, who was sitting there and had moved up from Guatemala, had no family, no parent, no uncle, no aunt, no sibling, was there with a little 13-year-old boy who had found her halfway through Mexico. That's the state of our border, the most powerful nation in the history of the world. And what are we doing? We're having a politically correct pandering session on a bill that we're using rhetoric like ban on Muslims. When the bill or the policies adopted by the previous administration did no such thing. For the American people, let's just be clear about what we're talking about. Executive Order 13780, protecting the nation from foreign terrorist entry into the United States. On March 6, 2017, President Trump issued Executive Order 13780, protecting the nation from foreign terrorist entry into the United States, which declared that, quote, it is the policy of the United States to protect its citizens from terrorist attacks, including those committed by foreign nationals, and directed a series of actions to enhance the security of the American people. The actions directed by that order raised the baseline for the vetting and screening of foreign nationals, improved our ability to prevent the entry of malicious actors, and enhanced the security of the American people. That led to a proclamation that after, quote, reviewing the Secretary of Homeland Security's report and accounting for the foreign policy, national security, and counterterrorism objectives of the United States, I, the President, I have determined to restrict and limit the entry of nationals to 7 countries: Chad, Iran, Libya, North Korea. North Korea is not a Muslim country, to the best of my understanding. Syria, Venezuela. Venezuela is not a Muslim country, to the best of my understanding. And Yemen. Oh, by the way, now that we're talking about Yemen, let's talk about the 2 Yemeni nationals that came across our border just a couple of weeks ago. This is absurd. It is political theater. The American people don't want any more political theater. They want their border to be secure. They want their communities to be secure. They want terrorist actors to not be able to come to the United States. This is common sense. And my friend from Arizona just simply wants to ensure that the president under Article 2 retains the authority granted to the president and the president alone to ensure the national security of the United States and not pass that down to an unelected Secretary of State. I support the gentleman's amendment. I thank the chair.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I oppose this amendment. However, I do thank Congresswoman Chu for leading the No Ban Act, which I am so proud to co-sponsor. My community, like many across America, is made stronger by our faith and our diversity. And my constituents gather around churches and their synagogues and mosques, and we come to the houses of worship to search for meaning, to build each other up, and to find refuge. And while our faiths may differ, our values are always the same. As people of faith, we're called to show kindness and to show mercy to one another. And as Americans, we share a commitment to religious freedom and equal treatment. Bans that single out refugees, asylum seekers, and Muslims are not only un-Christian, they are un-American. That's why this legislation is supported by over 300 faith leaders and faith-based organizations. And these discriminatory bans, they've harmed families in my own district, families who came to Georgia in search of a better life, of the American dream. They graduated from our universities and secured really great jobs, and they're contributing to our economy as engineers and doctors and teachers. They became U.S. citizens, and some are even serving in our military, yet their families were separated by these discriminatory bans. These discriminatory actions didn't just harm our families, they were bad for business and our national security. Major corporations opposed the bans, explaining that they hinder business competing in a global marketplace. National security experts warned that by focusing on non-threatening individuals and perpetuating harmful stereotypes, that these bans actually make Americans less safe. And I was pleased that President Biden reversed these bans on his very first day in office. This bill is essential to making sure that future presidents base travel restrictions on health, safety, and national security, not animus and harmful stereotypes. For me, nothing is more important than my faith and my family. And with the passage of this bill, I am hopeful that we can restore the American promise of religious freedom and equality to every American family. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Massey seek recognition? Your microphone, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this article from ABC that says fully vaccinated people can gather without masks. CDC says fully vaccinated Americans can gather with other vaccinated people indoors without wearing a mask or social distancing. I also, and I believe I'm in order because you interrupted my colleague to talk about social distancing and masks and opened this session with a discussion about masks. We're sitting here in little chairs back here like children doing the people's business while there are empty seats up there. Yet we all flew here, if you flew here, on airplanes, shoulder to shoulder. What is the message that we're trying to send the American people by wearing these stupid masks? Because all of Congress, by the way, cut line. Now, not everybody in here is vaccinated, it's true.
Does the gentleman wish to speak on the amendment?
I am speaking to the, yes, I am.
The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of speaking for the amendment. Gentleman,
I am asking why we have to wear a mask when the
Gentleman
CDC says these are not necessary.
Because everybody in this room is not vaccinated, as you well know.
Because there's peer-reviewed science. Reclaiming my time, there's peer-reviewed science that shows that immunity from a natural recovery from infection is as strong or more robust than immunity provided by the vaccine. And everybody in this room has had the vaccine or has developed immunity through an infection. These are ridiculous theater, and here's why it's important. Because people will not get vaccinated if they believe you're going to have to wear the mask even after you're vaccinated. And that was a very public display of Congress. People got on the news and got their shots to show that they were vaccinated. Now we're in this committee projecting the image that you're going to have to wear the mask forever, even though everybody in this room has acquired immunity, either through a vaccine or through natural infection, and has the ability to get the vaccine if they want it. And with that, I yield back.
the gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Jackson-Lee, seek recognition? From Texas, excuse me, from Texas seek recognition.
It's a lovely state. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to set the record straight as to what this discussion is all about. It really is about humanity and humanitarianism. One of my colleagues wanted to ask the question, what is this debate about? Wanted to remind us of the caged children during the Trump administration. And there is no doubt, factually well documented, children were placed in cages. Children were sent back over the border to suffer the violence of what would happen both in their journey back home alone and to their home countries. If anyone engaged with these children, either through interpretation or speaking directly to them in Spanish, you could hear the horror stories of those children in terms of the violence that was evidenced against them. The kind of violence that they saw, the decapitation, the murder. So now we come to the no ban. That is as well about humanitarianism, humanity. When the no ban was issued precipitously by the Donald Trump administration and countries far and wide that were Muslim countries, I went to my airport and met Allie, a little 15-year-old who had come legally into this country, whose parents in Egypt had done everything right, whose loving brother was waiting. But did Allie come out after deplaning and going through? No. Due to the frustration of our CBP persons who really were not prepared and did not want to act with inhumanity, but they were forced to. Lawyers could not even see Allie, but he represented probably thousands upon thousands of those who came into that airport on Friday. I landed from Washington and went straight to that airport, the international terminal. It was heartbreaking. It was tear-jerking. It needed a remedy. It was an indictment of America's values to the world. We cried. We tried to go back to see Ali, who was symbolic of so many children. Remember, his parents had done everything. He had a visa. But as a lonely child, they asked a single question: was he in a school? The school, by the way, that welcomed him to be in a school. He said yes, and he was immediately not allowed counsel, not allowed to move. And the next thing we knew, as we tried to race to find out where Ali was sent, he was shipped to Chicago. We could barely find him. And it took me days to be able to penetrate the system to get Ali legally back to his loving family in Houston, Texas. Ali was from Egypt. And so this legislation is to provide a simple act, and I thank the sponsors, and particularly my friend and colleague, Chairwoman Chu, chair of the AAPI, Asian Pacific Caucus, who have suffered hatred themselves, and this legislation was out of her commitment to the idea of humanity and dignity. And what it says is it would modify the president's authority. Isn't it tragic that the previous president compounded this sin by campaigning that he wanted a total and complete shutdown of Muslims? I guess he did not understand that the absolute number one threat to the United States is domestic terrorism and white supremacy. I guess we are now informed of what really is a threat to this nation. Not little children and little girls. They're in my congressional district in an unaccompanied minor center right now that the community is loving, and we're supporting and trying to do what is right in socially distanced, in medical care, in providing them food, and yes, under the immigration system, reuniting them with family members while they go through the process of asylum or other immigration processes. Maybe my colleagues should join me in a comprehensive immigration reform so that we can be, as America has sought to achieve, creating a more perfect union. I support the no ban, oppose the underlying amendment, support the underlying bill, because we believe in humanity. Thank you to President Biden and Vice President Harris for their effort and their commitment to humanity and humanitarianism. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I support my friend from Arizona's amendment and oppose the underlying bill. Mr. Chairman, what President Trump did was not a Muslim ban. It was a ban on individuals from 7 countries. It was a ban that applied to Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Jews from 7 countries. Those 7 countries all had civil wars or were closed, like North Korea, closed countries. Those 7 countries prohibited vetting individuals seeking to enter the United States. President Trump's executive order didn't ban Muslims. There are more than 50 countries that are Muslim-majority countries. Muslims are welcome, were welcome in the United States in 2017, and they are welcome in America today. Terrorists are not welcome in this country. And until we can properly vet individuals, we should not allow individuals into this country. That's what the order was about. It was effective, it kept Americans safe, and Americans appreciate it. I agree with my friend and colleague, Mr. Roy. This is political theater. It undermines the credibility of this committee. It undermines the credibility of Congress, and that's saying something. The American people understand that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seek to divert attention from the failed policies of the Biden administration. So talk about a Muslim ban if you must, but the American people will speak in 2022.
Gentleman, yield.
I will yield to my friend from Ohio.
And isn't it true that just last week there were two individuals from Yemen whose names were on the terrorist watch list, and that's one of the countries that was part of the 7-country ban. Isn't that accurate?
It is absolutely accurate, and one of the reasons it's so hard to catch terrorists at the border is because we have this huge influx of individuals entering this country because of the failed policies of the Biden administration in shutting down the agreements that America had with other countries. It is much easier to hide with hundreds of thousands of people crossing the border than it is with a small trickle, which was happening at the end of the Trump administration. And I yield to my friend from Arizona, the great state of Arizona.
Thank you. It is a great state. Thank the gentleman for yielding. Not only were two individuals on the terrorist watch list found from Yemen 2 weeks ago, in the middle of March, 4 more on the terrorist watch list were found. And a few weeks before that, 11 Iranian folks came across in Arizona were apprehended. But let's get back to the underlying bill and in its relationship to my amendment. The Democrats would have you believe that President Trump, willy-nilly, because of some kind of racial animus or xenophobia, issued a Muslim ban. And as Mr. Buck has so eloquently pointed out, this is no such thing. It was an anti-terrorist initiative. But let's see what was in the executive order. How about the Secretary of Homeland Security developed a comprehensive set of criteria and applied it to the information sharing practices, policies, and capabilities of foreign governments. Secretary of State thereafter engaged with the countries reviewed in an effort to address deficiencies and achieve improvements. In many instances, those efforts produced positive results. By obtaining additional information and formal commitments from foreign governments, the U.S. government has improved its capacity and ability to assess whether foreign nationals attempting to enter the United States pose a security or safety threat. Our nation is safer as a result of this work. As a result of that work, they limited immigrant and non-immigrant visas by nationals of Chad, Iran, Libya, North Korea, Syria, Venezuela, Yemen, and Somalia. In April of 2018, what was the result? Chad was taken off that list. And why? Because the Republic of Chad had improved its identity management and information sharing practices sufficiently to meet the baseline security standard of the United States. This bill is designed to undermine the security of the United States of America. My amendment is designed to protect the security of the United States of America. And with that, I yield back to my friend from Colorado.
Reclaiming my time, I have a question for the gentleman. Isn't it true that the darling of the left, the FBI Director James Comey, former FBI Director James Comey, stated that it was impossible to vet individuals from Syria before the Trump administration came up with this executive order?
You are correct, sir.
I yield to my friend.
I yield back. Thank you. Yes, you're correct.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Ross seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose this amendment and support the underlying bill. The ban separated families in my community, and these were families that had lived and worked in the United States for years, legally. When the ban went into effect, over 1,000 people of all faiths gathered at the Raleigh-Durham airport to oppose the ban and show support for Muslims in our community. They gathered for their neighbors, including a Syrian refugee who settled in Raleigh while her daughter was stuck in Jordan. The ban prevented this mother from bringing her daughter to the U.S. and from being able to visit her daughter and then return home to Raleigh. They gathered for their friends, including a U.S. citizen originally from Iran, whose parents were stopped at the airport in Armenia on their way to visit him and barred from entering the United States. A president should not be able to unilaterally make this sort of decision that would have devastating and unnecessary consequences. While the ban was repeatedly challenged, and we know amended because it was struck down several times, the Supreme Court ultimately did not stop the final ban from taking effect. This is why we need to pass this legislation. It's simple. If a president's authority is so broad as to allow him or her to engage in blatant and unjustified discrimination, then simply put, it has to be reined in. And we are doing it when the president is a Democrat. This is not a partisan issue. It's about overbroad and discriminatory exercises of authority that hurt our people. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support the gentleman from Arizona's amendment. It's just amazing that the majority would seek to hobble the president's ability to protect the nation from a person who would enter the United States from North Korea for the purpose of virtue signaling beyond reason. It is even more astonishing that the majority would pursue this dangerous concept by means conflicting with the Constitution that vests executive authority in the unitary executive, the president. It summons to mind another news story of the last day or so in which a member of the Democratic majority, gentlelady Rashida Tlaib, used the phrase again in public to end policing. A notion that is incomprehensible, to end policing. And you see no condemnation of that from the majority. It is simply unimaginable that reason has departed and been substituted by sheer emotion and rage and denial of reality to the detriment of the security of the American people. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I think my friend from North Carolina, I was intrigued by some of the rhetoric by the gentlelady from California that this, with respect to the fact that we are now doing this under President Biden, a Democrat, and not under President Trump. But let's not kid ourselves. This is all about President Trump. Every speech by my colleague on the other side of the aisle is about President Trump's Muslim ban. That's what this is. Every American knows it. This isn't some noble effort by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to now say we're protecting the procedures and putting Congress into this to empower the Secretary of State. No. We are undermining the authority under the Constitution, under Article 2, to the President of the United States to protect this country because it is a fit of political rage against the former president. That is precisely what is happening. And I wish that the gentlelady from Texas was still here, because I have great respect for her and her compassion for a lot of the people she was talking about before and some of the children that we're dealing with. I would point out, I mentioned the 7-year-old little girl that I spoke to, and I spoke to about 50 migrants when I was sitting down at the Rio Grande 3 weeks ago, and talked about why they were coming to the United States, where they were coming from. And this little girl, beautiful little girl, 7-year-old girl, you can't see it because I don't have it blown up on a chart. She's wearing a mask. She's wearing a mask. Now, she's just gone through a journey from Guatemala through Mexico. She's coming across the river. She's wearing a mask. My friend from Kentucky made a good point, and I think it's relevant here. We're talking about children. We're talking about mental health, and we're talking about our kids. And we're all sitting here spaced out with this nonsense with masks, and it is 100% nonsense. This is all for show. I went to the local PGA Dell match play, which is hosted in my home city of Austin. And we were over talking, and we were talking to some friends of mine that I saw outdoors, nowhere near anybody. And we pulled our masks down, and we were talking to each other. And it was the pastor of the church I go to, and this lady comes up and she goes, "I'm sorry. You guys need to put your mask back on because the cameras can see you." Because the PGA Tour doesn't want to deal with any of the outcry from the left that, oh my gosh, if they catch one of their spectators out on the side of a golf course in 80-degree Austin, outdoors, oh no, they might see somebody, they're not wearing a mask. This is all theater. Everything we're doing is theater. It is all for a show, and the mask mandate is part of it. This is a chart showing Texas, which is masked, I oppose that, versus Georgia, which was unmasked, and there's no correlation. Or there is a correlation, it's that the virus exists. Do a search on the mental health Right now, just Google mental health and children and masks. Study after study after study talking about how bad it is for children. And then let's get back to the fact that we have 20,000 children in custody in the United States because of the failed, incompetent, corrupt policies of this Democratic administration putting these children in facilities wearing masks. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's amazing the righteous indignation of my friends who are still propagating the failed notion that COVID-19 is a fraud. It's a fake news. Folks who are saying that we don't need to wear masks. I mean, this is ridiculous that we are entertaining these views after 565,000 Americans have been killed by this COVID-19 virus, which was ignored by the Trump administration. And the same folks who are here today don't want to wear masks. It's ridiculous. But Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word, and I speak in favor of the underlying bill and in opposition to the amendment. I stand for an America that remains a beacon of hope and freedom to people across the world. We besmirch our values as Americans when we stoop to become a nation that exudes religious bigotry. Inscribed in our hearts as deeply as it's etched onto the Statue of Liberty, the monument in New York Harbor is America's promise to welcome the tired and the poor, the huddled masses yearning to breathe free. My congressional district in Georgia is home to Clarkston, sometimes known as the Ellis Island of the South. It is home to thousands of immigrants and refugees from more than 40 countries and speaking more than 60 languages, with many faith traditions being represented, including many Muslims. They have made a home in my district, opening businesses, running and getting elected to public office, and in so many ways enriching the community. Clarkston is a small town, but it has a big heart. And that heart is kept beating with the work of immigrants, many of whom are Muslim, who were born in Somalia, Syria, Eritrea, and the Sudan, all countries that were adversely impacted by Trump's Muslim ban. Georgia's 4th congressional district is a proud example of what it means to be a nation of immigrants. So with this time today, I stand with my constituents to say that we will not be complacent with xenophobia or religious bigotry based on white nationalist ideals. I speak today for Clarkston and for the rest of my district to say that we believe in the foundational principle of freedom from religious discrimination, and we do not fear those who look different or pray differently from us. The No Ban Act, Mr. Chairman, ensures that any future administrations implement policy based on reasoned thought instead of racist impulses. And with that, I'm proud to support the No Ban Act, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yields back? For what purpose?
Can the gentleman yield?
Gentleman is yielded back. For what purpose does Mr. Owen seek recognition?
I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to support the amendment and oppose the underlying bill. I just came back from the border last week. So I'm going to speak to the culture. American culture, as I see, is being under attack today. And remind our fellow Americans how great our nation is. We are a nation. Our culture is one of compassion, diversity, and a common pride to be an American. We respect civility. We respect the rule of law. We have a faith that no matter how we worship our God, we want to be blessed by Him by treating other people good and right. I can highlight this in 3 words: order, rule of law, and acceptance. I grew up at a time in the early 60s where at 12 years old, I was marching in front of the Florida State Theater because I couldn't go in school there. I couldn't go to that theater. I grew up in a time when a game changer of a movie called Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, Sidney Poitier. Interracial dating, they never touched each other, but that was a game changer. My family today represents the American way. Our 6 kids, within our 6 kids, we have the color of the rainbow, from black to white, Mexican, American Indian, Trinidadian. It's called progress. It's what the American people do. We look at each other from inside out, not outside in. What our culture never was a message to women, children, boys and girls, that the entry to America is abuse, sex trafficking. American way was never indentured servitude, which those who cannot pay the $4,000 to $8,000 come into this country to get a job and must pay off the cartel because if they don't, their family will be tortured or killed. The American way never was. Cartels profiting $500 million per month, and we do nothing, as they use bodies and dreams of the most vulnerable. I tell you what, my friends, if our Democratic leadership does not want to do something about it, our Democratic leadership is being complicit. We've seen this human trafficking before. We dealt with it 200 years ago, and we should deal with it again. It's a stain on our soul to see these poor people, these children, being used and abused the way they are. I spent 2 days and 1 night at the border, and it's truly an open border. They touch our land, and within hours, they're in the middle of our nation. Every city will get a chance to understand what the good people in these border cities feel every single night. You see why they do want borders, why they do want protection, why they do want police, because they want safety. They don't want to have to deal with a cartel, drugs, kidnapping. Well, my friends across this country know that it's coming to every city because we're flooding our nation with thousands of people every single day. This is what I saw when I was down at the border. Talked to border patrolmen and asked them, do they apprehend these smugglers, these evil people? Say no, because they'll do anything to distract, including throwing a 6-month-old baby into the river. I saw 19 unaccompanied children when I was down during the time I was there. And next month, it's going to be 35,000. Not the same kids, by the way, a totally different group. There will be 187,000 unaccompanied children that many will never see their parents again. They'll be sent to foster homes. They will not be growing up in a family. They will not be learning our language, not understanding how great our country is. And I wonder if this is on purpose. It's child abuse. We're a country of compassion, of empathy. And I tell you how we do that. It's how we use our time and our money. Where is our president, our vice president, to go to the border and hear the things we're talking about? Do they not care about these kids we're talking about dropping over a 14-foot wall, children in the middle of nowhere, being abandoned? Do they not care? What if it was their kids? What was your kids? Would you guys allow this to happen if they were your kids or grandkids? I'd say absolutely not. I fight this to every bit of my soul to make sure my kids were safe. And yet we sit here and act like they're nobody. We need to stand for these children, my friends. I don't care what side of the aisle we're on. Let's be the country that our ancestors left for us, one with a compassion and love for each other. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes? The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, you seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, while it's tempting to respond to our friends on the other side of the aisle and their efforts to avoid discussing the actual bill before us and discussing the well-established efficacy of wearing masks to help defeat this pandemic, or the thoughtful, holistic, and effective strategies of the Biden administration to address the challenges at our border consistent with American values, I instead am going to actually speak about the bill before us, H.R. 1333, and rise to express my strong support for the No Ban Act, which would prevent future abuses of executive power similar to the previous administration's xenophobic Muslim ban that undermine one of our nation's founding principles, freedom of religion. I know something about this. In the face of religious intolerance, Roger Williams established the great state of Rhode Island on the principles of religious liberty and separation of church and state. Thanks to his leadership, Rhode Island became a haven for religious minorities and inspired the framers of our Constitution to incorporate these important principles into our foundational documents. Principles that a ban based on religion clearly violate. From the very beginning, former President Trump told us exactly why he created the Muslim ban. The clear intent from the beginning was to keep out as many people from Muslim-majority countries as possible, regardless of whether they were lawfully seeking refuge or asylum. This plan was never designed to make us safer, but merely to spread hate and fear and further divide us as a nation. On his first day in office, President Biden took action to rescind this abusive measure. However, the Muslim ban has had a real and lasting impact on families all across this country. Men and women who came to this country to escape the horrors of war and conflict continue to experience great stress over when they will be able to reunite with their family members who could not join them because of the travel ban. For 4 years, this policy was in place, and obtaining visas for these families remains a challenge. Thanks to President Biden, these families can now begin to move closer to bringing their families back together. But that does not mean this problem is solved. Without action to reform existing law, there is nothing to stop future presidents from implementing these policies again, which divide Americans, damage our reputation around the world, and fuel hatred and discrimination in our own country. That is why it's essential that we pass the No Ban Act. The No Ban Act makes it unequivocally clear that we stand by the American ideals of freedom of religion. It provides necessary limitations on the president's ability to use overly broad terms to inappropriately and indiscriminately target and label entire groups of racial, ethnic, or religious minorities because of who they choose to worship. We must not tolerate discriminatory actions that undermine our core values and threaten our nation's health and safety. And by the way, the idea that anyone on this committee or in this Congress does not believe that we must continue to prevent terrorists from entering the United States is absurd. We do that every day, and we should continue to do that. But a ban based on religion does not do that, period. And I want to end by thanking Judy Chu for her extraordinary leadership and so many of my colleagues who went to airports to vindicate this deeply held American value about freedom of religion, something lots of people tout and use in their talking points, but were silent when the former president used religion as a basis for discrimination. It was un-American. It violated the clearly established principles that were the founding values of this country. It brought great harm to families all across America. And it's time that we make sure it never happens again. And so I urge my colleagues to support the No Ban Act. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I want to take this opportunity to note the presence in the committee this morning of the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, the chairperson of the Black Caucus, and we welcome her to the committee. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert, seek recognition?
Rise in support of the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For anyone to say this is about freedom of religion, this is about getting rid of a Muslim ban, it's just not honest. It is very dishonest. And if you look, I shouldn't even have to point this out. There were 7 countries, and the Supreme Court upheld the ban on those 7 countries. There was no ban on Indonesia, the most populous Muslim country in the world. Over 230 million Muslims. They were welcome here in the United States in the Trump administration. Saudi Arabia, heck, Afghanistan is over 99% Muslim. Afghans were welcome who were Muslim. Pakistan, 200 million Muslims in Pakistan. They were not banned, they were welcome. India, 195 million Muslims. They were not banned, they were welcome. Heck, Nigeria, 99 million Muslims. They were welcome. This was not a Muslim ban, and anybody that calls it that is just being dishonest. It was not a Muslim ban. And by the way, I would love to have some of our colleagues join in condemning senators like Bernie Sanders, who went after Russ Vought and Amy Coney Bryant because of their Christian beliefs. It turns out Christianity is the only religion in America now where it is okay to discriminate and come after them viciously, as those two individuals were in their confirmation hearing. I would love to get back to where there was true freedom of religion in this country. But to say that what President Trump did was a Muslim ban is beneath the dignity of this hallowed committee. Look at Somalia. Look at North Korea. We had no idea who's coming from those countries. And Syria, we knew that people that hated America had an offensive and had been able to get control of the printing equipment that produced passports in Syria. We have no idea what's coming, and there was no way to vet them. Same with Libya. After the Obama-Biden administration took out Gaddafi, it put that country in chaos. And in fact, I was there right before it became total chaos. And I said to the Obama ambassador, you're missing a whole wall back here of your compound. She said, yeah, but we know our neighbors and we're not worried. Well, she should have been, because it was just a matter of weeks after that, there were terrorists standing around the swimming pool at the compound. People need to get serious. There are people in in these 7 countries that hate Americans. And if we can't determine who are the ones that hate Americans and who don't, then we cannot afford to let them in. But to even be having this discussion when the southern border is wide open is a bit wasteful, because it doesn't matter what policies a president has, who he welcomes, who he doesn't. When the border is wide open, then people are coming like crazy. Yeah, we can work on a comprehensive immigration bill, but not until the border is secured, because until it's secured, it doesn't make any difference. And if anybody wants to talk about compassion, I've spent so much time down there on the border. I'm telling you, you can't say honestly you're compassionate if you continue to support the open border that the Biden administration has created. Because it is pouring billions of dollars into the drug cartels, which have created such a level of corruption in our neighboring country. If we had any compassion, we would shut down the billions going from America to the drug cartels, and then we could see Mexico become one of the top economies in the world, and people would not want to leave Mexico because it would be so incredible. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose is Mr. Luce recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler. I rise in support of the Noah Ban Act and in opposition to the amendment. I want to thank Congresswoman Judy Chu for introducing this important bill. Let me begin by saying that the Republican cancel culture is out of control. Republicans are trying to cancel voters based on the big lie that the election was somehow stolen. The election was not stolen. The former president lost decisively, both in a popular vote and in the Electoral College. Yet in Georgia, Republicans decided to criminalize giving water to another human being standing in a long voter line. And then when Delta Airlines exercised its right to free speech, Republicans tried to punish Delta by trying to increase taxes on it. If you are a Republican who supports that, don't ever lecture anyone on free speech ever again. And then some Republicans even try to cancel baseball. Some Republicans call for a boycott on Major League Baseball. If you are a Republican who supports that, don't ever lecture anyone on cancel culture or the free market ever again. And the last administration sought to cancel Muslims. How do we know that? Because a former president said so when he campaigned for president. He called for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. It's on videotape. It's dishonest for Republicans to disregard that statement. It's beneath the dignity of this hallowed committee to ask us and the American people to forget that statement. And once elected, the former president enacted his bigoted views into policy. And why did the former president and his enablers try to cancel so many people? Maybe it's because of the view recently set forth by Tucker Carlson. In a series of rants this week, Tucker Carlson endorsed the un-American and dangerous theory known as replacement theory. In his view, native-born Americans are somehow more American than everyone else. That is simply false. I'm an immigrant from Taiwan. I served on active duty in the United States military to defend the right of Tucker Carlson and others to say stupid stuff. I just wish you would stop trying to divide our country. Because at the end of the day, we're all Americans. And what makes our country great is that we don't care what your bloodline is or who you worship. We judge you based on your character. An American who can trace her ancestors to the Mayflower is no more American and no less American than I am. I also happen to be Catholic. But an American who is Catholic is no more American and no less American than an American who is Muslim. All of us here are striving to form a more perfect union in the greatest country on earth. Stop dividing us. Support the No Ban Act. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
I speak in favor of the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I can't imagine us drifting any farther from the question at hand than we've just been dragged. But let me get back to Mr. Biggs' amendment and the principle behind it, that the president is not subservient to his Secretary of State or his Director of National Intelligence or anyone else in the executive branch. The Constitution is crystal clear on this point. The executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States of America. It doesn't mention the Secretary of State or a DNI. The executive power, including the conduct of our foreign affairs, is vested in the president. And as Mr. Biggs pointed out, the Secretary of State and every other official in the executive branch exercises no independent executive power. It all flows from the Constitution to the president and then to his subordinates. It doesn't work the other way around. Now, I've heard some very silly things in this committee over the last several years, so I'm not entirely surprised at what I've heard today. But to say that President Trump's ban on specific countries, that we're not cooperating with our government on vetting travelers, was a Muslim ban or an African ban is utterly ridiculous. The president sanctioned only those countries, regardless of race or religion, that refused to cooperate with our security requirements as every other country in the world, Muslim and non-Muslim, African and non-African, does routinely. And as governments like Chad responded to these sanctions and restored cooperation, the bans were lifted. It's increasingly clear that the new administration and their supporters in Congress do place a very low priority on protecting the American people from threats posed by international terrorism and international crime, as well as the violent riots that are unfolding nightly. We're watching this disinterest unfold on the southern border and now in our cities. It will eventually rear its head in this country. These lack of interest in controlling the entry of terrorists to our borders. And the butcher's bill will be paid by innocent Americans, and the responsibility will be borne by those who are idly virtue signaling today. The nations of the world are of many races and many religions. To suggest that by definition, our interactions with them must be race-based or religion-based, well, that's the result of this sick tribalism that the left is using to tear our country apart. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak against the amendment and say a few remarks in support of the underlying.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2017, when the Trump administration implemented the first travel ban, nearly 1,000 college students around Texas were forced to make a choice. Either stay in the United States to earn a world-class education or visit their family abroad and risk being blocked when they're returning back to their studies. This is a choice that aspiring students should never be forced to make ever again. Evidently, these travel bans were not in place because of national security. We now know that they were really just bans used as a tool to discriminate against the Muslim population. Texas is home to the largest and fastest growing Muslim population in the country, and these bans separated families across many, even including in my district. I applaud the Biden-Harris administration for revoking these discriminatory bans and also applaud them for outlining its vision for advancing racial equality for all Americans who just want to live, breathe, and worship without fear. But now it's time for Congress to deliver to the American people by ensuring that no future administrations would work to discriminate against vulnerable communities. While I believe national security is of the utmost importance, I also believe we can maintain security without discriminating against entire communities. And Mr. Chairman, I also, although I don't see why we keep getting all this political theater about expressing the time that we've been to the border and the photo ops that occurred from across the aisle. You know, that's the political theater when you go once or twice a year to make hay about something at the border, get the photo ops, you know, and look like paramilitary people in front of kids, in front of places. Mr. Chairman, I've been probably to 15 facilities around the country since I was a state senator in Texas. Over this break, I went to Canizo Springs Influx Center. I went to the El Paso Processing Center, and I visited one near Houston in Congresswoman Sheila Jackson's area. And I can tell you, it is a world of difference between the facilities that I have seen and the facilities that I have seen in the past under the Trump administration. To suggest that this is a self-inflicted crisis is just another big lie. This is inherited. This is something that this administration is dealing with compassion, with care, and with the dignity of treating children as the children of God that they are. Mr. Chairman, the southern border that I saw is not opened. The southern border that I saw is not in crisis. The southern border that I saw and the facilities I visited are a marked difference from those I've seen in the past. We're making progress, and I thank the administration for doing so, and for that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, seek recognition?
Just strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, would the gentleman yield?
Yield shortly, sure, please.
I just need to respond for a few seconds to the comments made from the gentlelady from Texas. Is it patently absurd to claim that some of us have been to the border going down there for photo ops, or that we've only been down there once or twice a year when we've gone repeatedly? The district I represent is very close to the border. Just literally 3 weeks ago, I was down at the Rio Grande talking to migrants coming across the river, not doing photo ops, but actually talking to folks to know exactly what was going on. And I actually ran into my colleague from Texas, Mr. Gomert, literally down right by the river, because we were down there at night trying to talk to immigrants coming across here, coming to this country, while they're being abused by cartels because of Democrat incompetent policies. I yield back to the gentleman from California.
I thank the gentleman. You know, as I listen to people, some disparaging each other, I'm afraid I am a little feeling that this committee is becoming diminished on the underlying question. I will say that since I represent a border district and, you know, I have border stations in my district, I take seriously going to the border regularly, and I could comment on the current disarray at the border, but the underlying bill here, I think, is important enough that we just set up some basic truisms. First of all, the Supreme Court held that President Trump's underlying premise was valid. And no matter what is said here by members of Congress, it is not going to change the thoughtful act of that body. That body held, as many on this side have said, that in fact holding countries responsible for their relationship and thus the validity of people trying to come here from those countries, whether for asylum or for visas or for any purpose, is legitimate. Now, I would love to agree and work with the members on the other side of the aisle if they wanted to have a single issue prohibition on a religious criteria for immigration. And I think that would be thoughtful. It is constitutionally protected here, and it could be constitutionally protected for people applying to come here. But when we mix countries like Syria, which I've been to many times, or Iraq, or other countries where you see that there is no rule of law, that anyone can, in fact, print a passport, steal a passport, get a passport, and be whoever they wanted to be, and the countries are unable to modernize in a way that would allow us to have confidence that those people are who they say they are, then in fact, I think we have to give some credibility, as the Supreme Court did, if not to all, to part of the president's actions. Now, the current president has reversed many of these issues. He's made a judgment call that he can safely accept people from Syria or other countries. That's his call. This underlying bill would take away that kind of discretion, or perhaps simply eliminate the ability to find a country in turmoil as inappropriate for people to come. Now, probably most people on this committee would love to say they're sympathetic to Muslims, but my family comes from a majority Muslim country that was never on the ban list. The first foreign leader that President Trump met with was President Sisi, a devout Sunni. So I would hope that we would set aside the religious discussion or make this bill about religion only and stop mixing and matching, taking away from the president reasonable authorities that the court has held, at least in part, were reasonably used. If we can do that, this bill will see the light of becoming law through the Senate. If we continue to move it as it currently is, without making it constitutional and narrow, then we simply are diminishing this committee. I have served on this committee now for 20 years, as a few others on the dais have also. Let's get back to who we used to be. Let's mark up this bill with reasonable amendments. Let's narrow it so it could become law if that is the intention. I thank the chairman and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes Mr. Correa seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also support H.R. 1333, the No Ban Act, and I oppose the amendment, yet I want to take a moment to address what my colleagues are discussing, which is border security. I also had the opportunity to visit El Paso last week, and I had the sad pleasure of meeting two girls, ages 5 and 3, Yuri and Yoreli. You may have seen them on TV. These were the two girls that were thrown over the 12-foot impenetrable border wall by smugglers. And these children would throw over this wall and were left at night alone in the middle of the desert to die. The Border Patrol, our Border Patrol, saw these girls using their high-tech night vision goggles and equipment and rescued them. Had they not been doing their job, these girls would have surely died. Have to repeat, folks, it is not an open border. And this weekend, I had the opportunity to visit Tijuana Tijuana, Mexico, and I visited a shelter right across from San Diego. There, I met the families that are apprehended and returned to Mexico summarily under Title 42 of the Health Act.
The gentleman will put his mask on, please.
These families were mostly from Central America, and these families were parents, children in diapers, and children's being detained and being denied from entering the U.S. I spoke to many of these families that were returned away after having paid $10,000 to $15,000 per family, per smuggler. These refugees will tell you the border is not open. What we need is change in our immigration laws to permit immigrants that have made this country great the opportunity to come to our country and continue to make America the greatest nation in the world. And the change in the laws start here with H.R. 1333. Let's pass the No Band Act and prove to the world that we are still a place that welcomes hardworking immigrants. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? In that case, the question occurs. Who? The gentlelady from Indiana. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually wasn't going to speak on this amendment. I have another amendment too, but I think just mention quickly, this amendment is important because it's important for executives to have discretion to be able to secure our border, and there is potential oversight we should have, but it is important. But I wanted to mention a little bit, since we had a lot of discussion about border security, I actually went to 3 sectors of the border. I went with my Democrat colleagues and I went with my Republican colleagues through 3 different sectors. And I'll be honest with you, I was disturbed what's happening on that border. I was disturbed to see a lot of young children be hostages and pawns for drug cartels who can be enslaved by them. I was disturbed to see that now a lot of shelters have to release these children without proper background checks because they don't have time to deal with that. I was disturbed to see that our Border Patrol, 40% of Border Patrol is busy with changing diaper and have to deal with children, and they don't have as much time to actually deal with security. You can see one of the sectors, and there is a difference. I went to El Paso, I went Rio Grande Valley, and Del Rio. And you can see that cartels right now are controlling our side of the border and have very well-organized strategy. And there are different dynamics in all of the sectors, but our Rio Grande Valley sector, they have thousands of people per day that they actually see through cameras they see that cross the border, but they have no ability even to see what's happening. So I think it's important for us, working on this committee, to actually have a serious discussion, and maybe have a hearing on these issues, because we want to make sure that we have good legal immigration system, and there are a lot of work within our legal immigration system. We need to make sure that we have good legal infrastructure and eliminate perverse incentives for people to cross the border illegally. It's not very healthy for people, desperate people coming from Central America. It's not very good for Americans and for national security of our country. So we do have national security and humanitarian crisis in that border. And I hope we can have that discussion, because I am disturbed like a lot of other people. And I don't go there. I don't like even to be on TV and talk. This is the worst part of this job. I don't go there to be in picture and photo ops. I don't go there to spend time out of my family in the district. But I feel it's important. I feel this is a crisis that we have to deal with. And I want to have a conversation, and a serious conversation. What tools we can provide does this administration start dealing with that issue? This issue didn't happen overnight, but it's been escalated recently because of lack of good policy on that border. And maybe I'll look forward, we can have a bipartisan hearing at the border or right here in this committee. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. 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 The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call.
Roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. No. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Swalwell, or Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu.
Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings. Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa.
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
Macbeth votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Ms. Bush? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Aye. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Aye. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Ms. Fischbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fischbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye.
Mr. Raskin?
Mr. Raskin votes no.
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Mr. Chairman, Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Ms. Bush?
Hello, this is Ms. Bass.
Ms. Bass, you are not recorded.
I'm not recorded?
Correct.
No, I vote no.
Ms. Bass votes no.
Okay. Are there any other members who wish to vote who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? What purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute
Mr.
to
Chairman,
HR
I reserve a point of order.
1333, offered by Mr. Buck of Colorado. At the end of the bill, insert the following, Section 5.
The amendment is recorded. Mr. Buck is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the underlying bill in this case is clearly unconstitutional. There is no constitutional basis for Congress to require the elected President of the United States to consult with a subordinate member on his cabinet, or two subordinate members on his cabinet. And Mr. Chairman, I think it's only fair that if we're going to engage in this unconstitutional folly, that we also place on ourselves the same requirement. So my bill reads as follows. No member of the House of Representatives shall cast a vote before first obtaining written approval from their respective legislative director, who must seek consultation with their respective chief of staff. Now, Mr. Chairman, at first you might, on first blush, suggest that this is merely a waste of time, but it's really not, because I think the more we reflect,
Mr. Buck,
the more we reflect on our requirements to be constrained by the Constitution and to promote the principles in the Constitution, the better we will be as legislators. And so, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully ask that we add this section to the bill, because I do believe that we can require ourselves to do certain things as a branch of the federal government, but not require the executive branch. And if the chairman would permit, I will yield to my friend from Arizona for a few minutes to explain why he believes the underlying bill is unconstitutional.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Look, the underlying bill in and of itself is unconstitutional. If it was a voluntary delegation of duty that we were recognizing, then we'd say that's constitutional. But when you have a mandatory delegation of authority by the executive, by the President of the United States, to a subordinate, even though it's a cabinet member, that is unconstitutional. So we're left in this position where the underlying bill is unconstitutional. And this bill and this amendment here is excellent at calling attention to that. So if we're going to provide an unconstitutional delegation on behalf of the executive branch, maybe we should consider an unconstitutional mandatory delegation on ourselves. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, and I yield back to the gentleman.
And I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Well, I think the gentleman from Colorado, and I appreciate that he's trying to make the point and express so that, the American people can understand in plain terms what's actually going on. And this is fundamental. I mean, this really lies at the core of this. I remember one of my Democratic colleagues said that the underlying amendment offered by my friend from Arizona was somehow, off the mark or trivial or whatever. This goes to the heart of the whole issue. Who gets to decide? Look, I offered the Article 1 Act in the previous Congress under President Trump to try to preserve power for Congress under Article 1 against longstanding executive actions and orders and that have been going on for 40 years. And, my Democratic colleagues didn't really, aren't as interested in talking about that now as they were under the previous administration. What I'm saying is we have a duty to try to preserve and protect the constitutional order, separation of powers, and how the powers are delegated to the specific branches. In this case, we want to preserve the duty, the responsibility of the president to make these decisions involving national security. That's what's at stake. And my friend from Colorado is simply pointing out the absurdity of delegating the power to the Secretary of State. That's not something we can do. It's just facially absurd to suggest that Congress can go in and tell the president, I'm sorry, you have to go down the street and go down to the State Department and say, oh, please tell me what I'm allowed to do with respect to the national security of the United States. It's actually just absurd. The president nominates the Secretary of State, sends that nomination to the Senate, it's confirmed, and the Secretary of State is serving at the pleasure of the president. So I think this is the similar situation. Our legislative directors, chiefs of staff serve at our pleasure. Why on earth would we, in normal circumstances, why would we say, oh, sure, we got to turn our voting card over to those members? Maybe that's how proxy votes work, but I won't go there. I defer back. I yield back.
I reclaim my time, and Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw my amendment.
the gentleman withdraws his amendment. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purposes, Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
I reserve a point of order.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 1333 offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of
The
Wisconsin.
amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're going to like this amendment, Mr. Chair. HR 133 extends the national origin anti-discrimination provision for immigrant visas to non-immigrant visas. This bill will cause logistical nightmares for the constituents that want to travel after the pandemic is over. And it could put in jeopardy reciprocal agreements and make them null and void. So a little bit different tack than what some of the other members had been talking about. On its face, it sounds like a harmless idea, but there could be implications that haven't been foreseen. For example, the United States and other countries may enter into agreements to facilitate travel between two countries, but the conditions will thus only apply to nationals on a particular country as opposed to worldwide. Will that be considered discrimination on the basis of national origin, even though the requirements are reciprocal? This amendment ensures the continued validity of these agreements, which ensure that the United States citizens are able to easily travel abroad to particular countries, as well as facilitate travel on foreign nationals once travel restrictions are put in place and the pandemic is lifted. For example, under the Obama administration, the governments of the United States and China entered into an agreement on a reciprocal basis to issue visitor visas with a 10-year validity. The agreement requires travelers to periodically update an online form with their current biographical information. As such, any national of China who has a valid 10-year tourist visa and who's traveling with a passport issued by the People's Republic of China must register with the electronic visa update, or the EVUS system. The update on that information must happen every 2 years. Under HR 1333, as currently written, those reciprocal agreements could be nullified. I'm not sure if anybody looked at this in the bill. Eliminating safeguards currently in place to revet foreign nationals on a reciprocal basis. Removing the safeguards carefully negotiated country to country undermines valid concerns such as China's theft of U.S. intellectual property. This amendment adds a simple rule of construction stating that the non-discrimination provision will not be construed to prevent the United States from entering into reciprocal agreements that set conditions on entry into the United States. The requirement of the reciprocity ensures that these agreements will not be used on a discriminatory basis, because the U.S. citizens would be subject to those same requirements if they were to travel abroad to that country. So we only have to hire another staff person, because as soon as the pandemic's over and you have constituents that want to travel abroad, they're going to have trouble. They're going to have trouble in all different ways as a result of the bill that's before us today. So I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment, because this would fix an issue that's part of the bill right now as it stands today. This also would encourage these reciprocal agreements that stay in place and have stayed in place for some time. So once again, Mr. Chairman, I think this is something we've been able to identify, and I think it needs to be addressed, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back for what purposes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lufkin, seek recognition.
First, I'd like to withdraw my point of order. And second, note that I oppose the amendment because it is unnecessary. The matter that has been addressed is already included in the bill. And if I could draw your attention to line 2 and 3 on page 2 of the manager's amendment, statutorily authorized benefits are not covered. The issuance of visas is a statutorily authorized benefit, and the development of bipartisan or bilateral agreements pursuant to those visa issuances are also statutorily recognized. So I understand the gentleman's comment. It's not a necessary amendment, and therefore, I thank him for his important comments, but would suggest that we do not need to adopt this amendment, and therefore, I would oppose it, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? The amendment, seeing none, then the vote is on the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Nay. The
Nay.
nays have it. Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Deutsch.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
Macbeth votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush.
Ms. Bush votes no.
Mr. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Fishbach.
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye.
Mr. Raskin?
Mr. Raskin votes no.
Ms. Escobar?
Ms. Escobar votes no.
Ms. Demings?
Ms. Demings votes no.
Ms. Scanlon?
Ms. Scanlon votes no.
Mr. Correa?
Mr. Correa votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
Bass?
Ms. Bass?
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson, you are not recorded.
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Issa?
how am I recorded?
Mr. Issa, you are not recorded.
I vote yes.
Mr. Issa votes yes.
Are there any other
Mr. Chairman,
members?
how am I recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who have not been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 24 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. What purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1333, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Amendment will be considered as read without objection. The gentleman is recognized in support of the amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I am once again offering an amendment that I offered last Congress. As I do not believe that this bill as drafted sufficiently protects the national security of the United States, H.R. 1333 requires the President to narrowly tailor the suspension or restriction using the least restrictive means to achieve such compelling government interest. I submit to you that the President should not have to use the least restrictive means necessary when the compelling interest is the national security of the United States. The U.S. faces threats both foreign and domestic, and 212F authority is but one tool available to the President to protect our country. Requiring that we not use every tool at our disposal within reason to protect our country is absurd and dangerous. Legally requiring a minimalist approach will constrain the government's ability to identify solutions to the national security concerns that our nation faces. We should not use only the least restrictive means necessary when ensuring the integrity of our elections. We should use all means necessary. We should not use the least restrictive means necessary to ensure that terrorists do not gain entry into the United States. We should use all effective means. We should not use the least restrictive means necessary to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons. We should use all necessary means. My amendment is very simple. It states that the requirement of narrowly tailoring the suspension using the least restrictive means is not applicable when the compelling government interest is the security of the United States. The President, as the executive, should have the authority to be able to respond nimbly to any number of threats our country might face, or as a tool to compel foreign actors to conform to behavior conducive to U.S. policy goals, and should not be so severely limited when it comes to safeguarding our national security. If my colleagues take seriously our national security, then you would support this amendment to ensure that 212F authority may be used to protect the security of America in the future. An example of when we need to consider the security of our country is what's happening today on our southern border. I've been down to the border many, many times already this year, and I go very often. I visit with farmers and ranchers, businesses, communities. Let me tell you, in the Rio Grande Valley, they're apprehending over 2,300 to 2,400 people a day. In the Tucson sector, it's over 600 a day. In the El Paso sector, if you move from El Paso and you go west and you get over through Columbus, New Mexico, and you talk to the ranchers that are there, there's been kidnappings of some of these folks. There's been violence perpetrated on them. There's been vandalism that costs them in excess of hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. It isn't just the humanitarian toll that an open borders policy implemented by this Biden administration that's causing us these problems for the people coming up. That same administration with its policies is causing problems and heartache in the United States, whether it's the communities where I saw 16 people being dropped off at 2 hours' notice in a community of just under 2,000 that has absolutely no community services and told that they should provide services for these people. That's what's going on because of feckless foreign policy. If you want to stop the border surge, there's a few things. Number one, the President of the United States should stand up and say, stop coming. That's the most important thing. Stop coming. We're going to have to turn you away. The second thing is reinstitute the MPP program. The third thing is to reinstitute the PACER program with the 3 Northern Triangle states. Then you could do things like move your asylum judges to the border and forget about the backlog for now. Start handling the current cases where more than 90% of asylum claims are deemed to be fraudulent. Take away the incentive of $1,400 from the bill that was just recently passed. These would stop that and ensure national security. If you want to ensure national security, this amendment that I've offered to you today, to this bill, is the way to do it. I urge everyone to support this bill if you care about national security. And I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself to first withdraw my point of order and also to strike the last word. I urge a defeat of this amendment for a couple of reasons. The amendment is actually pretty problematic and potentially hazardous, as it would open the door to the types of abuses that Section 212F authority misuse that is really the subject of the bill. The bill allows the president to suspend the entry of individuals or a class of individuals if the president determines that they would, quote, undermine the security, unquote, of the United States. If the president identifies a national security issue that would be served by a suspension, the bill then requires the president to narrowly tailor such suspension using the least restrictive means to preserve or protect national security. However, if this amendment is adopted, it would essentially mean that if the president determines there is a national security issue related to a particular country, the president could suspend the admission of all nationals of such country, including long-term permanent residents of the United States, even if the national security issue could be adequately addressed by only suspending the admission of government officials or members of the military. To be clear, under the current bill, if the president determines that there is a national security issue related to a particular country that is so significant that it could only be addressed by suspending the admission of all nationals of that country, the president could do so under the bill. But adopting this amendment, we would encourage the type of reckless behavior that we condemn. I think it's also important to note that in addition to the broad authority that is granted under this bill, there are other provisions in the Immigration and Nationality Act that can be invoked to protect the country from national security threats. For example, Section 212A3 provides broad authority to exclude individuals from the United States if there are reasonable grounds to believe that such individuals present a risk to national security or are entering to engage in any unlawful activities. Further, the least restrictive means clause under this legislation only refers to the scope of the suspension. The president can employ a wide variety of other sanctions on countries or nationals, and this legislation does nothing to limit that authority. I believe this amendment should not be adopted. The bill provides the president with robust authority to protect the country while reining in the potential to abuse this authority, as has been done in the past, to the detriment of our country. And with that, I would yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Buck, recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair, and I want to support my friend from Arizona's amendment. I think it's an excellent amendment. Madam Chair, when it involves terrorism, national security, foreign acts of violence, American policy should be based on adopting the most effective strategy, not the least restrictive means possible. I can't emphasize that enough. Trying to be politically correct when it involves the lives of American citizens is not something that should constrain the President of the United States. His primary duty as President of the United States is to protect Americans at all times. To think that we are involved in a discussion right now about whether the most effective strategy should be placed at the top of this bill, this legislation. I will vote against the legislation whether it is or not, because it is misplaced, misguided legislation. But to suggest that the President of the United States can only consider and can only implement a strategy that's based on the least restrictive means, I think is foolhardy. We would never apply that in other areas of the law and try to restrict a president like that, and we shouldn't when it comes to protecting the lives of Americans. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Jones is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. I oppose this amendment, and I proudly support the No Ban Act. I'm deeply grateful to Representative Chu for her leadership on this and so many other issues. And I want to echo my colleagues' remarks on the importance of the No Ban Act. I applaud President Biden for rescinding Donald Trump's disgraceful Muslim and African bans. But we can't merely undo the dangerous discriminatory decision of the past. We must deny any president the power to repeat them in the future, and that is precisely what this legislation would do. As all of us should have learned on January 6th, white supremacist politics remains a threat to this country. The No Ban Act would ensure that no president has the power to use national security as a pretext for this form of discrimination ever again. Since my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have cited the Supreme Court's decision to uphold the Muslim ban as an excuse for rejecting this bill, I want to make sure we all understand the truth. Donald Trump himself told us that his aim was to impose, quote, a total and complete shutdown of Muslims, unquote, entering the United States. And by upholding that ban in Trump v. Hawaii, the 5-4 far-right majority on the Supreme Court chose to gaslight this entire nation. So contrary to what the critics of this bill contend, the Supreme Court's shameful decision actually underscores why we need the No Ban Act. The No Ban Act repudiates the Supreme Court's bad faith interpretation of the Immigration and Nationality Act. In his opinion for the court, Chief Justice Roberts wrote that the INA, quote, exudes deference to the president in every clause. By passing the No Ban Act, we can rewrite those clauses, effectively overruling the court's shameful deference to Donald Trump. We must not allow the Korimatsu of our time to stand. I know that for President Trump, and perhaps even for some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the discrimination is the point. As long as they can use national security as a pretext for discrimination, they will use national security as a pretext for discrimination. And that is why today we must say enough. No more discriminatory entry bans. No more white supremacist gaslighting. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Yes, I ask permission to claim 5 minutes in support of this amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, I think some of my colleagues need a little history lesson. I know a lot of congressmen don't read the bills, but I hope that my colleagues read this bill in 2015 when they voted for it. The bill I'm talking about is the Visa Waiver Program Improvement and Terrorist Travel Prevention Act of 2015. The sponsor of today's bill, which is pure political posturing, the sponsor of today's bill voted for this act. The chairman of this committee voted for this act. What did this act, called Visa Waiver Program Improvement and Terrorist Travel Prevention Act of 2015, do? It added 4 countries, by the way, 4 of the 7, that they are now accusing President Trump of doing for religious reasons only. Added 4 of those 7 countries with this bill that Chairman Nadler and the sponsor of the No Ban Act voted for in 2015. By the way, President Obama signed this. But did he just sign it? No. He wasn't happy with just banning 4 countries from getting expedited travel visas. He added 3 more. Okay, what were the 4 in the original bill? The 4 in the original bill were Iraq, Syria, Iran, and Sudan. And I submit for the record a note from the ACLU to President Obama complaining about this bill, and I submit for the record H.R. 158, the bill that the chairman voted for that added 4 of these countries, and then subsequently this bill enabled the other 3 countries to be added. I submit for the record the DHS announcement under Obama in 2016 that added the other 3 countries, Libya, Somalia, and Yemen, to the list of countries that can't get a visa waiver of people that traveling from those countries. And finally, I submit to the record President Joe Biden's website, the DHS, that has these 7 countries listed. Well, there aren't just 7, there are 8 now. The other they added was Korea. But those 7 countries are still restricted from the preferential travel treatment or of visas, of getting an expedited or a visa waiver. Folks, was that racist? Was that xenophobic when nearly 400 of our colleagues voted for that? And when Obama signed it? Was it against a religion only? No. My colleagues spoke in favor of it. They said it was to prevent terrorism, to keep our country safe. So I think hypocrisy is on full display today. The political posturing couldn't get any greater. My colleagues who voted to add these 7, now they voted explicitly to add 4, I want to be clear, and then gave Obama the authority and he added the other 3. Not to a complete travel ban. No, maybe they just want to be a little bit racist. They just wanted to exclude them from visa waivers. No, they weren't racist. I'm not going to accuse anybody of that. I won't go there. That's what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing. Everybody who voted for that bill was voting in the best interests of the United States of America. Colorblind, blind to anything except for risk to everyday working Americans. And so I just asked my colleagues today to be consistent.
Would the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield?
Madam Chairwoman, do I have any remaining time?
You do.
I would yield to the gentleman from Texas.
When you were researching this bill, my friend from Kentucky, did you find any speeches in the record by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle or this side of the aisle declaring any of this as a Muslim ban?
I did not.
Thank you.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would yield to some of my colleagues here if
I'm a
anyone
colleague.
would like to speak, but I'm sure that the chairwoman would have plenty of time herself later to speak on this.
Actually, I've already used my 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, with that, I asked somebody to talk about why they voted for this and why it wasn't racist. I don't think it was racist when you all added the other 4 countries. I don't think, and then Obama added the 3 additional ones, the 7 that we're talking about today. That wasn't racist. So let's quit the political posturing. Let's just end it. Let's just go back to doing what's right for America and trying to keep Americans safe. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Cicilline.
Madam Chair, I'm going to assume that our colleague was honestly mistaken and didn't actually read the legislation he just spoke about because he just made a comparison of apples and oranges. But I'd like to yield to the chair for a more eloquent explanation of that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cicilline. I just wanted to make a brief comment on my friend, Mr. Massey's observations, and he is my friend. We worked together on many items together. I recall very closely that debate and that vote, and it really had to do with ISIS and the war in Syria. We, at that time, were unaware of what was going on in great detail in Syria, and there was tremendous concern about why an individual would be in Syria if they weren't involved in ISIS. Now, there could be a legitimate reason. There were Doctors Without Borders that had been into Syria. There were journalists who went in to cover it, but there were also people who were affiliated with ISIS who had returned to commit terrorism. And the judgment was made, not that anybody who was born in those countries would be denied a visa, but that we ought to have an actual interview with that person and find out whether they were Doctors Without Borders or whether they were an ISIS warrior. And that's why we took the step that we did to keep, as the gentleman has acknowledged, to keep the country safer. It was not a denial of a visa or entry. It was simply to require an interview during a time of war to see whether individuals who'd been in Syria, what their purpose was, in understanding that there could be a good reason or there could be a hazardous reason. And as the gentleman has mentioned, I voted for it, and I think over 400 members of Congress voted for it, but it was quite different, and the rationale was considerably different on what we were doing there. And with that, I would yield back to Mr. Cicilline.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding back. And I would just make one final point that there were also no declarations by anyone who supported that legislation that it was a Muslim ban. As we know from the former president's own words, we didn't have to wonder what he did. He told us this was to prevent people of a certain religious faith from entering the United States, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do other members wish? Mr. Buck, you've spoken already.
Oh, I have,
The
okay.
same problem I had. Is there anyone else who seeks?
Do
Madam
Roy?
Chairman?
I do have time on this, Madam Chair? I do, okay.
Mr. Roy.
Then I would seek recognition, and I appreciate that. All I would like to point out, and truly in a good faith observation, Madam Chairwoman, that it remains the case, and I think it's important to note, it remains the case that in that 2015 Act passed overwhelmingly in this Congress, that it was still based on nationality. It was still based on countries. Countries that in this case, more so than I think, if I look at the list of the case that were ultimately determined under the Trump administration, where you had North Korea and you had Venezuela on the list, which are not known to be Muslim majority countries. These countries were in fact, you've got Korea here. I can't remember which were the list of the 4 that were voted on versus which were added. But my point is just, you've got countries here which are majority Muslim countries. And they were decided on straight up on the basis of the nation and the concerns. And I think the chairwoman articulated rationales that were being articulated at the time for concern about Syria and concern about not knowing who's coming, all legitimate concerns. The point here, though, is, and this is why I said what I said earlier, Madam Chairwoman, is that this goes back to, as the gentleman alluded to, it goes back to this being about President Trump. It goes back to that statement or those statements, as opposed to what was the policy adopted, and whether the policy adopted was in defense of the United States of America, and whether there were procedures put in place to go determine which countries might not be working with us to ensure that terrorists don't come to our country, and then act on that. And that was what was done. And that was what was plainly done by the executive order. Then what the principles that were then put in place, they set the baseline, and then the baseline was put in place, and then determinations were made about which countries adhere to those baseline criteria, and then it was executed upon. And again, countries that were not Muslim. Venezuela is decidedly not Muslim, yet Venezuela is decidedly problematic because it is not working with us to ensure that we don't have people coming to our country who wish to do us harm. I would yield to my friend from Colorado.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. It always amazes me how my colleague from Kentucky could think outside the box and come up with these interesting arguments. And I agree with my friends from California and Rhode Island that, yes, these 2 bills are distinguishable. But the point is that the countries are not distinguishable. That President Obama determined that there was a threat from 7 or 8 different countries. And that over 400 members of Congress voted based on knowledge of the threat from 4 of those countries. And it wasn't based on religion, it wasn't based on race, it wasn't based on any other factor than the protection of American citizens. And unfortunately, when President Trump does something, my colleagues start throwing around the race card, throwing around the xenophobic, anti-Muslim card, and it's unfair. President Trump, and this is something I don't think that has been discussed yet, but President Trump's executive order was a 6-month restriction so that his administration could get appointees in place to examine the ability of the executive branch to allow people to come to this country from certain foreign countries. The same foreign countries that were a concern to the Obama administration, the same foreign countries that were a concern to those of us in Congress at the time. So yes, the bill was less restrictive than the travel restrictions put in place by President Obama, but the countries were the same. And to allege that somehow President Trump acted maliciously where President Obama did not, and members of Congress did not, is unfair. And I thank the gentleman from Kentucky for pointing it out. And I yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
And I would just add, and I appreciate my friend from Colorado, I don't know if the gentleman from Kentucky wants any time, but I would just say that these are, in fact, as my friend just pointed out, the same concerns that President Trump had involving national security and terrorism. And I go back to what I read before, that in the executive order in which the president discussed this, it was about, it is the policy of the United States to protect its citizens from terrorist attacks, including those committed by foreign nationals, then put in a process in place. Then the Secretary of Homeland Security put in a number of criteria, including identity management information, national security and public safety information, national security and public safety risk assessment, and then came back and after talking to the Homeland Security, outlined the countries involved. And again, it was a list of countries, including non-Muslim countries. In what universe is that a Muslim ban? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? If not, then the question is on the amendment. All those who are in favor of the amendment will say aye. All those who are opposed will say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And someone called for a roll call.
We'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Nadler. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass.
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline.
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu.
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush.
Ms. Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa.
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach.
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Owens.
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes.
Are there members who wish to vote? Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Nadler votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
Mr. Jeffries?
Mr. Jeffries votes no.
Chairman Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Gentleman from Maryland?
Mr. Raskin votes no.
I'm sorry? Oh, Mr. Gates?
Mr. Gates, you are not recorded. Mr. Gates votes aye.
Are there others who wish to be recorded? If not, the clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, there are 18 ayes and 24 noes.
And the amendment is not adopted. Are there further members seeking to offer amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady is recognized, and I reserve a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1333, offered by Mrs. Sparts of Indiana. Page 3, line 18, after notification, insert of issuance of suspension or restriction. Page 5, after line...
By unanimous consent, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentlelady is recognized to support her amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned below, I do believe that, that before that executive has to have some discretion to deal especially with issues of national security, but I'm also not opposed to have more legislative oversight of the executive branch. I actually have a significant concern with the increase of executive orders happening by the president. It's regardless who we have, a Republican or Democrat in office, we actually, the branch that should do policy making and should really have congressional oversight. So my amendment to this bill, very simple, and hopefully we'll start doing more and kind of develop a better process for us to deal with the powers of executive branch, because to tell you the truth, when we have a lot of drama, demagogy, and debate here for the sake of debate, but not for the sake of solutions, what's happening in the administrative state and the presidential powers are increasing further and further. And we are equal branch, and we have to do our job better. So my amendment to this bill will ensure that the president's termination of suspension of Section 212F is not premature by requiring Congress be consulted prior to termination. I'm using the same language, draft to use, requiring the president to seek permission from Congress to utilize Section 212F authority. And this amendment will ensure that if Congress is required to be part of this process at the beginning, we also should be required to be part of this process at the end, or at least we should be better informed what's happening, because these are very important issues of national security. These are important issues that congressional input should be required as part of it. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
I am seeking, if Ms. Sparks, I wonder if you'd be willing, and I withdraw my point of order. I am trying to understand how your amendment actually alters the bill. You specify, again, the need for consultation.
So generally, the bill requires before the executive order is, the president have this executive order, that the president should report to Congress, right, within 48 hours before he issues the order. So they ask 40 hours before president decides to suspend or revoke this executive order. It's the same process. They should inform Congress that it is not an issue of national security. So it's exactly, it's exactly the same process as we're doing before issue the order and before it's revoked. So it's exactly the same process. I think I do not like a lot of parts of this bill, but have more congressional oversight and input and inform us, better inform. I think it's actually one part of the bills that I like, and hopefully we can start doing it for more executive orders, because I feel like there are too many of them, and it's been really executive powers are getting out of control.
So you're saying if he does not comply,
it's similar language, right? It's a similar language we have if Congress. If we ask here if president is not doing, that's not going to be a valid order. So if president, so it's exactly the same. It's mirrors whatever we do it up front. It's the same what we do it when they revoke it. So it's exactly the same. I kind of mirror the language for the same process.
I thank the gentlelady for being willing to respond to my inquiry. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I must say, I think this amendment actually simply restates what's in the bill. And what's in the bill is appropriate. The consultation process is not too big a burden, and in fact, it's not the only time in immigration law that the president is required to consult with the Congress. For example, I know that the ranking member of the full committee and subcommittee recall that we have yearly consultation with the Secretary of State on the setting of the numbers of refugees. The refugee consultation requirement is in Section 207 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, and it's very prescriptive. The consultation must happen by a specific day. It has to be conducted in person, although we did, during the pandemic, do this virtually, and it has to be conducted by the president's cabinet itself. It is not a delegable consultation. Recognizing that there will be situations that require swift action, the consultation requirement in the bill is less burdensome, actually, than I think is in this amendment, requiring a simple consultation with the Secretary of State and Secretary of Homeland Security to justify the need for the suspension and its proposed duration. And also, if the secretaries aren't available, there's nothing in this bill that prevents them from delegating the consultation requirement to other officers or officials in the department, unlike the refugee consultation, which requires the cabinet official himself or herself to be there. When a cabinet level's official obligations under the INA are non-delegable, the INA is very specific about that, and this bill does not do that. For example, when the Secretary of Labor has to personally certify that there's reasonable cause to initiate an H-1B investigation, the Secretary is designated in addition to the refugee plan that we mentioned earlier. I think, we struck the right balance in this bill, and that the amendment really goes too far, honestly, and I would urge that we not adopt this amendment. I do think we need to give some leeway to the president, and I fear that the amendment as drafted would not do that. And I would yield to Mr. Roy if you have a comment.
I'd appreciate that, Madam Chairwoman, and I want to be able to yield to the amendment's sponsor here in 1 second. What I would just point out is I think my understanding of this is it's literally just the using the exact same language, but in the inverse situation to ensure that if the president is going to terminate, that then the president has to consult Congress. Now, I'm pretty sure, and I don't want to speak for all of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, but we're all opposed to the underlying amendment. That's been perfectly clear based on our rhetoric so far. So we've got concerns, obviously, about what we're doing to the president's authority in the first place. But if we're going to have this scheme put in place, which is what is likely to be the outcome of this proceeding, when we vote on it later, we're saying we should have this change. I think the gentlelady from Indiana, let her speak for herself. We should ensure that the inverse is true, that if the president terminates, as President Biden did when he came into office, that you have to notify Congress. I would yield to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Yeah, that's
I would yield. It's my time, and I reclaim my time. Everything in this amendment is already specified in the underlying bill. And I think there's some confusion here. If you take a look at, for example, page 9 on the amendment specifies on the report language that is included, the bill itself. It's on page line 22. We already, on page 4 of the manager's amendment, looking at lines 7 through 18, it's exactly the same language as in the amendment. So I think that there's some confusion here, and I would recommend that we not amplify that confusion
Madam Chair.
by adopting the bill. And I see that my time has expired, and I would yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would yield to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Well, I just want to clarify, the current language in the bill requires consultation before the order is issued. And if Congress believes that we need to put some limitation, the importance of these actions require consultation up front, then there should be consultation on the back end. So all this bill does, if we believe as Congress, this is an important issue and Congress should be consulted before this executive order is issued, this issue is not any less important when President decides to rescind this order, right? It is exactly when you revoke or suspend this order, it's exactly the same importance. So we need to make sure that Congress consulted again before its revocation. So all it does is uses exactly the same process, not when just issued, but when it's revoked or suspended by the president. So it mirrors that language and just uses the same process, and it's not changing anything else, because if we believe we need to do it on the front end, then we should be on the back end, and it's very consistent. If that's an issue of importance, and we probably, for some of the executive orders, we probably should exercise processes more like that in general, but that's all it does. I yield back to Mr. Jordan.
I would yield to the gentleman from Colorado.
May I ask the sponsor of the amendment a quick question? Is the purpose of your language, and I'm going to give a hypothetical here, if President Trump's executive order were still in place regarding the 7 countries, and President Biden took office, is the purpose of your language to require President Biden to come to Congress also and notify Congress about the change that President Biden wants to enact?
Regardless who president is, because if we believe we give this power to executive branch for stability of the country, we cannot just constantly have this executive just doing without justifying the reasons. So if we believe the issue an executive order of such an importance that we need to put some oversight on any president to be able to issue the order, then it means it's still an issue of importance. So any president, the same president or next president, should come in front of the Congress and say why it is not a national security issue, why it is not a problem anymore, and consult us on this issue. So that's what it does. The presidents cannot just go back and forth if we believe it is already an important. If we do not believe that the flexibility should be there for them doing without informing the Congress, then to suspend this order should be revoked, should be at the same level. We should, treat it at the same level.
Okay, so that's why you use similar language, is to make sure that whatever was required when, whatever reporting requirements were necessary when the executive order was enacted, are also the reporting requirements that are necessary when the order is suspended.
It's exactly the same.
I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Yields back. Does anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Roy? Oh, you've already been recognized.
Well,
No.
You yielded him time, I think.
I yield to you. My apologies.
yeah, no, ma'am, and I'm happy to yield a minute of my time since you yielded your time. I thought that was my time, so I apologize. And I don't want to belabor it too much. I echo what my friend from Colorado just said. I just for purposes of clarity, I just want to see if the chairwoman agrees, or if we've got to the point of, it's fine if we disagree on the amendment. I just want to make sure we're all speaking the same language.
I think
that's what this is doing. It's using it in a different context, using the same language y'all had, but with the specifics of, in the case of President Biden coming in and reversing that, putting in the same requirement to come in and consult the Congress.
If the gentleman would yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that is the understanding. I think that if the gentleman would continue to yield.
Yes, ma'am.
There is a very specific protocol when the underlying law is altered, the underlying immigration law that's embodied in the act. I think the sense is, if you want to go back to the default that the Congress enacted, you don't need this type of prescription. Also, the duration of the suspension is already provided for in the underlying bill, rendering this also unnecessary, but reasonable people may disagree. And I thank the gentleman for yielding and yield back.
Well, I thank for the clarification. I just want to, so that we're all on the same page of what we're voting on. I do believe, and I still support the amendment language offered by the gentlelady from Indiana, because I think it's important to clarify. Again, it is our position that we shouldn't be doing this in the first place, because we should be, respecting the president's role here. But but I would agree with the gentlelady from Indiana that we should use this language to make sure that Congress is being consulted when that kind of an order is being reversed. And without any other colleagues wanting to be yielded to, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized? Seeing no one, the question is on the amendment. All those who are in favor will say aye. All those who are opposed will say no. No. In the impairment, first I have to say I believe the noes prevailed, but the gentlelady asked for a recorded vote, and a recorded vote is ordered.
Mr. Nadler? No. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass? Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Jeffries votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin? Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Ms. Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fischbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fischbach votes aye. Ms. Spartz? Ms. Spartz votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes.
Ms. Jackson-Lee?
Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no.
Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Raskin?
Mr. Raskin votes no.
Mr. Correa?
Chairman.
Have you voted?
Mr. Correa votes no.
Mr. Chairman.
Has Mr. Jeffries voted?
Mr. Jeffries is recorded as no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Is Mr.
Chairman,
Deutsch
how am I
recorded?
recorded?
Mr. Deutsch, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson, you are not recorded.
Vote no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Has Ms. Scanlon been recorded?
Ms. Scanlon is recorded as no.
Are there any other members of the committee who have not voted who wish to vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 24 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments in the nature of to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purposes does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1333, offered by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina.
I reserve a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without a point of order is reserved. Without objection, the amendment is regarded as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would delay the effectiveness of the legislation until the Migrant Protection Protocol, MPP, otherwise known as Remain in Mexico, is re-implemented as it was on January 19, 2021. I joined Ranking Member Jordan and minority members of this committee at the border in the Rio Grande Valley sector, and I witnessed and heard about chaos. I wish that members of the majority on this committee had accepted his invitation to join us. At our March 14 hearing, I asked Secretary Mayorkas if the unprecedented surge of illegal immigrants flooding into the country was expected by the administration or a surprise to the administration. He said, with some hesitation, that he had no expectation one way or the other. I think my question caught him off guard, and I suspected that his answer was not accurate, that the administration fully expected exactly what we are experiencing. In fact, that President Biden and Democrats who have urged him on intended and intend the chaotic, brutal, degrading influx of migrants in direct contravention of U.S. law, the impacts of which are only beginning to be felt in communities around the country and that will, to a significant degree, replicate in the United States the conditions that have so challenged the societies from which they come. But an unsecured border poses additional threats: terrorists, criminal gangs, drugs. I suspected that President Biden knew that all that was coming, but my interactions on this trip with the ranking member confirmed it. In a recorded exchange, I asked the Chief Border Patrol Agent Brian Hastings at the CBP's Donna Detention Facility his analysis of the cause of this unprecedented surge. There's video of that that's been previously published by Newsmax. It's on my Twitter feed today. Agent Hastings said the abandonment of MPP and political reactions to it that it triggered in Mexico caused this surge, and that he had personally informed and warned the Biden administration that abandoning MPP would cause that result. He further said that the eventual termination of Title 42 authority, assuming the pandemic attenuates despite the entry of COVID-positive migrants, will expand the mass arrival of family units with young children across the entire southwest border unless MPP is reestablished. MPP and related agreements with Mexico and Northern Triangle countries solved this problem largely. Extraordinary accomplishment of the Trump administration. The security of this nation demands that these successful policies be re-implemented immediately. Here is the stark choice this amendment poses to every member of this committee. The abandonment of the MPP places the Biden administration and all who support his policy in complicity with criminal cartels who profit enormously from traffic of migrants across the Rio Grande, who oppress and destroy the quality of life and life itself in Central and South America. Will this committee be accomplices, willing accomplices, to those criminal cartels, or will it not? A vote in support of this amendment gives a clear answer. We will not facilitate and support and aggrandize the power and support and means of these criminal cartels. I urge a yes vote. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
To withdraw my point of order and to seek recognition in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
The so-called Remain in Mexico program or the migration protection protocols were not the answer and never were the answer to irregular migration from Central America. I've heard a lot of people, and I do not doubt the sincerity of the comments made about seeing children in distress. I think we all feel that. But the answer to children in distress is not to take an 11-year-old girl who presents at the border and simply to return her to Mexico to a fate unknown. That was the policy of the migration protection protocols, the so-called Remain in Mexico policy. And I think it's important to note that that policy was in direct contradiction to the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, which was passed by the Congress on a huge bipartisan basis a number of years ago. And I worked very hard on that bill with Republican members, and especially not a member of this committee, but Representative Chris Smith on the Foreign Affairs Committee, where we all said as a Congress, if a child presents at the border by themselves, there is a very specific protocol one needs to engage in to make sure that that child is not a victim of sexual trafficking. And that law was ignored, and those children were simply turned away for the last year. Now the Biden administration has made the decision not to ignore the Trafficking Victims Protection Act anymore. And small children or other minors who present at the border are entitled to the provisions of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act to be questioned in a non-threatening way to make sure that they are safe. And if they have a claim for asylum, that they be held in a suitable and nurturing environment until that claim is fully explored, whether they prevail or don't prevail. It is true there are a large number of children coming to the United States, but I think it's important to note that that did not start with President Trump. In fact, the influx and the uptick at the southern border actually began in April of 2020, long before President Biden was even the Democratic nominee, let alone President of the United States. It's interesting to hear, and obviously we value our Border Patrol agents a great deal. They do a tough job, and we appreciate their service to this country. But to think that the suspension of the Return to Mexico program and the adherence to the Trafficking Victim Protection Act had an impact on Mexican immigration misunderstands where the migration is coming from. Well over 90% of these children are coming from 3 countries, not in Mexico, but from Central America. So I think we need to take a look at what is going on and why it is happening. I think President Biden has wisely pointed out that if we only look at our southern border, but don't look at where the individuals are coming from, we will never get ahead of this situation. And frankly, we all know this has been going on for decades under both Democratic and Republican presidents. The fact, we're not seeing people fleeing from Costa Rica or fleeing from Belize. No, they're fleeing from El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala, and for a reason. The amount of violence, including sexual violence, in those 3 countries has forced large numbers of their citizens to flee for their lives. We need to fairly apply the law at the border, but we need to work with other Western Hemisphere countries and help institute the rule of law in those three nations that have spiraled out of control and caused their citizens to flee, not just to the United States, but to flee to countries elsewhere. So I think the proposal, the amendment, is not a sound one. It should be defeated. We do have the need to address the issue at the southern border by providing humane care for the unaccompanied minor children that have presented to us, but we also need to make sure that the source of that disorder, which is really in Central America, is effectively addressed not only by the United States, but other Western Hemisphere countries. And I see that my time has expired. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek?
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The previous speaker, our colleague from California, said the Remain in Mexico policy is not the answer. That's not what the border agents told us last week. Every single one we talked to, including the one referenced by the sponsor of the amendment, Mr. Bishop, he's referenced Brian Hastings, Chief Border Patrol Agent for the Rio Grande Valley sector. He said, but for that change in policy, we would not have this surge, 272,000 in 2 months, that we all witnessed last week. It is the primary driver of the problem. Every single agent we talked to said that's what drove it. So the gentleman's amendment cuts right to the chase. This is where this committee should be. The change in that policy, when the Biden administration announced they would no longer have the MPP program, it all started happening. Why is it happening? Gentlelady from California, why is it happening? It's happening because they changed that policy. So this is why, Mr. Chairman, we need the Secretary Mayorkas here to answer some questions. Like, what are they doing to put back in place this policy? This policy now that is making so 40% of the agent manpower is being used to process versus doing the typical patrol that the taxpayers of this great country expect. So this amendment cuts to the chase. This is the idea we got to talk about, and we got to get fixed. And we need to go back to the policy that was in place in the previous administration. So I support the gentleman's amendment, and would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Bishop, I represent El Paso, Texas, and would love to share with you my views on MPP and kind of what's brought us to this moment. I think it's really important for us to recognize that what we are seeing at our nation's front door is not new. And folks like me from communities right on the border can attest to that we've been facing this challenge at our front door for decades. And in my community, we have dealt with it with incredible humanity, goodwill, and kindness, and fundamentally with love. What we have not done as a nation, and what we have unfortunately failed at, is address this in a holistic way. Address the root causes, modernize the way we treat people at our nation's front door, re-envision the border, update our immigration laws, and acknowledge that immigrants are a net positive to our economy and that immigrants are human beings who are worthy of grace and worthy of kindness. Over the last 4 years, MPP and other policies, including Title 42, which unfortunately the current administration has kept in place, have not ended migration. We've not seen migration stop because of walls or because of policies like MPP. What we've seen is chaos created as a result and human rights violations that are horrific. So with MPP, we've seen families and vulnerable populations pushed just outside of our front door, people sleeping in the streets, waiting to get in, people in sanctuaries, churches, you name it. Women subjected to violent, horrific rapes, people kidnapped, people extorted. I have heard all about that on a daily basis over the last 4 years. The unwinding of MPP is long overdue, Action by this Congress is long overdue. Addressing the root causes is long overdue. And I have hope that we can get there if we work together. This underlying bill is not about this. It's not about what's happening at our nation's front door. It is not about repeating the sins and the atrocities of the past. My hope is that we can all work together to find a sustainable, strategic path forward that embraces and uplifts our values and treats every human being with the dignity that they deserve. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate the testimony of my colleague from Texas, and I think the heartfelt nature from which she shares it with us. But I have to take issue with the sort of dismissal of the current state of affairs as it relates to the past, as well as previous commentary along the same lines. The 171,000 apprehensions in March is an astronomical figure. It blows the lid off of previous numbers. The numbers that we are seeing are things that Border Patrol has never seen before. And the gentlelady from Texas knows that. Because the gentlelady from Texas, like me, has talked to Border Patrol regularly and knows how stressed they are, how unable to do their job they are, how when you go down to Laredo and you go to the 72 miles there that has 2 miles of navigable roads and no fence, and you talk to Border Patrol in Laredo, that they will tell you that they don't have the resources to do their job, right? And so, but importantly, and bear with me to continue, importantly, they can't stop bad actors from coming in between the ports of entry because they're currently operating processing centers in McAllen, a little bit less so in Laredo, but that's what we're actually seeing occur in real time today.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield to the gentlelady for 30 seconds.
I totally agree with you. These Border Patrol agents are stressed out, taxed out. They are my neighbors, my friends, my high school friends. This is not the answer. And I think pretending that MPP or any of these MPP will go away, even if the Biden administration hadn't unwound it. Mexico is not going to sustain this forever. So let's find true strategic solutions together. Let's focus on what this bill does and does not. And I'm willing to work with anybody who wants to work with me to achieve sustainable change.
Reclaiming my time, and I didn't want to interrupt the gentlelady, but I have limited time. The reality is, if you talk to Border Patrol, and my friend from Texas knows this, they will tell you that the MPP program was actually helping them. It was actually working to control and stem the tide. They would actually tell you, if I had the Border Patrol witnesses here, if we were having any real hearings, by the way, ever, on anything whatsoever, instead of just jamming stuff through, either not through committee, or if it goes to committee, goes straight to the floor, we could have real hearings with Border Patrol, and we could talk about what's actually going on. We could talk about the 26,000 people who came through the Del Rio sector that have been caught and seen by cameras through the dark and night. They're not apprehended, and those are your most dangerous actors. We could talk about the fact that the cartel del Noreste, or the Reynosa faction of the Gulf Cartel, who are profiting with hundreds of millions of dollars moving these people for profit. We could talk about the cars stopped in Bernie, Texas, with 5 migrants in it, taken to a stash house in Houston, Texas, to be put into the human trafficking trade and the sex trafficking trade while these cartels make millions of dollars. We should designate these cartels as the terrorist organizations they are. We should knock the knees out from under them. We should restore migrant protection protocols, rely on safe third countries so that we can make sure that migrants, when they're seeking anything like asylum, can come to a safe third country, come to Mexico. We should work, as one of my colleagues said, with Northern Triangle countries in the Western Hemisphere to improve economic strength in those countries. But go watch and listen to the president of El Salvador, Honduras, or Guatemala, who's saying we're losing our people to the United States through these failed policies while they go through dangerous journeys like that 7-year-old girl that I talked to on the border, like the other children and family units that I talked to on the border. When I go to the border, I don't do photo ops. I don't go sit down and go to the wall in El Paso or go down and say, hey, look at me, I'm at the border. I go down to the river and I talk to migrants. And I ask them what they're doing and why they're coming here. And when I spoke to a young man 2 weeks ago at the border, among dozens of others, he told me explicitly why he was coming. Job, He didn't have a job that he liked back home and thought it was a better opportunity to come to the United States. He was very explicit about it. What he didn't say was asylum. Because truthfully, the numbers aren't about asylum. Because our asylum laws are about being persecuted. Religious persecution, government persecution, not economic opportunity. We are generous in our nation for massive ability for immigrants to come to our country and seek economic opportunity, and we should be. But if we offer 1 million, 1.5 million a year, and now we're allowing cartels to operate our border, endanger our communities, endanger migrants who seek to come here, all profiting hundreds of millions of dollars, while the Biden administration undoes every single policy that Border Patrol tells you is working, like MPP, like Title 42. And I cannot believe that we're saying Title 42 should be abandoned, even as we're sitting in this committee hearing wearing masks. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson of Louisiana seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're frustrated, and you can tell. I appreciate the spirit of what Ms. Escobar said, but we have to face the facts. This country is encountering the highest number of illegal immigrants on the southwest border in at least 15 years. This is a new crisis, and it's entirely created by the policies of this administration and the Democrats in Congress. Listen to these stats from just 4 days ago. The latest data from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. More than 172,300 encounters with migrants on the southwest border in March. That's a 71% increase over February, and it's up from 103,000 March 2019 and 50,000 in March 2018. This is a problem. That includes a record 19,000, nearly 19,000 unaccompanied children in this humanitarian crisis. You compare that to about 9,000 in March of 2019 and about 5,000 in March of 2018. And what's the Democrats' response to all this? They're presenting legislation to weaken national security, restrict the president's ability to protect the nation, and promote lawsuits against the U.S. government. This is our first markup in 4 months, and it's being used to pass legislation that doesn't do anything to really solve this crisis. The crisis, as we know, and as the customs agents, Border Patrol will say, and they tell us repeatedly, it's fueled by the poor policies, like the Remain in Mexico policy. The assurance that nobody's going to be deported for 100 days, and this large-scale amnesty that gives aliens hope that by crossing over here and coming here illegally, they'll gain citizenship. This is common sense, and the people back home know it. They're seeing the pictures play out on television. They're hearing the stories. 2 of our colleagues from Texas told me last night, they were down on the border several days ago. They interviewed 14 to 17-year-olds, these migrants who come across the border. And they asked them if they paid the cartels for that transport, and they said, no, that we didn't pay them. We don't have any money. Well, what did you give them in exchange? They said, we have to work for them when we get to the U.S. They're going to work for the cartels. It's indentured servitude. And we have children that are being trafficked, and we all know it, and we're sitting here deliberating over things that don't solve the problem. And people back home have had enough of it, and they should. We have reasonable legislation. I've got the Asylum Reform and Border Protection Act that's been pending now for a while. It would strengthen the credible fear standard for asylum claims. It would enshrine a system whereby aliens can be removed to a safe third country and apply for asylum, and therefore remove the big incentive they have to come and do this illegally. Look, as I said at the outset, I appreciate the spirit, Ms. Escobar. El Paso, they're ground zero for this problem. But she said a couple of things that struck me. She said, immigrants are entitled to grace and kindness. Yes, they are. That's our point. How better could we show grace and kindness than to protect them from cartels and human traffickers? That's what we're talking about. She said we need to address the root causes and look for true strategic solutions. I wrote that down because we agree. What are the solutions? Here they are, real quick, 5 steps. How to solve a border crisis in 5 steps. Number 1, finish the wall. Deploy the technology to the border. Number 2, fully reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy because, again, the experts tell us that's what they need. The people on the border, they're trying to enforce the law, say that this is part of the core problem. Number 3, maintain and robustly implement Title 42 authority. Number 4, require negative COVID tests before releasing all these migrants. They're putting these migrants on trains and planes and sending them all around the country without any tests. We should be doing something about that. Number 5, let's send a clear message. Send a message to everybody that they don't need to come to the U.S. illegally. We do appreciate immigrants. We do value them. We should show them dignity and respect, and part of that is adhering to the rule of law. Legal immigration is something that we all embrace and value. This illegal stuff is causing a crisis that is growing exponentially by the hour, and we're all partially responsible for that if we don't act and set this straight. I support the Bishop Amendment. I think we need to do the right thing, fine-tune this as best we can, but again, these aren't real solutions, and everybody here knows it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, seek recognition?
Move strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio, and I thank the gentlelady from Texas for her comments. But she indulges, with all due respect, a false choice. The Migrant Protection Protocol is not inconsistent with humane treatment. Border Patrol personnel at the Laredo sector asked us to take note of the attire of men and women and children who had been enrolled in the MPP and were coming through the border station for processing and to be released in the United States because of the reversal of the MPP. And the point of those border guards is that they are well-dressed. They are far better dressed and appear to be in far better condition than the migrant families who are coming under a bridge in the middle of the night to be processed through and released, put on buses and airplanes to the rest of the United States. Similarly, it is not consistent with humane treatment to do what the gentleman from Louisiana just made reference to subject this flood of people coming across the Rio Grande, every one of them, the border guards said, the border patrol personnel said, everyone pays a fee, thousands of dollars to the cartel to be admitted to cross the river because they have complete control. And as the gentleman from Louisiana referenced, if they don't have the money, then they're living in indentured servitude under personnel enforced by those cartels in the United States of America once they're allowed here without legal status because they've entered illegally. And those are the choices that are available to them. I agree that it is the obligation of the United States to be humane. But acting in a humane way does not allow one to divorce oneself from reality. I would love nothing better than to address the root causes in El Salvador and other Northern Triangle countries that appear to prompt this mass economic migration. But you do not address those root causes by saying, come to the border now, by inspiring people to show up with Biden T-shirts and other accoutrements. That does not solve the problem. It makes it worse. And there is, and I will say one other thing. Those who believe we're going to put off securing the border of the United States of America until we build healthy, strong, vibrant societies in those countries from which these migrants are arriving is fooling him or herself. It is the purpose and the Declaration of Independence of this government is to secure the rights, the inalienable rights of Americans. Others in other parts of the world have inalienable rights as well. We recognize that, but that is not our responsibility. More to the point, it is outside our potential. It is outside our power. We cannot single-handedly build their economies and instill the rule of law. And one more misguided concept there. We certainly will not facilitate that by absorbing the flood of those who would like to live in peace and law and order from those societies into the United States. We cannot do it. And we will harm Americans in every area of this country and the society we have the responsibility to sustain by failing to exercise the difficult, unemotional, reason that dictates how the border can be secured. There is no alternative. I thank the gentleman from Ohio and yield back the rest of his time.
Thank you. Reclaim my time, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson-Lee, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And again, let me thank you for your leadership and the leadership of Chairwoman Loughran. Let me remind individuals in this room, our colleagues, which I have the greatest respect for, that we are discussing the No Ban Act that deals with the underlying debacle and inhumane action of a blanket ban on Muslims under the Trump administration. When I opened my remarks, I spoke to the question of humanity and the question of being humane. So let me first of all, before I speak to the gentleman's amendment that we're now discussing, say Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan has begun, one of the holiest times of our Muslim brothers and sisters, fellow Americans, and those around the world. That really is a picture of America, the welcoming of people from different walks of life, and winding up having the nation stronger because of their ultimate contributions. As I indicated, there is an unaccompanied minor center in my congressional district. And in addition to the hospitality of Congresswoman Escobar, the center in my congressional district is hosting unaccompanied children who have fled any amount of horror, but their dreams and aspirations are to do good. And in essence, if asylum is granted or a process is granted, to be a good American. Let me be very clear for those of us who have seen the MPP program with our own eyes. It is not a humane program. It is individuals living in squander, in desperation, and conditions that are most devastating, if I might. Poverty, even to the extent that Mexico has pleaded for this program to be refined. You're talking about being taken advantage of? Of course, the cartels are heinous, but they are being taken advantage of with no places to live. That's where people are raped and otherwise. So that is not a panacea. We know that. And I wish our friends, some who have been and some who have not, would actually understand that the MPP program is just a myth. It has no value whatsoever other than what President Trump wanted to do, was to be mean-spirited and to disparage the values of this country. So I support the underlying bill, the No Ban Act. That's what we're here debating, about how devastating it was, and some countries were in, some countries were out. But I think we must also have the truth and facts about where we are today. President Biden has indicated the border is not open. Single adults are sent back. Families with children are sent back as well. But he made a statement of which this administration is making every effort to make good on it, and that is to not treat children inhumane. That is a simple premise that I would think those of us who are in this room, who are parents and who have children in our lives in any other way, would understand. And I would welcome the gentleman who spoke before to work with him as the subcommittee chair on a response to these cartels. I am with you. They are the worst. And there can be some nexus that is beyond in the foreign affairs realm. We should have jurisdiction over the heinous behavior. They do cross into the United States. And so it is time to deal with cartels. Cartels that drop babies over walls and drop babies in water. I know the Rio Grande very well. The children that I spoke to, every one of them, they said they crossed it in the dark, and as they said to me, it was very scary. I can't imagine the trauma these children have gone through. But again, it must be a desperate life that would generate this. We have immigration laws to put in place. We're still working on that. But I have to be able to refute the comparisons with the Biden administration on unaccompanied children, and as well to suggest that our border is open. It is not. And for those who have not seen the MPP program, please see it with your living eyes. And I can assure you, you would not find comfort in that. So I know the good intentions of the gentleman, but I cannot support the present amendment before us because I can't support inhumanity where the actual government, and we have a good relationship with Mexico, is saying we can't handle it. I do think there is value. It's not going to be overnight for us working with the Northern Triangle. And that is what the Biden administration is working on extensively. No, we cannot rebuild a country or a region, but we can be supportive in helping to ensure that we, going forward, have a relationship that allows these people to stay in their home. In the meantime, I cannot support an amendment that takes disaster and makes it worse by submitting children and persons to this kind of effort. Mr. Chairman,
Would the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to yield.
I just would like to,
Yep.
I
The
guess.
gentlelady has no time left to yield.
All right.
Thank the chair. I was willing to do it. Thank the chair. 30 seconds to yield to the gentlelady.
For what purposes does Mr. Owen seek recognition?
I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise to support the amendment and also to oppose the underlying bill. I think it's time for us to, first of all, recognize a basic truth. These kids are not adults. They don't get up one morning and say, you know what, I'm going to just get on the road and walk 1,000 miles for my freedom. You don't start at 4 years old leaving mom and dad so you can get your freedom up in America. These kids are being used, abused, and discarded. And I think it's time we also get rid of this word reimagining. I'm hearing so much reimagining, and it's not working. As we reimagine the police, we reimagine the military. Now we're reimagining the MPP and not listening to the experts who's been doing it for years. These Hispanics, most of them Hispanics who love their community, love their race, love our country, and they're saying it works. But here we sit in DC reimagining what they are doing for years and decades. Let me tell you something that uses an analogy, something called the blitz. I think most of you guys are familiar with this. Football is probably the only time the defense goes on offense. The goal is to create chaos, distractions, and overwhelm. It's when the defense throws caution to the wind, takes big risk, and throws everything but the kitchen sink at the quarterback to intimidate, to bully, to get in his head, and defeat their game plan. We're witnessing the Biden blitz. We're seeing our culture being under attack every single day. Let's not get distracted, my friends. As we hear every single day, we change our conversation from attack on the First Amendment, Second Amendment. Our president just recently decided he's going to do an executive order to take away our Second Amendments. We're now looking at federalizing election laws, which is given to the states to legislate. We're packing the court, trillions of dollars in debt, causing inflation and will devaluate our currency. Defunding the police that's hurting Black Americans more than anybody else. Murder rates. Criminals being put back into those communities, and nobody stands up for them as they defund the police. They're attacking the middle class, and the class that truly wants to come out of the Black community, their business being burned every single month, it seems now, as we defund the police. No, that's all dangerous, but keep in mind, what I just went through, it's going to take months or years to deal with, because most of this is unconstitutional. And the rest of it will be undone in the next 2 years when the Republican Party gets back to House and Senate. What cannot be done is 1.2 million people being projected coming to our country this year. 1.2 million illegal aliens coming into our country, 180,000 unaccompanied kids. And by the way, those who, like me, believe our migrant community It's what makes our culture so great. You know why? Because they come here as families. They come here ready to work with a vision for their kids. Because that's what families do. 4, 5, 6, 10-year-old kids coming here with their family are going to grow up to be, eventually, particularly young men, a menace to our society. We're talking about chaos, and we're feeding the beast. By the way, the 1.2 million, that's right now the population of Wilmington and Vermont.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I'm sorry. Now, let me finish, please. We are feeding the beast. Border Patrol talked to a mother who's sending her son here to get a better life, to get away from gangs. He said, do you realize that when your son comes here, not knowing the language, not assimilating, having a lower education value than those we come to school with, possibly bullied, will find the place that he feels most comfortable with? Who will that be? MS-13. Because those cartels are not only getting wealthy down there, but they're infiltrating our country as we speak and turning these young people into predators. Human trafficking. We have girls, boys, and women being trafficked. And we sit here and act like it's not happening. Let me tell you, human trafficking we got rid of 200 years ago. We're talking about reparation. 20 years from now, the Hispanic community from Mexico, Guatemala have a right to say, I want my reparation because what you did to me 20 years ago, when you did not protect our children, when you put us through this chaos. The Biden bliss is not going to work, my friends. Let's get back to focus on what's the most dangerous thing right now, and that is what's coming through the border, uncontrolled volume flow of people that we're not vetting, that will one day not love our country the way that we want all migrants to love our country. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I yield myself time in opposition to the amendment, and I yield to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think a couple of observations need to be made. As it's true that the United States lacks the capacity to transform 3 Central American countries into areas prosperous as us. And when I, along with the other members of Congress, visited with the then new president of El Salvador, he was the one who pointed out, you don't have to be rich in order to keep your people in your country. Costa Rica isn't rich. Belize is not rich. But at least you can live there without fearing that you're going to get killed. And that's the problem in these 3 countries. The level of violence is as one NGO worker told me, it's like ISIS without religion. And many families looking at their kid is going to be kidnapped and put into sexual bondage, or you're going to send that kid up, hopefully, to escape either to the US or some other country. And parents choose the second alternative, but neither alternative is really a good one. I think it also needs to be said that our inability to reform the immigration laws is also related to the situation that's going on here. The estimate is that half of the children that are coming unaccompanied have a parent in the United States who's been here a considerable period of time. And if we had adopted the Senate Republican immigration reform bill a few years ago, they would be able to actually petition for their children. And in fact, there was a program during the Obama administration that allowed children to apply to reunite with parents and to fly to the United States and not take that perilous journey. Finally, I'd like to say this. Even if we can't do everything, we can do something. And the first thing we do is to stop supporting the governments in those 3 countries when they are in bed with the cartels. The brother of the president of Honduras is currently being prosecuted by the American Drug Enforcement Administration for his work with the drug cartels. When the Organization of American States questioned the election in Honduras because of the fraud, frankly, that had gone on, the United States was the outlier. We supported the president whose country is now aflame with the violence that he refuses to stop. So I hope that the rhetoric that we've heard, that we are being invaded by hordes of people who would threaten the United States, if we could just step back from that and remember that these are children. I know that those of you who went to the border were touched by that. You've said that, and I believe you. But these are children who need help. The Remain in Mexico program didn't help them. A 10-year-old girl who shows up at the border does not need to be told, you're being turned around to whatever fate we know not in northern Mexico, to be exploited or trafficked or murdered or simply to be there by yourself. That is not the answer to what is a serious and complex problem. And I thank the gentleman for allowing me to make those comments. I yield back to the chairman.
And I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do understand the situation very difficult, but I learned a lot of things being on the border. And one thing I can tell you, I feel bad that we created perverse incentive for a lot of these children coming to our country, and being a lot of them, this smuggling efforts and invasion efforts created by cartels, they're making billions, and they controlling the border. But I also want to explain what's really happening there. And if President Biden didn't like what President Trump did, he needed to offer an alternative, and he offered no alternatives. There is no policy at the border. What is Border Patrol? These are American patriots that are fighting for our protection of our rights and freedoms on that border. This is the people with family. This is the people that breaks their heart to see these children on the border. And our Border Patrol to overwhelm that is just un-American for us not to support people that serve our government. They are under our command. And let me tell you what we did. President Biden came and said he doesn't like MPP. He eliminated. He doesn't like PACE and HARP, Prompt Asylum Claim Review. He eliminated it. He didn't like ACAs, Asylum Cooperative Agreements. He eliminated every tool they had to deal at the border. The only tool is left is a Title 42, which is a temporary tool. It's only used during the pandemic. And if pandemic is over, that's it. We will have half of the world in that border. And what in the hell are we going to do as a country? And it's even the application of Title 42, let me tell you. They're applying it very differently, depending on what sector can do. And I agree with Congresswoman Escobar, we need to deal with the issue, but we have to help our Border Patrol. As of right now, what do we have? So in El Paso sector, they take unaccompanied minors, but they only take 100 first families, right?
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not in order.
The committee is not in order.
Thank you. So the first 100 families, 100 first family, they have to keep. So they can only turn back first 100 families. And in Rio Grande Valley sector, they cannot return any families with kids over 7 years old. So they take all of this family with kids under 7 years old. And in the Del Rio sector, they actually able to return families, so you don't see any families coming. There is also about the adults. Some single adults can return if we have an agreement under Title 42. Some of them cannot be returned. And Mexican cartels know it very well. They have a very well-organized strategy to control what's happening at the border. So they will say 500 migrants to one location, know that Border Patrol is going to be overwhelmed, and smuggle in drugs and criminals in other location, because they know that there is no capacity for Border Patrol to deal with. And I understand that maybe there are some things that President doesn't like and Vice President, but they need to get on the ground and propose something else, because as I said again, there are no other tool. Only 7 to 10% of these people, they're legitimate asylum seekers. If we just saying, okay, we're going to open the country, as I said, we cannot have, open borders and welfare state, as Milton Friedman said. We just cannot bring the whole world here. But if we weaken our country, there is no other country in the world that's going to be fighting for freedoms all over the world. We need to make sure that our country is strong, and then we can help other countries and other people around the world to fight for freedoms and have free democratic society. But we need to have strong policies and help people that fighting for us and protecting that border to actually be able to protect our country. And it is our responsibility of the federal government to do it. Sheriffs overwhelmed, mayors overwhelmed in Texas, and I met with Democrat mayors and sheriffs, and they said, please come here and see what's happening. So I hope Vice President and President actually going to show up then, see what's happening and work with us to help, because we're willing to work, but it's unacceptable what's happening at the border. It's humanitarian and national security crisis. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to speak in favor of the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
That's a hard act to follow, I have to say, and Ms. Sparks is speaking from the heart. I wish you'd listen to her. I think the majority simply misses the point. The Remain in Mexico policy worked. It convinced families against making the dangerous 2,000-mile trek to the border because they knew they couldn't gain automatic entry, that they'd have to wait until their claims were adjudicated and would be sent home if their claims were not adjudicated. That's no longer the case. So we're seeing this mass migration building exponentially, and the numbers are stunning. The week of the election, 100 family units illegally crossed the American border, 100 in that week. By the week of the inauguration, that number had climbed to 1,100 in a week. By the week ending March 24th, that number jumped to 14,000. Rightful asylum applies to individuals who've been targeted by their government for persecution because of their race, their religion, or their political beliefs. They achieve asylum the moment they separate themselves from that government by crossing the border of that government. That's the first border they cross. Passing through other nations without claiming asylum in them simply negates any legitimate claim. Most people in the world live in conditions of poverty and violence. That does not give them a right to illegally migrate here. I think it's telling that there are now 1.2 million deportation orders currently pending without being enforced. We were told that only a tiny fraction of those with final deportation orders voluntarily leave. That's where the Remain in Mexico policy was so important, because it discouraged this abuse of our immigration and asylum laws. We were told that most of those subject to remain in Mexico returned home rather than seek asylum in Mexico or wait for asylum here. Most of all, words spread rapidly: don't pay the cartels to make the trip, because you'll just end up being sent home. As one Border Patrol officer told me, the cartels don't give refunds. The best way to assure that children are not subject to the horrors and abuse and assaults and hardships and threats of this 2,000-mile trail of terror is not to start them on that trail. The most humane policy is to prevent them from exposing themselves to such horrors. It's been pointed out that the murder rate in cities like Baltimore and Chicago are comparable to those in El Salvador. That no more gives citizens in Baltimore the right to demand asylum in El Salvador as it gives citizens in El Salvador the right to demand asylum here. A Border Patrol officer related a conversation that he'd had with a woman who brought her 5-year-old child over that 2,000-mile ordeal. He said, "Why would you expose your little boy to this?" And her answer was to escape the gangs and to get him a better education. And the officer said, "Well, don't you understand? The gangs you're trying to escape are already here. And your son's going to be in a school where he doesn't speak English. He's not going to understand what the teacher's saying. He'll be in a strange country where he'll be socially isolated. And he's going to turn to the very gangs that you say you're trying to escape, because he'll be turning to them for acceptance and protection." At the HHS facility we toured, They told us of all the efforts they make to try to locate these children in this country, but they clearly implied the volumes that they're now facing are risking cutting corners. Others are expressing concerns that many of the families are indentured to the cartels for their passage and will have to work years under threat to their families back home to redeem that debt. Many of the homes they're sending children to are family or friends who are themselves here illegally. But what truly stunned me is that no effort whatsoever is made to return the children to the families who sent them here in the first place, to return these children to their actual homes. Why would anyone want to continue the conditions that are driving this mass migration? And lest we forget, the Gallup poll estimates there are 42 million people living in Latin America and the Caribbean who right now want to come here if they can. Biden's withdrawal of the MPP program is what's driving this, precisely because it's rightly convinced these caravans that they'll gain entry, they'll remain here for many years, and if ordered deported, well, they won't be. We're watching the beginning of a mass migration, literally of historic proportions, and no society has ever survived such a phenomenon. The MPP program works. Very few of our immigration laws and policies these days do work, but this one did. And yet that's the one policy the administration gutted. And we've got to restore it if we're going to return order and the rule of law to our southern border. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield my time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado, and I know that we have discussed this now at length, but obviously it is an enormous crisis, and particularly I would say for those of us who represent border states, the impact on our communities, the impact on our states cannot be overstated. The impact on the communities, the mayors, the small towns who have high-speed chases that are running through their communities, like the mayor of Uvalde who talks to me regularly and texts me updates, or in the district I represent now, as far up. And keep in mind, I represent San Antonio to Austin, okay? Bernie, Texas. I already talked about the example of the carload of immigrants that was heading to Houston to a stash house. But what about the other one that was stopped in Bernie, where the young woman, cartel victim, was female, she was trafficked, she couldn't read or write, she couldn't afford to pay the cartel, she knew she would be working to pay off her debt, but she didn't know how. And on the phone of the district attorney, when they were looking at this stuff, and the law enforcement they looked at her phone, the cartel sent her pictures of her husband after they murdered him. This is happening all the time. This is happening in real time. And here's the problem with the MPP situation, right? The gentlelady from Texas, I need to be more specific, Ms. Jackson Lee, referenced the conditions in the MPP camps, or, that this wouldn't be ideal. I would concede that it is not the ideal. I would concede that having places where people are waiting because they're trying to come to the United States is not the ideal. But here's what the MPP policies, which we could always work to improve upon, what they accomplish. They accomplish what the gentleman from California just discussed, which is flipping the amount of pressure, putting pressure back and saying, in family units, they go, hey, wait a minute, we're not going to get in. We're not going to make it to and through and up through this and then have to be subjected to the cartels. That's the point here. It's embracing policies where the United States puts up a very big, loud sign to the world that says, of course you're welcome here, but you're going to have to follow the rules that we put forward because it is in our interest as a sovereign nation and your interest as an immigrant. Yet that is precisely the opposite of what the Biden administration is currently doing. And it blows my mind that we're having this conversation. I understand the plight. We just talked about it. And again, my Democratic colleagues conceded that those of us at the border that have gone down and talked and spoken to children, I've recounted several stories. My colleagues have. My colleague from Indiana was talking about her passionate observations at the border. Of course, our heart goes out to these children, but the very purpose of the MPP amendment is to empower our guys at the border to be able to do something about it. And I got one other thing to say about this. Somebody used the MPP and said this is a stopgap measure, it only sort of works. Look, we wouldn't even be having to have the conversation about MPP or the use of Title 42. By the way, an absurdity that we are depending on Title 42 for border security against dangerous cartels in the midst of a pandemic. It is just facially absurd that is what we're having to rely upon.
So I did.
But what I would suggest to you, is we wouldn't be dealing with that if we had adopted any of the changes that you could do on a single page or a handful of pages to our asylum laws, to our catch and release policies under the Flores settlement, or under TVPRA, or any of the policies that we literally refuse to take the action that we could take to be clear to the world about how our immigration and our border security policies work. We refuse to do it for purely crass political purposes. It is absolutely mind-blowing. Even the Obama administration, even Secretary Johnson, was recognized and put forward ideas on how to deal with TVPRA, catch and release, and asylum policies. 93% of the folks who come across seeking asylum, when they're going through credible fear, are not found to have a credible fear of asylum under the laws of the United States. Yet, we've got signs posted by the Department of Homeland Security along the Rio Grande on DHS stationery that say asilo, with an arrow to a processing center being used to process human beings, children, going through the equivalent of cattle chutes under a bridge to say, welcome to the United States. That is a fundamentally flawed policy. I support the amendment. I support Border Patrol trying to do the job that Congress won't do. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Aye. No. The noes have it. A roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ask for the yeas and nays. Yes, are you already?
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
What's that? The video, so that they know that you're there.
Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin? Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings? Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Mr. Jones? Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Ms. Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomer? Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Sparts, yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Massey, you are not recorded. Mr. Massey votes aye.
Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Jeffries?
Mr. Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Raskin?
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Correa votes no.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones votes no.
Mr. Jones votes no. Mr. Owens, you are not recorded.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Lofgren, you are recorded as no.
Thank you.
Ms. Escobar?
Ms. Escobar votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none. The question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. A reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 1333 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
No.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably. A roll call is requested.
Mr. Chairman, ask for a roll call.
The clerk will call, who asked for the roll call?
I ask for a
Recorded
roll
vote has
call.
been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass?
Bass votes aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal?
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Demings? Ms. Demings votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath?
Macbeth votes aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones votes aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Ms. Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomer? Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fischbach?
No.
Ms. Fischbach votes no. Ms. Sparts?
Sparts, no.
Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Owens?
Mr. Gomer?
Mr. Gomert votes no.
Mr. Jeffries?
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Jeffries, you are not recorded. Mr. Jeffries votes yes.
McClintock votes no.
Mr. McClintock votes no.
Mr. Liu?
Yes.
Mr. Liu votes yes.
Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch?
Aye, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to vote who haven't been recorded? In that case, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 25 ayes and 17 noes.
Well, the ayes have it, and the bill is amended is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, of which there were none. And staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1573, the Access to Council Act of 2021, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 1573, to clarify the rights of all persons.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 1573, the Access to Council Act of 2021, addresses a gap in our immigration laws. The inability of individuals subjected to prolonged inspection at ports of entry to receive the assistance of counsel. The significance of this issue is made clear in January 2017, when President Trump issued the first version of the Muslim ban. Immediately after the order came down, I went to JFK Airport, along with Representative Nydia Velasquez, to assist individuals who had only learned that they were subject to the ban when they landed on U.S. soil. The situation at the airport was chaotic and heartbreaking. Countless individuals, including refugees, lawful permanent residents, individuals with valid visas, and people who had aided our forces in Iraq, were detained for hours by Customs and Border Protection, or CBP, and prevented from speaking with attorneys. Some even had their phones taken away and were refused permission to call their family members. These reports were confirmed in an Inspector General report released on the one-year anniversary of the ban. The report also disclosed that CBP ignored a court order requiring access to counsel, hiding behind a regulatory provision that says the right to counsel does not apply in inspection proceedings. At the very least, I echo the Inspector General when I say that CBP's highly aggressive stance in response to the court order was questionable and troubling. On September 24, 2019, the Subcommittee on Immigration and Citizenship held a joint hearing with the Foreign Affairs Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee to discuss these and other issues arising out of the Muslim ban. We further explored these issues during the February 11, 2021 Immigration Subcommittee hearing on the need for immigration reform, and it was clear that action is needed. While the Muslim ban clearly illustrated the problems with the lack of access to counsel, the greatest impact unfolds at port of entry on a day-to-day basis. Individuals who are refused admission may be unable to reunite with family members, receive critical medical care, or pursue their educational goals. For example, U.S. universities have reported numerous instances in which international students were held for hours at airports, unable to contact anyone for assistance, including university officials who would confirm their enrollment. Students who are ordered deported are not only prohibited from completing their studies, they may also be barred from returning to the United States for 5 years. Our immigration laws are complex, and yet admissibility determinations, which can have life-altering consequences, often turn on conclusions that can be difficult for CBP to resolve in a high-pressure environment with an applicant who is alone, unfamiliar with our laws, and may not be proficient in English. That is why this legislation is so important. H.R. 1573 allows individuals with facially valid travel documents to communicate with counsel or an interested party at no cost to the federal government if they are subjected to prolonged inspection. Counsel will be able to provide information and documentation to the inspecting officer, as well as support and legal advice to the applicant to ensure that their rights are protected. All individuals seeking to enter the United States, even U.S. citizens, must go through the inspection process. That is why this bill, which is fundamentally about protecting due process, is one we should all embrace. I would like to extend a special thanks to my friend and colleague, Representative Jayapal, for her leadership on this issue and for introducing this important legislation. I urge all my colleagues on the committee to support the Access to Counsel Act. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from California for his opening statement, Mr. McClintock, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to begin by thanking Ranking Member Jordan for organizing the trip to the Border Patrol operations in McAllen, Texas last week, which all of our members have been referencing. I think we were all shaken by it because we saw firsthand and in real time the effect of President Biden's executive orders as literally thousands of foreign nationals crossed the border at that location on that day, with most being released in a matter of days, many being released in a matter of hours to the interior of our country. Many are not even given notices to appear anymore. They're simply instructed to call the nearest ICE office when they arrive. Well, we're way beyond any question that this is a border crisis. The question now is whether we have a border at all. And when I put that question directly to the President of the Border Patrol Unit, his answer was an emphatic no. Speaker Pelosi described the collapse of our southern border as, quote, a good path. Well, let me tell you where that path leads. It leads to every community in our country. As one Border Patrol officer said, our border is now your border. Every community in our country is now a border community. The effects will soon be felt as non-English speaking students are packed into local classrooms, as hospital emergency rooms are flooded with illegal aliens demanding routine medical care, as rising crime rates, as gangs proliferate to prey on these populations, as drugs flow freely into neighborhoods, and it will be most, I think, particularly felt as lower wages for working families, as low-wage labor floods the local job market. Now, the only line of defense that the president has not pulled down is the ability of CBP's Field Operations Division to stop illicit activity at our official ports of entry, where large volumes of narcotics and other contraband must pass. We visited their facility at Hidalgo Crossing, where thousands of cars and trucks passing through the port of entry have to be inspected to protect our country from high-volume cartel smuggling. They're the experts at spotting suspicious traffic hidden among the high volume of legal crossings without unduly delaying honest commerce and honest crossings. To do this, they waive the suspicious traffic to secondary inspections where they can identify contraband with very sophisticated equipment run by very experienced officers. This has been a costly inconvenience to the Mexican crime cartels. We literally saw millions of dollars of methamphetamines and other deadly drugs that have been seized at these secondary inspections just recently. But now imagine what would happen if every smuggler waived to a secondary inspection could stop that process cold by demanding a lawyer. Remember, the inspection is not a criminal process. It's simply to determine that things brought into the country meet the requirements of law. Once it's determined that a crime is involved, then the individual does have a right to counsel. But this bill would stop the secondary inspection cold until a lawyer is brought into that process. Well, the practical effect would be to rapidly back up traffic until secondary inspections would simply have to be abandoned. If this isn't actually written by the drug cartels, it certainly is entirely in their interest and service. I think it speaks volumes about the attitudes of the Democrats on the security of our border, the safety of our citizens, and the sovereignty of our nation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Immigration and Citizenship, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's markup of this bill, 1573, the Access to Counsel Act of 2021, is important to help ensure that individuals seeking to enter the United States with facially valid travel documents are treated reasonably. The bill would simply allow individuals to communicate with counsel, petitioning employers or individuals and other interested parties if they're subjected to prolonged inspection. The Immigration and Nationality Act provides individuals in removal proceedings the right of representation at no expense to the government. Although federal regulations extend this right to immigration-related examinations, applicants for admission, specifically those in primary or secondary inspection, are excluded unless they become the focus of a criminal investigation. However, as has been mentioned, due to the complexity of our immigration laws and the fact-intensive nature of questions regarding admissibility, it's not uncommon for some people to languish in secondary inspection for many, many hours. During this time, they are often cut off from the world while they undergo questioning. As the chairman has mentioned, some individuals report having their phones confiscated. And if the individual is lucky enough to have a lawyer, CBP will often refuse to speak with them, even if they can provide critical factual information or correct a legal error. Access to outside assistance is important to ensure that CBP has a complete understanding of the facts and the law before making a determination on admissibility. That's because serious consequences can result from being refused admission, consequences that extend well beyond simply turning around and getting back on a plane. Individuals who are refused admission may be unable to reunite with their families or marry their American fiance. They could be denied the opportunity to work for U.S. employers who have petitioned for them and who are in need of their expertise to make their business a success, or to complete their PhD degrees, or to continue groundbreaking medical research. These problems have always existed, but they became more obvious and urgent during the last administration and in the aftermath of the first Muslim ban in the January 2020, when dozens of U.S. citizens of Iranian descent were held for hours at the Blaine port of entry in Washington amid rising tensions between the United States and Iran. That's one reason why this legislation should move forward. By allowing individuals who lawfully present themselves for inspection at ports of entry to communicate with counsel or other interested parties, CBP will be better equipped to correctly resolve legal uncertainties, and individuals are more likely to be treated in accordance with the requirements of the law. I should note that this does not alter the capacity of the CBP to make a determination to refuse to admit an individual who has presented at the port of entry. It does not require that a person be released. It does not provide that the lawyer be paid for by government expense. It's just allows an individual who's been held for screening to talk to someone and hopefully be able to shed light that will be useful to the CBP as they make their determinations. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Jayapal, for her leadership and steadfast commitment to this issue. Her efforts led to the introduction of this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues on this committee to support the Access to Counsel Act, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the ranking member of the committee, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I was next door at a vote in the Oversight Committee. We got chaos at the border, and the Democrats' response is to send in the lawyers and create more chaos. Last week on our trip to the border, as we talked about on the last bill, border agents told us, every single border agent we talked to told us that they had 272,000 encounters in 2 months alone. March was the busiest month in the history of the Border Patrol. In one pod of the Donna holding facility, there were supposed to be 33 children in that pod. There were 527. We know how serious this is. Every single agent we spoke to said this is all caused by, as we talked about in the last bill, all caused by the Biden administration's decision to end the Remain in Mexico policy. We heard the same thing from ranchers, farmers, county sheriffs, everyone. Everyone said that policy change created this hassle, and now we have a bill in front of us that says, let's create more, let's make sure everybody gets a lawyer, and let's have the taxpayers pay for it. Taxpayers are paying for illegal migrants to stay in hotels. Taxpayers are paying for in-person schooling for migrants in San Diego when American kids have to learn online. And now Democrats want taxpayers to pay for lawyers for parolees, asylees, refugees,
Gentleman, yield.
on and on it goes, all while we have the biggest surge we've ever seen on the border.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I'd be happy to yield.
Just one thing. The bill specifically provides that taxpayers do not pay for the lawyers. It allows people to get lawyers, but it's at their expense.
We all know how that's going to work out, Mr. Chairman. We all know how that's going to work out. We have a crisis on the border. We need, as I said a little earlier, we need the secretary in front of this committee to answer the questions. I hope that the chairman is working, the majority is working to get Secretary Mayorkas in front of the committee to answer our questions and to have a hearing where we can actually have the give and take that you're supposed to have when you have chaos and crisis like we all know exist on our southern border. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1573 offered by Mr. Nadler. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will now recognize myself to explain the amendment. The changes in this amendment in the nature of a substitute are either technical in nature or necessary to clarify the intent of the underlying legislation. For example, the amendment makes technical changes to new section 235E to clarify that a covered individual may access counsel during inspection at ports of entry and through the remainder of the inspection process, including deferred inspection. In addition, the amendment makes a technical change to make it clear that the Secretary of Homeland Security may accept the Form I-407 record of abandonment of lawful permanent resident status without providing the individual an opportunity to seek advice from counsel if the individual provides a written waiver. All the changes made in the amendment are minor in nature and simply improve a good bill. I urge all members to support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. The clerk will call the. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman. Ms. Jaya, for what purpose is the gentlelady From Washington, Ms. Jayapal, the sponsor of the legislation, seek recognition.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so proud to be marking up my Access to Counsel Act today. My bill would make certain that our nation treats those arriving to our borders or airports with dignity and respect. The Access to Counsel Act would ensure that U.S. citizens and others with lawful status have a meaningful opportunity to call an attorney, relative, or other interested party, like a member of Congress, to seek assistance when they're detained for more than an hour at ports of entry, including airports. The Access to Counsel Act was the very first bill I introduced as a member of Congress in response to Donald Trump's Muslim ban. On the day that Trump announced the Muslim ban, as you did, Mr. Chairman, I rushed to my local airport, and what I encountered was the sham of our democracy. Green card holders, family members, refugees, and business travelers held for upwards of 30 hours, in some cases without food or water and without access to legal counsel to help them understand their rights. For hours, I worked with colleagues from the Port of Seattle, the Northwest Immigrant Rights Project, the ACLU, and our governor to get people released. Amidst the utter chaos, I found a U.S. citizen woman waiting to welcome her husband who had been put on a plane back without due process despite traveling on a valid visa. In another case, we stopped a plane on the tarmac to prevent 2 people from being sent back. That night, people from 7 Muslim-majority countries suddenly found themselves being deported and in some cases pressured to sign papers giving up their legal status. I then introduced the Access to Counsel Act in January of 2020 after Customs and Border Protection targeted Iranian Americans at ports of entry. As many as 200 Iranian Americans were held in secondary screening, some for up to 12 hours at the border crossing in Blaine, Washington. Nega Hekmati was detained with her 2 children, all U.S. citizens, for nearly 6 hours, despite the proper and necessary documents to travel. She recalls her small children begging her not to speak Farsi in fear of being detained, recognizing at even such a young age that they were being profiled and unjustly held because of their heritage. In addition, throughout the last administration, we saw dozens of Iranian students with valid visas having their visas revoked or deported upon arrival to the United States simply because of their country of origin. The Access to Counsel Act brings us one step closer in upholding our country's principles of due process and fair treatment. This is simply common sense. We're talking about people who have already been vetted and granted lawful status, whether it's green card holders who have made their homes here or visa holders working, studying, or traveling to the United States on business. This does not create an obligation for the federal government to pay for counsel, despite what the ranking member is saying and continues to indicate he thinks is going to happen. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office estimated last year that the bill would have no effect on direct spending or revenues. Rather, the bill merely ensures that individuals who already have legal status in the United States, who are held in secondary inspection at airports or other points of entry for more than an hour, can call a lawyer, a family member, or other interested parties, and for that counsel or interested party to advocate on behalf of the individual being held. The Access to Counsel Act also invalidates any effort by CBP to persuade somebody to relinquish their green card status if that person has been denied a meaningful opportunity to consult with counsel. I'm very proud to be marking up the Access to Counsel Act alongside the No Ban Act to put an end to some of the most cruel and discriminatory policies adopted by the previous administration and to ensure that they never happen again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to Ms. Lofgren for working with me to bring this bill to markup. This is a common sense measure, and I look forward to my colleagues' support in passing this once again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
For what purpose does Mr. Benz seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 2 of the amendment in nature of substitute, I have grave concerns about the language found down in lines 3 and 4, which states a meaningful opportunity to consult. What does that mean if we have lawyers come in? Does this mean that we have to provide a room, a translator, extra time? If so, how much? If we drop down a little further, it says, that the council and interested party need to advocate? Does that mean a hearing? Does that mean a trial?
Will you yield to me to answer the question?
Please.
No, it does not. All the bill says, including the amendment nature of a substitute, is that someone at a port of entry, if he or she requests an attorney or other counselor, may have the opportunity to consult with such a person without the government having any expense. It's simply an opportunity to speak to a family member, to a lawyer, to whoever they want to, without any expense to the government.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your opinion on that. I would wonder then why the language goes on to say as necessary throughout the remainder of the inspection process, which would suggest that there's anticipated additional time allowed to make this meaningful opportunity to consult meaningful. So I would suggest there's more going on in this bill than a mere telephone call. And I would go down a little further and say, I would point out, it says allow counsel to and an interested party to advocate on behalf of the covered individual, including by providing, and then they list a whole bunch of documents that you can provide. It says including, it doesn't say limited to. So what else do we have to wait for? And then down in the subsection C, it says, to the greatest extent practicable, accommodate a request by the covered individual for counsel to appear at this, I guess, hearing. And again, is it a hearing? And I really would like the record to reflect your thought that it's incredibly narrow and modest. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I do think it's important to note, as the chair has, that this bill does not create a right to counsel at federal expense. It just allows people who are subject to our immigration procedures to be allowed to consult with counsel or another representative when they are detained. Having access to counsel is a central function in our legal system. And due to the complexity of our immigration system, we have seen that immigrants with attorneys fare better at every stage of the proceedings. This doesn't create new rights of entry or new rights of access. It just gives people who are eligible under our laws the opportunity to seek relief. You know, as someone who has been involved in providing free legal counsel to immigrants, including at airports when the Muslim ban was first instituted, we've seen gross miscarriages of justice when people detained on immigration charges are denied access to counsel. We've even seen American citizens deported because they were unable to make their case when they didn't have counsel. So the argument that somehow it's inconvenient or might slow down an illegal process just is about as anti-American as it can get. So I fully support this bill. I thank my colleagues for bringing it and look forward to voting on it. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose is Mr. Bates seek recognition?
Biggs.
Biggs, I'm sorry.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
I reserve a point of order.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1573 offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Page 1, after line 18, insert the following and redesignate the following paragraphs accordingly.
The amendment will be considered as read. For the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment makes a common sense addition to the bill, and simply put, my amendment requires aliens who arrive in the U.S. from a contiguous territory to wait outside of the U.S. while their application for relief or protection is pending. Change will free up resources for CBP to accommodate the requirements of H.R. 1573 by allowing CBP to expeditiously process the aliens who are arriving. If the alien claims a fear of persecution in the contiguous territory, he or she will receive a credible fear screening, and if he or she is determined to have a credible fear, then they will be detained pending while his or her claim is considered. If the alien is found not to have a credible fear, he or she will be returned to the contiguous country and be required to wait outside the U.S. while the claim is pending. This is common sense. This will free up both CBP and ICE resources. Instead of CBP simply catching and releasing aliens, CBP will be able to process them in an efficient manner that will ensure that aliens' claims are heard, while removing the incentive for aliens to fraudulently claim fear of persecution simply so that they can be released into the United States. What's happening at the border right now, which is so interesting because it applies to this bill right now that we're considering in my amendment, why my amendment is so important. CBP is being overrun right now. And so they're turning to a process where they're releasing people into the country with very little vetting because they're being stretched thin. My amendment will help alleviate that potential from happening under the HR 1573 ANS. The reality is, what's going to happen here is the language of this is appropriately amorphous, as has been pointed out by my Republican colleague earlier, because you get a meaningful opportunity to consult. That will be litigated, no doubt. The term advocate on behalf of the covered individual. Well, as a person who advocated on behalf of individuals for a long time in a lot of different courts and administrative hearings, I can tell you that will be interpreted, especially when you consider that there's now an evidentiary hearing presumed here by the language that is on the top of page 3 of the ANS. So that's why my bill is so important, or my amendment to the ANS is so important, because it actually will provide the CBP to quickly remove aliens who don't belong here, and we can not take them away from what's going to happen, because the onslaught will happen under 1573. Because if you don't pay attention, then you won't know this, but if you live along the border, if you get to the border, if you go to other states, if you've traveled extensively in Mexico like I have, you will understand that there is a grapevine that goes from top to bottom, from Mexico down to the Northern Triangle states and on down past that. And so when there's a discussion about amnesty, you're going to see people come. When there's a discussion that everyone who's held to a secondary inspection is now going to be entitled to request an attorney, I guarantee you that will happen, and there'll be an onslaught of that. And I want to get back to something that was just said just a moment ago, again, referring to the Muslim ban. I want to remind you of all of the information that we've put out over and over and over again, this time and before. The final paragraph of the President Trump's travel and national security protection executive order said, I have determined on the basis of recommendations from the Secretary of Homeland Security and other members of my cabinet to impose certain conditional restrictions and limitations as set forth more fully below. And these were the nations: North Korea, a non-Muslim nation; Venezuela, a non-Muslim nation; Chad, which came off that list in 2018; Iran, Libya, Syria, Yemen, and Somalia, most of which were on President Obama's list. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge everyone to support my amendment, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I do insist on my point of order. The amendment is not germane to the bill. The bill requires the Department of Homeland Security to set up a process, they would set up the administrative process, that gives certain covered individuals a meaningful opportunity to consult with counsel or interested parties if they're referred for secondary or deferred inspection when seeking admission to the United States. So who are these covered individuals? Covered individuals includes a person who is a national of the United States. This is all on page 4 of the amendment. 2, an immigrant lawfully admitted for permanent residence who is returning from a temporary visit abroad. 3, an alien seeking admission as an immigrant in possession of a valid unexpired immigrant visa. 4, an alien seeking admission as a non-immigrant in possession of a valid unexpired non-immigrant visa, a refugee, a returning asylee, or an alien who's been approved for parole under Section 212D5A. including an alien who is returning to the United States in possession of a valid advance parole document. None of these describe the individual seeking asylum presenting without documentation. So this, without getting into why I think the amendment is ill-advised, it is certainly not germane, and I would insist on the point of order.
Does the gentleman wish to be heard on the point of order?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I tried to address, and so I won't go into it because I was trying to address those issues, and why it is germane is this. What's going to happen here is there's going to be a significant number of folks that are going to be taking CBP's time to facilitate this new privilege that you're granting here underneath this bill. We don't have personnel to cover that, and we're going to be diverted further, just like we are on the border today with asylum claims. That's why my amendment is germane, because we're dealing with the same basket of personnel, dealing with the same types of issues, and thus I argue very strongly that this is germane to allow CBP to do its mission. Thank you. I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The subject of the bill we are currently considering is access to counsel for certain individuals at points of entry. The gentleman's amendment proposes to add procedures to persons who are not covered individuals in the bill. Ms. Lofgren has stated who the covered individuals are by reading from the bill, and the asylum seekers are not people who arrive with documents, and therefore they're not covered, so that this is a subject that is different, and what the gentleman proposes to do is different from what we are considering in the bill. The amendment is therefore not germane and violates Clause 7 of Rule 16.
Mr. Chairman, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I move to table.
The clerk will call the roll on the motion to table, which is not debatable.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye.
All right. Well,
Mr. Cohen.
Let me go over.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
Aye.
Oh, I gotta get the sound.
Mr. Deutsch, could you turn on your camera?
When it's me. Oh, crap. Is he watching?
Watching.
Oh, I'm next.
Oh, there we go, sorry. Deutsch votes aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass?
Bass votes aye. Bass
Ms.
votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Demings? Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
McBath votes aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Ms. Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Issa?
No.
Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stube.
No.
Mr. Stube votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop. Ms. Fishbach.
No.
Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Jayapal, you're not recorded.
thank you. I vote aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye.
Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes aye.
How is Ms. Bass recorded?
Ms. Bass is recorded as no.
Broad bill, not necessarily everything to do, but I think it would accomplish a lot.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, you are not recorded. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes.
Ms. Bass?
She asked how is she recorded?
Oh, Ms. Bass, you are not recorded right now.
There it is. You're not recorded. Hello? Oh, this is Bass. I'm sorry. Bass votes aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye.
So
Mr. Stanton? Has he been recorded?
Mr. Stanton is recorded as yes.
Are there any members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? In that case, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 21 ayes and 15 noes.
The motion is tabled. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a...
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I just had a quick point of order.
The gentleman will explain his point of order.
I just wanted to thank the clerks for the excellent job they are doing today in recording these votes, especially with the confusion of having folks online and here. And I just wanted to make that point of order.
That's not a point of order, but it's a well-taken sentiment. Are there any other amendments in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
I got one of those, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized. The clerk will report, rather.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1573, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An abundance of caution should always be part of any legislation that requires some significant new action that affects the executive branch. This bill is certainly an example of that. There are approximately 400 million people who transit our borders every year. Although only a fraction will be put in this position, that fraction could still be many millions of people. For that reason, my amendment simply says the effective date shall be 180 days after the date of enactment, not terribly controversial, but gives time for the administration to prepare, and that the relevant cabinet position, the Homeland Security, certifies to the chairman and ranking member of the committees of jurisdiction in the House and Senate that it has, one, sufficient resources to accommodate during the secondary inspection process the access to counsel and other assistant requirements required by this statute, and two, determines that such requirements will not cause such substantial negative impact on the facilitation and lawful trade and travel. Now, Mr. Chairman, we know that the current President of the United States probably is looking forward to signing this bill if it gets to his desk. Certainly, he is in position to instruct the Homeland Security Secretary to certify this. But I also know from my time working with the executive branch that if they're required to say they have the assets to do it, that in fact they will put it into the budget, they will meet with us, and they will prepare properly so that this vision of the author can be recognized without the kind of difficulties that we see, quite frankly, at the border today. We do not need to be discussing another crisis like 175,000 people crossing our border, up several 100% from just a few months ago. So again, all we're really asking is take the time, make a plan, and tell us that the plan will be properly executed. They could be wrong, but at least this amendment says that they do this before the enactment. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren, seek recognition?
To offer my opposition to the amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I understand the comments made by my colleague from California, and although I'm sure well-intentioned, I think they are unnecessary. First, I want to mention that the Congressional Budget Office has completed a preliminary review of this bill and has estimated that the bill would not affect direct spending or revenues. Further, I note that even at in the bill itself, it provides that the department is going to, that the department will set up a structure for this bill to be implemented. And finally, I just think we're overthinking this. The bill does not require CBP to build additional facilities or expand resources. It will not have a significant impact or negative consequences on the ability of CBP to manage migration at the southern border or any border, not at the airports or anywhere. It simply requires the CBP to allow only covered individuals, and that's people with facially valid travel documents or held in secondary inspection for at least an hour to make a phone call to an attorney or a trusted individual. That's why the CBO didn't give this bill a score. Some CBP facilities already allow officers and applicants for admission to engage on a limited basis with counsel, but there are inconsistent practices. CBP doesn't provide any public guidance as to an individual's ability to communicate with the outside world during the inspection process. So we do think it's important to have some consistency across the ports of entry so that there's reasonable consistency when individuals seek admission. But no one seeking admission, and this includes American citizens, should be left just languishing in secondary inspection for hours and hours without at least being able to notify their family or their boss or an attorney. And just think about it. The idea that allowing an individual to use their cell phone to call an attorney or family member, that doesn't require additional CBP resources. This is really a simple, common sense solution to provide additional information to a limited group of individuals who are trying to enter the United States. It's likely to give more information to the CBP when they make decisions. It doesn't alter the authority of CBP in any way to either deny entry or to admit an applicant with a visa. It just gives a little bit better opportunity to have all the information. So I think, my friend and I work together often in past Congresses on immigration matters, and I hope that we will do so again, but I don't think this amendment is necessary, and therefore...
Could the gentlelady yield for a
I would be
question?
happy to yield to the gentleman.
Mr. Cicilline just told me I received a compliment because I was accused of overthinking it. Can I pose a question for the gentlelady? Because I can understand why this particular amendment may not be exactly what you would want, but since this bill does not contain a requirement that the administration weigh in and tell us they're prepared to go, and as a result, they could potentially begin on a day that they are not prepared, and there could be things that are unforeseen. Is there not something that we could put into this bill that would at least require that circle of trust coming back to this committee that they're prepared?
I don't think that's necessary, but I'll tell you what, why don't we continue to talk about that between now and the floor and see if there's something everybody agrees on?
I look forward to it. Thank you.
For what purposes Mr. Johnson of Georgia seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in opposition to the amendment, but I would say that it was proposed in good faith by the gentleman from California, and I do appreciate the thoughtfulness. Though I would agree with my other friend from California that the amendment appears to be unnecessary and just adds to the bureaucracy. I mean, it could not be asking too much to let someone who's been held for an hour to make a phone call to their parent or to a employer for help or to a someone at their school. After all, this legislation, which I proudly support, I rise in favor of the underlying bill proposed by the Congresswoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal. Her rationale was not something that was happening at the southern border. It was introducing this legislation to deal with what occurred around the country at airports and also at airports around the world, the chaos and the inhumanity that was put upon the nation suddenly by the Muslim ban of President Trump, who incidentally opened the playbook to castigating folks at the southern border when he descended down the fake golden encrusted stairs at Trump Tower back in 2015. He and his lovely wife, when he announced his run for president, and called all folks trying to get in at the southern border rapists, murderers, and drug dealers. That's how he described our Mexican and Central American brothers and sisters. And from that day forward, including today, my friends on the other side of the aisle, not including the gentleman from California with his amendment, but others today have been playing from that same playbook, trying to stoke fears and anger and ignorance among the people. And that's a playbook that needs to be closed because Donald Trump is no longer our president. Nobody should feel like they have to get his approval with their talking points today. And again, I'm a proud co-sponsor of the Access to Counsel Act. As a former criminal defense attorney and magistrate judge, I understand the importance of access to legal counsel. And I'm also well aware of the fact that people who don't have legal counsel have other folks that they need to call to get them some help when they need it. And so that's what this legislation will do. Our broken immigration system is already rife with inefficiency and sometimes under Trump, human rights abuses. And the least that we can do in the future for individuals who may be confronted with a lawless and reckless policy promulgated by a lawless president, at least they will have the right to make a phone call to their lawyer or to someone else. This bill would ensure that many who enter this country seeking a better life are not denied access to counsel. Donald Trump's immigration policies were an exercise in bigotry and in cruelty, purposely imposing abuse and neglect as a means to deter desperate immigrant families seeking nothing more than a safe haven. And this bill moves our society further away from Trump's cruel and inhumane policies and takes a critical step towards a fair and functioning immigration system and a humane treatment of our of brothers and sisters who are coming forward seeking safety at our borders. And so I support the Access to Counsel Act. I urge my colleagues to do the same. And last, I would point out a lot of my colleagues are talking about they just recently went to the border and are seeing the chaos that was left as a result of the Trump policies. They didn't care to go down there, most of them, during the Trump reign of terror, when there was nothing but inhumanity and chaos occurring at the border, way beyond that which you're seeing, which they come back and complain about today, point their fingers at today. And they'll continue to do that during this hearing because, like I said, it's from Donald Trump's playbook and they feel like they've got to do something. They're still trying to suck up, but it's not necessary. And it's we're beyond that at this point. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I wasn't gonna, we've been here for a while, and I think we're gonna be here a while longer. I know we have votes coming, and I wasn't gonna address that, but yet again, one of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle continues to perpetuate this trope about the Trump administration and their inhumane policies, and then to suggest that members of our conference are going down to the border, suddenly awakening here during the Biden administration. It's completely, totally absurd. I went to the border numerous times prior to being in Congress as a former federal prosecutor, as a former first assistant attorney general, as the former chief of staff to Ted Cruz, as a former lawyer to John Cornyn, as a former member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, as a Texan who's been to the border numerous times for personal reasons, as a Texan whose district is getting impacted by the lawlessness at our border, made specific trips to go to the border during the Trump administration, highlighting the massive problems that we face at the border, was critical of some of the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security during that time to ensure that we actually secure the border, trying to be just and fair about that. As I mentioned before, during the Trump administration, I offered the Article 1 Act. I don't believe there's a single House Judiciary Democrat who joined that act, even though it was designed to limit the power of the president to have never-ending executive orders just standing out there under emergency orders. I offered that during the Trump administration at a time when it was being used to construct the wall, which I supported. I supported the wall's construction as a policy. But I wanted to make the point about how we use the emergency powers. But where were my Democratic colleagues? Nowhere. And then here we sit, and I'm being told and being lectured by my colleague about when we're going down to the border and what we're reporting. Yes, I was down at the border 3 weeks ago at 2 o'clock in the morning by myself down on the Rio Grande talking to migrants, yes. And I was down at Laredo 2 weeks before that. And I've been at the border multiple times during the 2.5 years that I've been in Congress and all the times before that. Y'all, this is getting a little to the point of absurd about how obvious all of these amendments and all of these bills and all of this legislative activity in the House Judiciary Committee is directed towards one thing: the continued focus on the former president and trying to target this stuff at the former president, whether it was the Muslim ban, which we've already addressed,
which is a false assertion, or whether it's this, the inhumane treatment. The inhumane treatment is at the hands of the cartels. The inhumane treatment is about what is actually occurring at our border in real time as we sit here and speak here today. It's not the desire to try to secure the border of the United States. It's not the desire to use Title 42. I had a Democratic colleague who said we shouldn't be using Title 42. So I assume that it is the position of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that we should have wide open borders with people with COVID coming into the United States, even as we sit here in this room with masks. Even as we have children across America in schools wearing masks or unable to engage fully in education activity. So we shouldn't use Title 42. I just want to be clear. That was stated here today by one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Yet Title 42 is the one thing right now still being used by Border Patrol to hold the line on a massive flood that would make 171,000 seem like a trivial number. These are not playthings. These are not political pawns. These are, in fact, human beings. The cartels actually operating in the district I represent, and probably most of your districts, those are not imaginary. The previous administration's work to secure the border was not inhumane. In fact, having a secure border is humane. And the idea that we're nodding against secure borders as being humane speaks directly to the problem. A secure border is good for the United States and good for immigrants who seek to come here. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Ross seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise to speak against this amendment and in favor of the underlying bill. And I'm going to take a page from the amendment sponsor's playbook and actually address the amendment and the bill. And the reason why I'm opposed to the amendment is that justice delayed is justice denied. And Congresswoman Jayapal introduced this bill more than 2 years ago, and it still has not gone into effect. And during that time, people have not been able to get access to counsel, which is fundamental to the administration of justice. And I want to talk about why I think this bill is so important and why it's so important for my district and the people in my district who I've heard from on this very issue, because it's very different from what we've been discussing. I see this bill as a pro-business, pro-education, pro-research and technology bill. The people who have complained about problems with access to counsel and not being able to make their case are researchers, business people, students, people who want to be in the research triangle of North Carolina in order to work on groundbreaking research and technology, business people who want to return. As a matter of fact, when I met with some of the Asian business leaders in my community, this was their #1 issue. The humiliation of being stopped at the border and detained when they'd been able to freely go in and out legally because they have legal status, and then not being able to get the assistance that they needed. It's a business issue. It's an issue about welcoming the best and the brightest who have gone to the trouble of finding a way here legally and then are experiencing humiliation and told that they cannot call their attorney, that they can't call the attorney for a big biotech company to prove that they're here legally. There is something wrong with saying that these folks should not get access to counsel and that that is too much trouble. It is they are being put through too much trouble. And justice delayed is justice denied. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mrs. Cicilline, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, our legal system rests upon the principle that everyone is entitled to due process of law and a meaningful opportunity to be heard. Having legal representation and access to counsel matters. For some, it's a matter of life or death. Access to counsel at ports of entry can be the difference between whether someone fleeing persecution is allowed to remain safely in the United States, whether someone escaping an area of conflict is deported back to a war zone, or whether a lawfully present visa holder or even an American citizen is detained for a prolonged period of time separated from their loved ones. These are decisions that are often made away from our courts of law. Customs and Border Protection officers have the power to remove an individual from the United States without a hearing through expedited removal based on statements made during an initial screening or information gathered during the deferred detention or secondary inspection process at our ports of entry. And questioning by Immigration and Customs Enforcement can lead to arrest, detention, initiation of removal proceedings, and removal, all done without access to counsel. CBP offices have prohibited attorneys from contacting their clients while they question them for hours on end, and sometimes without access to food, water, or restrooms. CBP officers are even detaining citizens or others for lengthy periods of time when they should have been allowed to enter the United States all along. The time, expense, and other resources associated with these detentions could have been entirely avoided if counsel were permitted to be present during the questioning. H.R. 1573 confirms that the right to access counsel attaches at the time of holding or detention and requires that CBP and ICE provide people detained and questioned with access to make a call and notify an attorney of their detention. This bill doesn't force CBP or ICE to identify and assign lawyers to individuals subject to inspection. It doesn't set aside funds to ensure that individuals get lawyers and are supported through the inspection process. It doesn't create an obligation for the federal government to pay for counsel. All this bill does is open the door to meaningful access to counsel for those who have an attorney ready to assist. It ensures that people who are subjected to prolonged inspection have the chance to communicate with and receive the assistance of counsel and other individuals who can facilitate the inspection process. I want to thank Ms. Jayapal for her extraordinary leadership on this issue and for introducing and authoring this legislation. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of the Access to Counsel Act, and I urge my colleagues to support its adoption. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is anyone seeking? With that in mind, I'll yield myself customary 5 minutes. Let me as well add my appreciation to the gentlelady from Washington State for a very thoughtful initiative, and as well to be able to acknowledge, if you will, the importance of the point of her legislation. I want to be very clear. The legislation applies to individuals with appropriate and legal travel documents or legal status. What that means is that as we all rush to the airport on that fateful day, Ali, a little young man from Egypt who had legal travel documents, his family waiting for him, was himself not allowed to have counsel, and he was a minor. I believe this legislation is thoughtful, and remember, at the expense of the individual, or lawyers who were at the airport who were not allowed at their own expense to come in and help those with legal documents. And let me be clear as well, this is for secondary inspection, meaning this is not when they encounter the CBP agent, it is if they're held and detained. How is that an untenable idea for this committee and for the nation? And so I would ask my colleagues to support this common sense legislation. Again, it allows counsel or a covered interested party the ability to advocate on behalf of the individual by providing information or documentation in support of the individual, affirms the opportunity to access to counsel attached no later than 1 hour after secondary inspection, and validates any effort by CBP to persuade someone to relinquish their legal status by executing an I-407 or record of abandonment of lawful permanent resident status if the person has been denied access to counsel or voluntarily waives in writing the opportunity to seek advice from counsel. Common sense and only fair. What about in 2017, Juan Garcia Mosqueda, a decade-long legal permanent resident of the U.S., was detained at JFK International Airport in New York City and sent back to his native Argentina by a CBP agent who told him this, that lawyers had no jurisdiction at the border. Who would believe that? Am I denied the right to a lawyer coming in from another country? This statement made in weeks following the implementation of the former president's 2017 travel barrier. Or what about in 2020, we saw additional instances of CBP officers unjustly detaining Iranian Americans for up to 12 hours at the northern border in Blaine, Washington, detaining and deporting Iranian students who were attending U.S. universities and people from Iran traveling on valid visas. They had valid travel documents. All we're asking is for them to have the ability in that secondary inspection to have counsel. Immigrants and civil rights activists have also raised concerns that CBP targets people for inspection based on racial profiling. For example, 3 Black CBP officers recently filed a lawsuit against DHS alleging CBP routinely targets and harasses Black travelers at the Blue Water Bridge between Port Huron and Sarnia on the Canadian-Michigan border. Why not have counsel? They had legal documents. And as well, what about Tiana Spears, a Black U.S. citizen diplomat working at the U.S. consulate in Juarez, Mexico, said that she was targeted regularly for inspection over a 4-month period, despite crossing the border daily, possessing a diplomatic passport and global entry approval, and having registered her car in the Sentry program. She states that during these encounters, she was unable to contact counsel or State Department colleagues who could verify her identity. After 4 months of regular apprehensions, she began to develop symptoms of PTSD. I support the underlying bill to counsel and oppose any present amendment at this time. I ask my colleagues to recognize that we must ensure people are treated fairly during these inspections, and to do so at the very minimum requires the CBP permit representation of counsel to those who requested it in secondary inspection who have legal travel documents. This sends a powerful message of who we are as a country. With that, I yield back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into this. As I think about traveling around the world, especially in countries to our south, Middle Eastern countries, African countries, Asian countries where I've traveled, if you get pulled back from secondary screening for questioning, I can't think of a single country that allowed any right to talk to an attorney. If you're a U.S. citizen coming back into the United States, absolutely you have constitutional rights that the Supreme Court has confirmed. If you're coming in or attempting to come in illegally, then the Supreme Court has upheld you don't necessarily have a right to counsel. I'm just wondering, and I'll throw this open, is anybody aware of a country that gives you the right to have counsel if you're asked questions while entering that country where you're not a citizen? I've just never...
The gentleman yield?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
But, and I know the gentleman is sincere that when an American citizen tries to come home, you have a right to come in.
You bet.
If you've done something wrong, you can be prosecuted once you come in, but you can't, we don't have a situation where you're barred. You get to come in. And yet we had a situation where American citizens were kept for, overnight in inspection, isolated, unable to call anyone. And that's really not in keeping with our rules. There are other countries where if you're a citizen of that country, they won't let you back in. So I know that you and I agree that what others do has never been the lodestar for the U.S., and I thank the gentleman for yielding to me.
Sure. But it can be indicative if other countries don't afford rights to non-citizens that are being pushed here. But yeah, I would totally support any American citizen having the right to counsel and the right to writ of habeas corpus, those kind of things. But it's also interesting, though. We have heard, some of us have heard from Border Patrol and from ICE that if somebody talks to an attorney, then all of a sudden they have exactly the words to say that supposedly fits asylum. Not to say that everybody would give false information, because they don't. Most I've seen they're very honest, very candid, but Border Patrol and ICE have reported those situations, yeah.
Yeah, we're not talking about people seeking asylum because they do not have facially valid documents. We're talking about people with facially valid documents who are held and not given the opportunity to call a lawyer or a family member. So we're not talking about asylum seekers at all.
Well, I was giving that example because that could be instructive as well. But anyway, I think we're creating a right here that's not been created anywhere else that I'm aware of. But I haven't heard any place that has a gentleman from California.
Yeah, if the gentleman would
Tom.
yield for a question. So what you're saying is if this only applied to American citizens or even maybe American citizens plus green card holder permanent residents, that this might be a bipartisan bill rather than something where.
No, I can tell you it would be a bipartisan bill.
So we have a consensus. The problem is this would include someone who shows up at the border, gets stopped, is suspected of some criminal activity, and in fact may only have a tourist visa that concerns you.
Right.
And me
My
too.
time is expiring, but the gentleman's correct. Thank you. I yield back.
Does anyone else seek recognition? Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, that was pretty close. I'd like a recorded vote on that.
I don't think it was pretty close, but the gentleman is.
It was as close as any of them.
But the gentleman is entitled to recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Deutsch.
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch.
No.
1 second.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass.
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline.
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu.
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings. Mr. Correa.
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
Macbeth votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones votes no.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush.
Ms. Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomer. Mr. Gomer votes aye. Mr. Issa.
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany.
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach.
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Gates, you're not recorded. Mr. Gates votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? In that case, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, the good news is I have another one. For all of
That was
us.
Mr.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Ice has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report.
I reserve a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1573 offered by
Mr. Issa.
Mr. I.
Mr. Issa.
Mr.
I think we're calling up the one that I did. I'd ask that, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that mine be withdrawn and Mr. Roy's be taken instead, apparently.
Without objection.
Confusion. Thank you.
Without objection, the amendment, the clerk will report the Roy amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute to H.R. 1573 offered by Mr. Roy of Texas. Page 5, line 15, strike the first period and all
Without
that follows.
objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized in support of the amendment.
I thank the chairman. The underlying bill would permit, as we know, interested parties to consult with any covered individual referred for secondary inspection. Interested parties are defined pretty broadly to include practically anyone. They include any relative of the covered individual, the petitioner or sponsor of a visa, or anyone with a bona fide connection to the covered individual. Now, I think we can all see the practical benefits of consulted with a trusted friend, but I think we can also see scenarios for abuse, where this provision, for example, could be used to circumvent law enforcement objectives or to evade customs laws. So, for example, consider a situation where a covered individual is referred for secondary inspection because they are believed to be smuggling drugs or some other contraband. What if they try to call to warn their accomplices on the outside? What if they were to call the cartels, which we know have significant amount of activity in which this kind of thing could be occurring. My amendment would ensure that if the customs officer conducting the examination has reasonable suspicion that the interested party is in fact a criminal co-conspirator, that they don't have to permit the interested party to consult with that person in secondary inspection. Under my amendment, someone suspected of being an internal carrier of drugs, for example, would not be permitted to consult with someone like a known illegal drug importer waiting to pick them up from the airport, giving customs officers the ability to conduct a law enforcement operation to apprehend that person instead of permitting the covered individual to tip off their accomplice. My amendment is intended to permit customs officers to prevent consultation with any interested party in just any circumstance, but only if they have reasonable suspicion that the interested party and covered individual are engaged in a criminal conspiracy. I believe that this would be an improvement to the underlying bill and would be helpful for those in our law enforcement community and those at the border trying to deal with the massive problem that they're dealing with on a daily basis, while accounting for what I believe the author of the underlying bill wants to accomplish with respect to access to counsel. We can debate the merits of that, and we are debating the merits of that, but making sure that our border personnel and that those that are involved with protecting us from dangerous cartels, the trafficking of these dangerous narcotics, fentanyl, et cetera, not allowing these criminal organizations to be able to leverage this bill to their benefit, I think is a worthy objective. And so under that, I would urge my colleagues to consider the important law enforcement implications if you just leave the bill the way it is without amending it, and not urge them to clarify that criminal co-conspirators are not the people envisioned by interested party in the bill. And with that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
To strike the last word and to suggest that the amendment be defeated.
Gentlelady is recognized.
The assertion made by the gentleman from Texas is correct. We certainly do not want collaboration between someone in secondary and drug cartels. However, this whole amendment, the whole bill envisions rulemaking by the Department of Homeland Security to implement the capacity to seek counsel. And if you take a look, it is not my view, and I think it would not be the department's view, that you would have a bona fide connection to the covered individual if your connection was as a part of a criminal conspiracy. So I appreciate the gentleman's raising the issue. I think it highlights it so the department can be sure to cover it when they issue their rulemaking. But I think the bill envisions that through the bona fide language on page 5, line 14. I would further note that if the entering individual is apprehended because they are carrying drugs and is going to be charged with the crime, as the gentleman well knows, they are then going to be entitled not just to a phone call, but to representation in their criminal trial. And that would go far beyond what this bill envisions. What this bill envisions is a quick consultation. I was thinking, if I may just stray a little bit from this amendment, I was thinking back to Mr. Gomert's comments, and I recall a number of years ago, an individual who was starting up a software company, and he was on an H-1B visa, but he got stopped every time he came in because it was a software company, but they were looking for CD discs. Well, you don't have CD discs as a software company anymore. It's all in the cloud. And every time he would get stopped, he'd go through this big rigmarole trying to explain to somebody who was not a software engineer how the software business worked. And I think something like this would have cut through the red tape a lot quicker than this guy finally ended up moving his company to another country. It just became ridiculous to him. But getting back to the proposed amendment, I think it's not necessary. I appreciate the gentleman for raising the issue. I am confident it will be covered in the rulemaking. And with that, I would yield back to the chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Correa seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. And I just wanted to make sure I'm thinking that we're talking about the correct bill. We're talking here, as many of my constituents have called me, they're coming through LAX, American citizens, people with a green card. For some reason, Border Patrol determines that there's something suspicious. They're held for 8 to 9 to 10 hours for investigation. And a simple phone call from these individuals to either an attorney or an interested party to bring in corroborating evidence that they are an American citizen would make the whole system much more effective. Get them through, get them home. I've never had a phone call from a constituent says, I'm at LAX, they just found a pot of Coke on me. They don't call me for that. They call me because they're legitimate, law-abiding citizens or law-abiding residents who, for some reason, the Border Patrol agent has determined that that green card is damaged and maybe it's not valid. I'm hoping in the future we have a computerized system where they can input that green card number and they can determine on the spot that it is in fact a good identification, a good card. I just want to make sure we're talking about that kind of legislation today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Would the gentleman yield? Mr. Correa?
Yes, I yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Correa. I just wanted to add that it isn't even just damaged green cards. I mean, many of the 200 Iranian Americans that were held at the northern border had green cards. They presented them. There was nothing wrong with those green cards, but because of a massive problem with the way that people had been told to, Customs and Border Patrol had been told to hold people simply for being of Iranian descent. This is something that has been working its way through over the last 2 years, and we've gotten the information around it. CBP was directing people to be held simply because they were of Iranian descent. And it didn't matter that they were US citizens or that they were green card holders. There was actually nothing wrong with their paperwork, but they couldn't consult with an attorney. And the attorney actually had to sit outside, X number of yards away from the border crossing so that they at least knew what was happening. So I just want to make it clear, this is a pretty simple bill. It is not expansive in its jurisdiction. It is quite limited. And I think many of the issues that are being raised here, and I respect my colleagues' points that they're bringing up, but many of the issues here are just being brought up here are just not reflecting what we're actually talking about here, which is very simple access to counsel for people who have valid travel documents. Thank you, Mr. Correa. I yield back to you.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose is Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I yield my time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I think the gentleman from Colorado, I would simply note a couple things. One, there's no, disagreement about wanting to make sure that American citizens or those who have legal status are able to afford themselves of their rights and privileges. I mean, nobody disagrees with that. And I think with all due respect to the gentlelady's comments about the nature of this being something that DHS will conduct or carry out through rulemaking, again, we're talking a lot here about, we just voted on an amendment that had Congress going in and, taking away from the president, giving power to the Secretary of State. We've debated that, that's fine. But we're trying to debate here is whether Congress should be the one that simply says here, let's make sure law enforcement has the ability to stop that kind of activity. That's the reason for the amendment, is that Congress can say that. We can right now, and we should. And with all due respect to the gentleman from California, the fact that there's examples of citizens, I'm sure not that many citizens call up their congressman and says, hey, I've got a kilo of Coke on me. I'm in agreement that does not happen on a regular basis. What I also would suggest is that there's a whole lot of people who are not American citizens that our law enforcement officers are having to deal with on a regular basis who are engaged in nefarious conduct. I think we would all agree with that. And when we're talking about, we look at the list, a national of the United States, an immigrant lawfully admitted, an alien seeking admission as an immigrant in possession of a valid unexpired immigrant visa, an alien seeking admission as a non-immigrant in possession of a valid unexpired non-immigrant visa, a refugee, a returning asylee, or an alien who's been approved for parole. It's a long list of individuals that we're talking about here, and that law enforcement, and we always gloss over law enforcement, like, okay, well, let's just do, they're the ones sitting there on the front line trying to figure out what to do, trying to figure out how to protect us from dangerous fentanyl flowing into our country, and dangerous engagements with cartels. And I would just suggest that the purpose of this is to try to make sure that they've got the ability and the power to do that and have that ability to say, hey, you aren't going to be able to use this to call somebody and tip them off. And that's all this is doing. That's all that's intended to do. And I think it is a reasonable amendment to be able to give our law enforcement officials that additional those additional tools and powers to be able to prevent that kind of activity. With that, if there's no other colleagues that wish to speak, I would yield back. You back to the gentleman from Colorado, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. Nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Yeas, request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
Ms. Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings. Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa.
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones votes no.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush.
Ms. Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany.
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy.
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach.
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Cicilline, you're not recorded.
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no.
Mr. Raskin?
Mr. Raskin votes no.
How is Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you're recorded as no.
I'll hold on no.
How is Lou recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Are there any members who wish to vote who haven't voted yet? The clerk will report.
What's that? Oh, yes, totally.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. A series of votes have been called on the House floor, so the committee will stand in recess until the conclusion of those votes. Committee will come back to order. The question before us is, are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I think the gentleman from Texas has one.
Who?
Mr. Roy, the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman, Mr. Roy, is, for what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
An amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1573, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas. Add at the end of the bill the following.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized in support of the amendment.
I thank the chairman. Sorry, get my notes put together here after we've been off voting. And I know we're, obviously talking about the important issue of council, and we've had some good back and forth. I appreciated the back and forth with the gentlelady from California about my earlier amendment,
Thank you.
which obviously I thought was important. And this amendment, I realize, and I think the gentlelady reserved a point of order, and I understand there'll be some questions about whether it's germane. We had some conversations on our side about the importance of what we're talking about here in terms of who's coming to the United States and some of the questions raised. Obviously, we're talking about people here who've already been adjudicated. Someone's already been decided to have been an asylee, and then that person comes back, and then we're talking about counsel. So I understand that it's kind of more about a sort of does it touch the four corners kind of concept, or, kind of in general terms. But the reason that I've offered the amendment, for what it's worth, is it goes to the heart of what we were talking about earlier, about the importance of right now. It is my belief that we are embracing policies that continue to encourage people to come, encourage the flow, encourage cartels, encourage the continued behavior, even with the council stuff itself, in terms of without making provisions like we talked about earlier to ensure that it's not being abused and we're not tipping off, associates of the cartels and so forth. Again, the prism through which I'm viewing all of this are the folks that I'm talking to all of the time on the border, the law enforcement personnel, the people that are overwhelmed, the deep, deep reach now of the cartels into our communities. And my belief that by overwhelming the system, we're endangering our country, endangering immigrants, and we're overwhelming the system so that even when we're talking about things like a council, we don't have the resources, we don't have the places to put them. We just, literally the system is breaking. Because you got 171,000 people. We've had 300,000 apprehensions since the president took office, give or take, about 300,000 apprehensions. And so the purpose of this amendment is pretty simple. It's just to go back to the concept of safe third country and ensuring that we recognize the importance of that principle in international understanding of when an individual is seeking asylum, that they go seek it in the nearest place of relief where they can do so. And that's what we've got here, and trying to figure that out. We've got people traipsing through Mexico to get to the United States to come here. And I understand why. Like, we've talked already, earlier I talked about the immigrants that I visited with. Every single one of them, the young man who said he wanted to get jobs and so forth. Look, God bless him. I understand. I would want to do the same thing. I get it. My concern is that we, the people of the United States, this body, this Congress, our president, are taking steps to continue to encourage that. And if we don't make a loud statement saying, guys, there's an alternative here, and if you're truly seeking asylum, and again, the data is pretty clear that roughly 93% of those who are seeking asylum, that they are not actually ultimately being adjudicated to determined to be found to have meet those requirements. And I think that's a critically important issue. I do understand the extent to which we could talk about this in terms of germaneness, that we're already talking about people who have already been determined to be asylees, and I understand that. The broader point that I'm trying to make is just when you have an overwhelmed system, because we continue to encourage people to come to the United States seeking asylum. As I said, when I was on the Rio Grande and I ran into the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer, and there was the sign on the tree right by the river saying asilo with an arrow this direction. We're encouraging that. And we're encouraging that again to the point that when we're making those determinations, and I saw the gentlelady shaking her head about the debate about 93%. I'm just telling you the data that I get told by the people and the experts that I look at and talking to DHS and so forth. We could have a whole hearing on that if we ever had hearings. And we probably should. But it's a real issue, the extent to which people come here seeking asylum and they don't actually qualify under our asylum laws with respect to persecution. And I think it's important for us to recognize the importance of seeking asylum in safe third countries so our system's not overwhelmed. And with that, I will yield back. Appreciate the chair.
Mr. Chairman?
Does the gentlelady insist on a point of order?
I do, and rather than go into a debate with the gentleman from Texas over the issues that he has raised that I think might not be correct, I'll simply point out that his amendment amends Section 208 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, and the bill itself deals only with Section 235 of the Act. So this is beyond the scope of the bill and is not germane, and I insist on the point of order.
Does the gentleman wish to be heard on the point of order?
I would only argue the point I made earlier. I won't be redundant on that. I would argue that the fact that it touches the different section doesn't change the fact that it's still touching our asylum laws in a very specific way that is germane to the issue at hand. And that's my argument.
The chair is prepared to rule. The chair rules that the amendment is not germane because the bill we are currently considering is access to counsel at ports of entry. The gentleman's amendment proposes to amend a section of the INA that is not addressed in the bill, that doesn't address the point, that is not addressed in the bill regarding asylum rather than access to counsel at ports of entry, which is a different subject, and therefore the amendment is not germane.
Mr. Chairman, I just appeal the ruling of the chair.
I move to table the appeal.
Move to table is not debatable. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch.
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass.
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr.
We
Liu.
also have Josh Courtney as a.
Mr. Raskin. Ms. Jayapal.
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Demings.
Aye.
Ms. Demings votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Dean votes aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones votes aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush.
Ms. Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan.
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomer. Mr. Gomer votes no. Mr. Issa.
No.
Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates.
No.
Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe.
Stubbe votes no.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fischbach.
No.
Ms. Fischbach votes no. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
Lou votes aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to vote who haven't been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 16 noes.
The ayes have it. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Mr. Issa seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1573 offered by Mr. Issa of California. Page 6, line 7, insert.
Without objection, the amendment was considered as read. Mr. Issa is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much has been said about how CBO said there'd be no cost, but obviously, if the federal courts hold that once you give this right to these non-citizens, that in fact that right, if they claim to be indigent for any reason or unable to pay, that right will turn into not a free NGO or a friend, but in fact a federally paid for consul. So based on that assumption, there are two ways to cure this. One is to be honest and authorize the funding in our language. The second one is to correct it or cure it through appropriations, appropriating such funds as may be necessary if a court acts. But since today we are claiming it has no cost and justifying it based on people are only calling their friend, their neighbor, and a lawyer friend that they're paying for, then I believe that the legislation should say so. And with the presumption, strong presumption, that there will be a court challenge and that the federal court likely will in fact rule in such a way that at least some of these individuals will receive federally paid for or federally subsidized consul, I wanted the act to be suspended at that point as a trigger. Now, again, if majority wants to bring this to the floor with a change that recognizes a cost and figures out when and how it would be paid for, or fix it through appropriation, one can do it. Otherwise, I believe that we should hold the authors of this bill to the statement they've made that this has no cost to the federal government, when I believe that is unlikely to be true. And with that, I would yield back.
The gentleman just yield to a question.
I would yield to the.
So I'm just trying to understand the amendment. So the provisions of the bill will not apply in the event that a federal court holds a covered individual shall be afforded counsel, but presumably the access to the counsel will have already happened. So how would this actually work?
Well, the access would be suspended. That this bill would go away effectively until such time as appropriation was found. In other words, this bill has an automatic trigger that if funds are ordered, then the bill stops being in effect.
So if the court found that the individual had a constitutional right to counsel, your response would be?
No. If the court held that if you give someone a right to counsel, that they have a right to counsel at no cost, meaning paid for.
But the bill doesn't give a right to counsel. It simply gives access to be able to access
I
counsel.
fully appreciate that that is your position, but the fact is, an access to counsel has been by members here in your party have been called rights. The author has said that these are rights. Once they get twisted from access to rights, they'll have it. Now, the reality is, as long as no court rules that this access must be paid for in some way or subsidized by the federal government, then this measure would never trigger.
Would the gentleman yield for a
Of course, I
further
would
question?
yield to the gentlelady.
Because I'm trying to understand what this, okay, the provisions, section 1 and 2, basically say you can call your boss, your wife, your lawyer, while you're in secondary inspection, which is generally, I mean, under 6 hours at the worst case. Is the intent of reading this, it looks like if you're a covered individual, let's say that you are,
Well, let's just say you're a student coming in
you're a
on a
student
visa.
coming in, and so you're admitted, and then you commit a crime, and under the law of the state, you are afforded counsel under the Constitution if you cannot afford it.
Reclaiming my time, this holds this act, which has to do with that secondary point. So I would hope the gentlelady's not talking about somebody who's coming back into the country and they're holding him in secondary because he's committed a crime.
No, I'm trying to understand the impact of the bill, of the amendment. One reading of it could be that if any person who's covered later commits an offense that allows, where they have access to paid counsel for an unrelated criminal defense, this bill would be held in abeyance. Is that what you're intending to
Now,
do?
clearly that's not the intent, nor I think is that the fair reading, although I appreciate the gentlelady pointing that out. I believe that the straightforward reading is that covered in section 2, A, 4, and B would be talking about an individual of any description who was in that secondary and was afforded the right to call friends, sort of the friends and lawyers. The only point is that it's been asserted that there's no cost to the government. If a court holds that phone call to the lawyer, the demand for a lawyer, turns into federally paid for attorneys, then that would eliminate this program until or unless Congress further acted to provide such funds.
I'll claim time in opposition.
I yield back.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I think I understand what the gentleman, my colleague from California, is trying to do from our colloquy here, but that's not what the amendment actually provides. The provisions in section 1 and 2 of this act shall no longer be applicable in the event that any federal court holds that a covered individual, as defined, shall be afforded counsel at the expense of the United States government. That could be for any purpose, including a later criminal offense. Let's say you're a legal permanent resident of the United States with a clean record. You get in, then you do some bad thing, and you're charged with a crime. A plain reading of this would suspend the act, even though I understand that's not what the gentleman intends with his amendment. If that isn't what the intent is, I don't think the amendment accomplishes anything, because the provision of the act applies during a very ephemeral time when a person is being in secondary inspection, which, so far as I'm aware, has never gone more than a day, because you'd have a habeas filed by then. So you've got a situation where it's, by the time a court, I guess you could theoretically, you could have someone say that they have a due process right to paid counsel, but that's not going to happen, because the most compelling cases for right to counsel on a due process basis are 5-year-olds in immigration court and removal proceedings. And the argument was made that if you're a 5-year-old and you're by yourself, that you are unable to defend yourself, unable to understand the law, and therefore it's a violation of due process if you are not provided counsel. And the Ninth Circuit did not buy that. And so even in that compelling case, there's no right to counsel, in paid counsel in immigration law. And so I don't think this amendment is, with due respect to my friend, and we do work together, and I hope to work together. Again, I don't think it's well crafted. I don't think it accomplishes the goals that he has in mind, and I think it should be defeated.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I would be happy to yield.
I know of no better way to define covered individual as defined in Section 2A, 4, and B than the way you all did. The expansive statement that you're having, unfortunately, if it could be expanded to a later use of somebody who was arrested a month later, then I guess it could be expanded in this bill for that individual.
No, reclaiming my time, there is no expansion of right to counsel. There's an existing, under the Constitution, unrelated to your immigration status. An American citizen is arrested for a crime that could result in a term in prison. They can't afford counsel. The Constitution currently says they're entitled to counsel at government expense if they can't afford to provide it. We didn't create that by legislation. I mean, that's what the court has decided, and this bill does not affect that. One reading of this amendment would say that that constitutional provision, if anyone who was in a covered category ended up being afforded that constitutional provision, that the act would be suspended. I understand that's not what the gentleman intends, but I think it's one fair reading and one reason why clarity is important, and I think the amendment should be defeated. And I, at this point, would yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Does Ms. Jayapal seek recognition?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to respond to my colleague from California. He seemed to indicate that I had said that I construe access as a right. And I hope I misunderstood that. I certainly don't think that. This bill clearly, which I wrote, clearly does not say that. The bill does not create a right to counsel. It does not impose any obligation on the federal government to pay for or otherwise provide counsel to individuals, which is why the Congressional Budget Office scored it as no effect on direct spending. And so I just wanted to say respectfully to my colleagues across the aisle, you know, at the very beginning, the ranking member was insisting that lawyers would be required to be provided, even after the chairman pointed out that the bill does not do that. Now, my colleague from California is insisting that this will be construed as a right to counsel. And I think we should just stick to what the bill says. It's a pretty simple bill. It's a pretty narrow bill. You know, it has been very clearly articulated in terms of what this is trying to do. And I would urge my colleagues on the other side not to be projecting onto the bill something that isn't even in the bill. We have crafted it very narrowly for a purpose. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unless somebody on our side wants time, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? No. The noes have it.
A quick recorded vote would be appreciated, Mr. Chairman.
Well, there isn't a quick recorded vote, but a recorded vote will be occurred. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee. No. Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass.
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline, Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu,
Who were there?
Mr. Raskin, Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings.
No.
Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
Sorry.
Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
Neguse votes nay.
Mr. Neguse votes nay. Ms. McBath.
Macbeth votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean.
Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones.
Jones votes no.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomer. Mr. Gomer votes aye. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates.
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes aye. Yes. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Fishbach.
Yes.
Ms. Fishbach votes yes. Ms. Sparts. Yes. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes yes. I'll wait for.
Has Ms. Scanlon been recorded?
Ms. Scanlon, you are not recorded.
Thank you. I vote no.
Ms. Scanlon votes no.
Mr. Roy?
How am I recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
Lou votes nay.
Mr. Liu votes nay.
Mr. Roy?
Mr. Roy, you are not recorded. Mr. Roy votes yes.
Mrs. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes.
Are there any other members who wish to vote who haven't voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 22 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1573 offered by Mrs. Sparts of Indiana. Page 5, strike line 19 and all that follows through line 18.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is similar to earlier amendment the gentleman from California proposed, but it's dealing with a little bit more different issues and addressing really the issues of public safety and border security and national security at the border. As I mentioned earlier, our border patrol overwhelmed, and we need to make sure before we create any additional mandates, we actually give time to implement, make sure that they actually do have an ability to secure the border. As you know, I was very surprised to see that now Border Patrol is using prosecutorial authority where they're releasing a lot of migrants with no notice to appear. It's actually in the country. I've noticed that we do enforce COVID protocols in enforcement and removal operation, ICE operations, but we're not enforcing any COVID protocols in a processing facility. I mean, we've looked at some of the pods where they're supposed to hold 33 people, they have over 400. So I think this Border Patrol is overwhelmed and we have additional mandates. So what we need to make sure, at least the Secretary of Homeland Security can reassure us that they're able to provide all these procedures and processes and implement this law before we are going to have this mandate for them, and it's not a threat to national security and public safety. It's a very simple amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The amendment is totally off the point. The amendment says that effectively the bill shall not take effect unless the Secretary of Homeland Security certifies that there are sufficient resources. But the fact of the matter is that the bill imposes no resource requirement whatsoever on anybody, certainly not on the federal government. That is why, as has been pointed out many times in this discussion today, the CBO has estimated the cost of the bill as zero because it doesn't impose any cost in the first place. So an amendment that says the bill shall, in effect, the bill shall not take effect until the Secretary of Homeland Security certifies that he has sufficient resources is unnecessary, off the point, and therefore should be opposed. I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That simply makes no sense. If there's more processing to be done, if there is a logistical task to be undertaken to afford to explain the right, to afford the right to have access to whatever representation, to delay the interview until the representation can be arranged, that just makes no sense at all. There may not be the cost to which the gentleman from California's amendment made reference. That is to say, the majority is arguing that the bill cannot be construed to require a grant of a right to counsel paid for by the United States government. But that does not mean that this will not impose additional logistical burden on the CBP. And it should be said in connection with that the Border Patrol officers, 40% of them are fully occupied in the current disastrous immigration flow on duties other than their mainline duties. You're talking about imposing yet additional duties on them. There will be a cost, and there will not be resources. The amendment's well taken.
But the gentleman yield?
I yield to, who said that? Mr. Jordan. Gentleman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I support the gentlelady's amendment. And he's exactly right. This would be the first time in history a government mandate didn't cost something. I mean, we've all heard about unfunded mandates. I mean, many of us spent time at the state government in the General Assembly back in our respective states, and there's always mandates from the state on local school. Mandates from government always cost something, but this is the first time in history it's not going to cost. And we already know Border Patrol is overwhelmed. The gentlelady has been so articulate several times today talking about what she has seen not on one trip to the border, but on 2 trips to the border. So for the first time, Democrats have figured something out. Mandates don't cost anything. Mr. Bishop, first time in history, this is amazing. So yeah, we should support this amendment. It's just good common sense, and it respects the people who are busting their tail right now on the border, working round the clock to deal with a situation our country has never seen. Border Patrol told us that March was the busiest month in the history of Border Patrol keeping data, keeping records. But we're going to give them a mandate. But don't worry, it's not going to cost anything, not going to matter, not going to make their life tougher. That makes, as the gentleman said, that makes absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense. I appreciate the gentleman for his words and for yielding, and appreciate the gentlelady's amendment, and hope that the committee would actually support something that makes just good common sense. I yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman. It's evident that there are no plans for any proposal or any policy to improve the security of the border. There are plans to consume more resources processing people contrary to the laws of the United States into the country. That's the system, the implementation of the system to which the Biden administration refers to when they say that the system was dismantled. That's the term they use, dismantled. What the system they want to remantle, if you will, is a system to expedite the entry and to apply more resources into the entry into the country of an ever-increasing flow of migrants, economic migrants from other countries. And this is part of that. But the notion that it will not take additional resources or that it will not impose additional burden on the CBP and take it more and more away from its core responsibility to defend and secure the border is an absurd proposition.
Would the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield.
I will. I'm sorry, the gentleman, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I will tell you what is happening on the border. Axios story today, exclusive. Texas nonprofit got massive border contract after hiring Biden official. $530 million no bid contract, 12 times what this organization, this NGO organization's annual budget of any other, 12 times their annual budget, one no bid contract. They get to deal with the influx of migrants. That is what's happening on the border. I would ask, Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent that this article be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
I just wanted to note that the Border Patrol is not impacted at all on this. This only relates to covered individuals who are going to ports of entry. The Border Patrol is patrolling the points between the ports of entry where people were attempting to enter without inspection, so it wouldn't have an impact on the Border Patrol, and I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Since my time has expired, I don't have an opportunity to respond to that. I hope I'll have an opportunity shortly.
For what purpose does Ms. Escobar seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as someone who is a third-generation border resident, someone born and raised and has lived my life going back and forth across the ports of entry, it is really striking to me how little some lawmakers understand what actually happens along the border, which is why I work really hard when members come to El Paso on one of my CODELs to do everything I can to explain how things work. As Ms. Lofgren pointed out, Border Patrol agents are not those folks handling secondary inspections at the ports of entry. Those are OFO officers. OFO officers are the ones who handle the operations at the ports of entry. So this has nothing to do with Border Patrol. So Border Patrol agents will not be impacted at all. And as someone who represents a border community, I can tell you that some of the regular complaints that my office gets, I get them when I'm at the grocery store, just talking to folks. People are pulled into secondary for various reasons. Most of the folks pulled into secondary at the ports of entry, in my experience, have been American citizens. And if they can just use the phone to call a spouse, their employer, or people who are waiting on them, that is part of what this bill does. It is so simple and it is so fundamental. But what has happened at our ports of entry and what has happened with communities like mine along the border is our rights have been eroded significantly over time. The fact that there even has to be a bill about this is pretty shocking. And the fact that there is such opposition to such a fundamental issue as being able to use a phone to call someone when you're being detained is also shocking. I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Congresswoman Escobar. I just wanted to add to what you said. I actually think that this bill is going to save time and resources from Border Patrol because they won't have dozens of people, in some case hundreds of people, languishing, U.S. citizens, U.S. permanent residents, people with valid visas, languishing in Border Patrol facilities. Those facilities have been overcrowded with these individuals. I represent a northern border state, and I mentioned the Iranian Americans, 200 Iranian Americans who were held in a tiny little room for hours, and for up to 12 hours. And so if anything, this is going to help save space and resources from Border Patrol and allow these individuals, the vast majority U.S. citizens, legal permanent residents, to just be able to call an attorney so they can, or a family member or whoever, so that they can quickly clear this up and get out of there. I appreciate that my colleagues keep trying to make this, some big thing that's going to cost a lot of money and create all these problems. But this bill will actually help Border Patrol to be able to put their resources into the things they should be focusing on, rather than keeping U.S. citizens, legal permanent residents, and other people with valid visas in essentially a lockdown and not allowing them to get any assistance. Thank you, and I yield back to my colleague.
Mr. Chairman. Does the gentlelady yield back?
She did.
Yes, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Move strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Yield the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the gentleman. And I think I was going to respond to the gentlelady from California, but I'll start with Ms. Jayapal. If I understood what she just said, she contends that granting a right to counsel, granting access to counsel in an interview, is going to expedite the process of the interview. Anyone who's ever look, I've practiced law for 30 years. It's very important to have a right to counsel for American citizens in various circumstances. The Constitution guarantees it. It doesn't make things go faster.
Would the gentleman yield just for correction?
Not now, let me finish the point if I can. To the gentlelady from California, who said this will not have an impact on the Border Patrol. Granted, the 40% of impact on the Border Patrol, taking those line officers out of their primary duty in order to provide babysitting and care services, is what the Border Patrol is enduring. But we also went to the ports of entry, and I thank the gentlelady for triggering my memory about it, because they were emphatic about the burdens on their resources of processing people through, the limitations of their space. In the McAllen station, for example, or Hidalgo, I guess it is, a facility that is owned by and provided by, leased from McAllen, very old, limited places, and they were actually taking pains to point out to us how they would be constrained in terms of interviewing, in fact, exactly that, interviewing entrants into the country that they are required to process if things should change. They were concerned about their ability to maintain queuing. They showed us videos about how the station itself was overwhelmed with riotous migrants within the last couple of years. The notion, again, that there's no impact on the Border Patrol for this particular additional burden you wish to impose is apt and correct as far as it goes, but there is a burden on the Office of Field Operations, I believe they call it, the agents, the U.S. Border Patrol, I think it's U.S. Border Patrol, who man the ports of entry. And for that particular station, as they illustrated for us, it would create utter chaos to have this additional burden imposed upon them. And with that, I think I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
Would the gentleman yield the gentlelady from Indiana?
Thank you very much. I actually probably didn't know much difference between Border Patrol and Border Protection, but being three sectors of the border, I actually do, and I understand how interconnected they are. The only reason now Border Patrol is more overwhelmed than Border Protection is because we don't let people go through legal ports of entry, but when they do go through legal ports of entry, we used to have a lot of people standing in this facility. So there will be, if we change the policy, it will be the same situation now with dealing with different groups of people to protect our border. So it's regardless what it is, if Secretary of Homeland Security believes that's not an issue, and they can implement all these processes for all of these sectors, whatever the policies they're going to implement to deal with influx, what we're happening right now on the border, and with asylum procedure, however they're going to reform to deal with that, they just need to make sure they say we can assure that we can protect our country. There is no risk to public safety and security, and they have time to implement procedure, and this law can go on. So I just wanted to clarify, I understand the distinction, but it's very interconnected, and they both protect different sectors of the border and dealing with these issues at different levels of time. Thank you very much. Back.
Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Benz seek recognition?
Move to strike, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman is recognized.
So just a few facts that might be of interest given the topic we're discussing. There are 17 million secondary inspections a year. Of those 17 million, and I don't have the number for this year, I have the number for 2013, 205 aliens were denied admission at ports of entry. If you divide 205 million by 365 days in the year, you get 561 possible calls for counsel. And it strains the imagination to think that we wouldn't encounter cost when you look at the list of things captured in the bill that have to happen, which I went through about 3 hours ago and pointed out that we have to provide a meaningful opportunity to consult, not just an opportunity, that we have to do this in 1 hour. Where are we going to put everybody while they wait? And we also have to have a given counsel or an interested party an opportunity to appear. So all of this requires additional space, additional time, and there are literally, I'm going to call it again, 17 million secondary inspections a year, and of that, 7 or 8 years ago, 205,000 would be covered by this bill, so it's going to be expensive. Yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm in support of the Sparks Amendment, and I just want to clarify just a couple things. I recognize that technically that a Border Patrol agent is a Border Patrol agent, just as someone who works in field operations or OFO, which does a lot of these, also is an employee of CBP. That's the first thing. So you can make a lot of that as you wish. But this bill, this amendment, what it does is actually would facilitate what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want, apparently. Because what it's asking for is to make sure there's sufficient resources to accommodate during the secondary inspection process, the access to counsel and other assistance requirements set forth in the amendment made by subsection A here today. So basically, the Sparks Amendment is actually very rational, very straightforward. It's asking that you make sure, and it's actually quite simple. Secretary of Homeland Security makes that certification in writing to the chairman, ranking member of this committee. And then also determines that the requirements herein won't cause a negative impact on national security and public safety. I mean, we're not talking something that's radical here. We're talking about something that's rational. And maybe that's a step too far. But I support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. No.
No.
The noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote. I asked for a
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass.
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu.
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings.
No.
Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean.
Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa.
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe.
Stubbe votes yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes yes. Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Fischbach.
Yes.
Ms. Fischbach votes yes. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes yes.
Ms. Jackson Lee?
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes no.
How am I recorded, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Swalwell?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who have not been recorded?
This is Ms.
Ms. Bush, you are not recorded. Or having internet issues.
Don't we have one of our people frozen? Don't we have one of our people frozen? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 24 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by
Ms.
vote.
Bush?
This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in nature of a substitute is agreed to. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 1573 as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably. Recorded vote is
Chairman, ask
requested,
for a recorded
and the
vote.
clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch.
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass.
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu.
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Demings.
Aye.
Ms. Demings votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia votes yes. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Dean votes aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomer. Mr. Gomer votes no. Mr. Issa.
No.
Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe.
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fischbach.
No.
Ms. Fischbach votes no. Ms. Sparts. Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes no.
Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen votes aye.
Are there any members who haven't voted who wish to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 24 ayes and 16 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is amended, the bill is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes.
Mr. Chairman, just
Pursuant,
had a quick question.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Just a question of the chairman. Mr. Chairman, just a question on an issue that concerns the committee. It's being reported by the DC Bureau Chief for The Intercept, the gentleman Ryan Grimm. I understand it's not always wise to believe what's said on Twitter, but he's reporting that the Democrats will be introducing legislation to expand the Supreme Court from 9 members to 13 members, and that you and 2 of our members on this committee will be sponsoring that legislation. Is that accurate?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
That is not the
This is
subject.
not like an appropriate
that is
time to
not
make
the
inquiry
sub-
of the chairman.
That is not the subject of the markup.
Expanding the Supreme
That is
Court,
not the
a
subject
report
of
that
the-
the chairman's going to be
that is
sponsoring
not-
legislation is not something to be talked about on the House Judiciary.
In the middle of a markup.
The gentleman,
I waited till the bill was over and asked the
gentleman will
chairman a question.
suspend.
If you don't think it's important about the Democrats trying to expand the
gentleman will
size of the
suspend.
Supreme Court,
pursuant to notice.
I think that's a pretty important issue,
Pursuant
Mr.
to notice, I
Cicilline.
now call up H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act, for purposes of markup, and move the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The
Will we
clerk
take
will
that as, can we take that
the
as a
clerk
no,
will
you're not
report the bill.
sponsoring that, Mr. Chairman?
H.R. 40, to address the fundamental injustice, cruelty, brutality, and inhumanity of slavery in the United States. And
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act, is historic legislation that would establish a commission to examine the shameful legacy of slavery and Jim Crow in this country and to develop proposals on how we can best move forward as a nation. This legislation is long overdue. For nearly 3 decades, the former chairman of this committee, John Conyers of Michigan, introduced H.R. 40. Our colleague, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, has taken up this sponsorship of this legislation, and I am pleased to be an original co-sponsor. H.R. 40 is intended to begin a national conversation about how to confront the brutal mistreatment of African Americans during chattel slavery, Jim Crow segregation, and the enduring structural racism that remains endemic to our society today. Even long after slavery was abolished, the anti-black racism that undergirded it reflected and defined part of our nation's attitudes, shaping its policies and institutions. Today, we still live with racial disparities in access to education, healthcare, housing, insurance, employment, and other social goods that are directly attributable to the damaging legacy of slavery and government-sponsored racial discrimination. These disparities, in terms of disproportionate burdens on African Americans, have only been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. It is important to recognize that H.R. 40 makes no conclusion about how to properly atone for and make recompense for the legacy of slavery and its lingering consequences. It does not mandate financial payments of any kind, and it does not prejudge the outcome of the Commission's work. Instead, it sets forth a process by which a diverse group of experts and stakeholders can study the complex issues involved and make recommendations. In fact, most serious reparations models that have been proposed to date have focused on reparative, community-based programs of employment, healthcare, housing, and educational initiatives, righting wrongs that cannot be fixed with checks alone. This moment of national reckoning comes at a time when our nation must find constructive ways to confront a rising tide of racial and ethnic division. On January 6th, we saw the ugly confluence of such divisions, as white nationalist groups appeared to be among those playing a central role in the violent assault on the United States Capitol. And we continue to see unarmed black people killed by police at a disproportionate rate, with another tragic death just this week. White nationalism and police community conflict are just part of the long legacy of anti-black racism that has shaped our nation's laws, institutions, and societal attitudes. That racism and division hold back our country's longstanding efforts to carry out what the preamble to the Constitution says it is designed to do, to form a more perfect union. Reparations in the context of H.R. 40 are ultimately about respect and reconciliation, and the hope that one day all Americans can walk together toward a more just future. I hope the commission established by H.R. 40 can help us better comprehend our own history and bring us closer to racial understanding and advancement. The discussion of reparations is a journey in which the road traveled is almost more important than the exact destination. Passing H.R. 40 is an important first step. I am pleased that the Judiciary Committee is beginning this journey today, and I urge all my colleagues to support this important legislation. Before I yield to the ranking member, I want to note that we are all joined in this room by the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee, and without objection, I will place in the record a letter from her in support of the bill. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. $20 million to create a 15-member commission to study reparations. Here's who makes up the commission. President Biden gets to select 3. Senator Leahy gets to select 3. Speaker Pelosi gets to select 3. The remaining 6 are selected by the commissioner, or excuse me, by the commission's director, but they have to come from organizations that support reparations. 15 people spending $20 million of taxpayer money to reach a conclusion we already know what it's going to be. Why the heck do we need to spend $20 million? Why spend the money? We know what these 15 members are going to say. Spend $20 million for a commission that's already decided to take money from people who were never involved in the evil of slavery and give it to people who were never subject to the evil of slavery. That's what Democrats on the Judiciary Committee are doing. Oh, and they won't answer the question. You got a news reporter, the D.C. Bureau Chief, reporting that they would now want to expand the Supreme Court. They won't answer that question. Oh, and all the while we got a crisis on the border. Such a deal for the taxpayer. Such a deal for the American taxpayer. Look, everyone knows how evil slavery was. Wrong as wrong could be. But this is not what we want to be passing. And I do want to get an answer, if the chairman will ever give us one, on if he is going to be sponsoring, if the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee is going to be sponsoring legislation to expand the Supreme Court to 13 members. That's something the American people would like to know, as is being reported by the head of the D.C. Bureau Chief for The Intercept. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the ranking member of the... I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say that I strongly support H.R. 40. I've been a sponsor of this legislation since I came to Congress in 2007. It was originally sponsored in 1989 by the distinguished former chairman of this committee, Mr. John Conyers, whose picture is on the wall here. An outstanding congressperson and an outstanding chairman. And I hope that this committee will report this out favorably to the full House. The enslavement of people of African ancestry in America was a crime against humanity, the impacts of which we as a society continue to grapple with today, in everything from racially unequal economic opportunities to disparate health outcomes to the plague of unjustified police violence against Black Americans. Slavery was this country's original sin. Our Constitution protected it, embodying various compromises that gave disproportionate power to slave states. The 3/5 clause counted a slave as 3/5 of a person for population counts, which in turn gave disproportionate representation to slave states in the House of Representatives. Otherwise, they were considered as property. They were only considered as persons to give their slave-holding states, political organizations, and teams more power. The Constitution also created an electoral college, a system of electing the President of the United States that gave slave states another avenue to exercise disproportionate influence over national affairs, and only by counting African Americans in some way other than as property to give the slave master and his power structure in that state additional powers over our federal government. It is only fitting then that in the midst of a continuing reckoning over police mistreatment of Black people, a continuing assault on the voting rights of Black citizens, and a pandemic that has disproportionately impacted Black Americans, we should be holding this historic markup of H.R. 40, the commission to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans Act. It is a study to tell us what they propose. We don't know the answer. H.R. 40 would create this commission to study the history of slavery in America, the role of the federal and state governments in supporting slavery and racial discrimination, other forms of discrimination against the descendants of slaves, and the lingering effects of slavery on African Americans. The commission will also make recommendations as to appropriate ways to educate the American public about its findings and appropriate remedies in light of its findings. I applaud Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, the current lead sponsor of this legislation, for her leadership on this bill, and I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor. I also was proud to chair 2 hearings on H.R. 40 before the Subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties. I commend Chairman Nadler, another longtime sponsor of this bill, for holding this first ever markup of H.R. 40. But the greatest credit for H.R. 40 belongs to our former colleague and former chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, my friend and mentor, the late John Conyers, Jr. He first introduced this legislation over 30 years ago and reintroduced it in every Congress until his retirement. And for those who may not know, the reason it's H.R. 40 is because John Conyers chose that number. Because Republicans promised 40 acres and a mule to the freedmen. The party of Lincoln said, we will give you 40 acres and a mule. General Sherman, that was a promise, and it would have been fulfilled, and African Americans would have had to step up and had an opportunity not to have the economic deprivations they've had over the years, but for John Wilkes Booth, the assassination of President Lincoln, and Andrew Johnson coming president. An honest reckoning with the federal government's role in protecting the institute of slavery has been a leading priority of my congressional career. In 2007, less than 2 months into my tenure, I introduced H.Res. 194, an apology by the House of Representatives for its role in perpetuating both slavery and its noxious offspring, Jim Crow. The House ultimately passed this resolution by a voice vote, and again, I give credit to Mr. Conyers for bringing it to the floor. As I noted in my resolution, it was not just slavery itself that was wrong, but it was also, quote, the visceral racism against persons of African descent upon which, unquote, American slavery depended, a racism that went on to become, quote, entrenched in the nation's social fabric. This is an evil that we must continue to confront today as our nation still struggles with the legacy of the anti-black racism that undergirded slavery and Jim Crow. We see this in statistics that paint a bleak picture. According to the Census Bureau, 18.8% of black Americans live in poverty in 2019, compared to 7.3% of non-Hispanic whites who live in poverty. The Washington Post reported last year that in 2016, the net worth of black households was $13,024, which was 10% of the $149,703 net worth of non-Hispanic white households. Limited access to wealth-building resources and opportunities have led to this stark disparity. For instance, black Americans continue to face discrimination in the workplace. They also have limited access to educational opportunities. According to the National Education Association, the high school graduation rates for blacks was 67% compared to a nationwide average of 81%. They also continue to face racial segregation in housing, discrimination in the availability of quality health care services, health deserts, and in most other major facets of life. Health deserts, food deserts are common in almost every predominant black neighborhood in our country. The COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated the effects of these structural racial disparities. Enacting H.R. 40 will be an important step in finding effective long-term solutions to these problems, ones that can trace their origins to our nation's shameful history of slavery and anti-black racism. As Professor Charles Ogletree of Harvard Law School noted, and he spoke to a committee of this committee years ago, the concept of reparations does not necessarily mean payments to individuals, but rather a focus on the poorest of the poor, including efforts to address comprehensively the problems of those who have not substantially benefited from integration or affirmative action. Once again, I commend the chairman, the sponsor, all members who are co-sponsors, and President Lincoln and General Sherman. And I urge the party of Lincoln to rise up to the calls of President Lincoln and General Sherman to do right. I urge the committee to support H.R. 40 and to report it favorably to the House. I yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 40 offered by Mr. Nadler. Strike all that follows after the
Without
enactment.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will recognize myself to explain the amendment. H.R. 40 was first introduced by former Chairman John Conyers more than 40 years ago. That's the nature of the amendment. More than 30 years ago in 1989. Since its initial introduction, it has only been amended once, to reflect advances in historical research around the topic of chattel slavery and legal developments on the issue of reparations. This amendment, in the nature of a substitute, further amends the findings and purposes of H.R. 40 for the same reasons and provides technical amendments to the sections establishing the commission to conform it with more recent legislation that similarly has created legislatively based commissions. The underlying goals of the legislation remain unchanged, and I urge all members to support the amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very pleased to be able to speak in support of my legislation, H.R. 40, which I introduced, that establishes a commission to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans, and as well pay acknowledgement and tribute to the Honorable John Conyers, who introduced this legislation in 1989 and entrusted its continuation to me as he retired. I took that challenge seriously, and here we are today, marking up for the first time in the history of the United States of America any legislation that deals directly with the years and centuries of slavery of African American people who are now the descendants of those Africans. I want to thank my colleagues for their persistence and joining me in this legislation, both Mr. Nadler, Mr. Cohen, and all of my colleagues who are here today. To my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, thank you for understanding the pain in which this body of people have experienced. And I ask my friends on the other side of the aisle, do not cancel us tonight. Do not ignore the pain, the history, and the reasonableness of this commission. This is a governmental commission, a commission that establishes the parameters of a study that provide the roadmap for the truth of the brutality and the onerous and terrible burden placed on African Americans and this nation by slavery. I hold in my hand the Constitution, which did not hold us as a whole person in its founding, even though we know that the opening statements in this Constitution says, we ask and expect to create a more perfect union. H.R. 40 is to answer that question of perfection. It's to answer General Sherman's point about 40 acres and a mule. It is to answer the imploding of the Reconstruction that fell on the backs of our ancestors through Jim Crowism and segregation and brutality. It is to answer the question of now some 4,000 of lynchings that occurred, with the predominant number of them, as we will discuss throughout this process, that were African Americans. It will discuss the Social Security legislation by Franklin Delano Roosevelt that for 2 decades, African Americans were not able to participate in large numbers, or redlining that undermined creating wealth, which of course evidences the fact that the wealth gap between white Americans and African Americans is as enormous today as it was in the 1960s. The terror of white violence against African Americans continued well into the 20th century, with historians marking the 1981 Ku Klux Klan lynching of a 19-year-old Michael Donnell, innocent in Mobile, Alabama, as a purported final lynching in America. It was supposed to end an era of horror. But look where we are today. A lieutenant in the United States Army brutalized because of the color of his skin, for it seems no other explanation. A young man lost his life just recently in Minneapolis, and the George Floyd trial proceeding in Minnesota as well. Where are we today? Harvard University study indicated that if reparations had been in place before COVID-19, peer review, that there would not have been the numbers of African Americans who got sick, who got infected, and died from COVID-19. Though critics have argued that the idea of reparations is unworkable politically or financially, their focus on money misses the point. The goal of this historical commission and its investigations to bring American society to the new reckoning with how our past affects the current conditions of African Americans, and to make America a better place to help and truly study the disadvantaged. Consequently, the reparations movement does not focus only on payments, but it focuses on remedies that can be created in many forms necessary to equitably address the many kinds of injuries sustained from the chattel slavery and its continuing vestiges. To merely focus on finance is an empty gesture. We're asking for people to understand the pain, the violence, the brutality, the chattelness of what we went through. And of course, we're asking for harmony, reconciliation, reason to come together as Americans. I always believe if you understand, you can act. We want to act today by passing H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Owen seek recognition?
Ask to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Let's start off real quickly, kind of getting this record straight. Yeah, the 40 acres a mule was a promise by the Republican Party. Promises kept until President Lincoln was killed. And then a Democratic president took over, Andrew Johnson. First thing he did is went down and took away the guns of the blacks who were given this property throughout South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia. And then they came back and took away their property. The KKK, Democrats. Jim Crow, Democrats. And guess what? The KKK was actually eliminated in 1985 until Woodrow Wilson, Democratic president, decided to bring it back with Birth of the Nation that he showed in the White House. And a few years later, it was Democrats who burned Wall Street down, Democratic KKK. Slavery was and still is an evil. Whether it's 83 years of history in our nation, or the prior 3,000 years of history, or the presence today around the world. Reparation is divisive. It speaks to the fact that we are a hapless, hopeless race that never did anything but wait for white people to show up and help us. And it's a falsehood. It's demeaning my parents' generation, that one of the greatest generations in the history of our country. We have a history of millions of middle-class and wealthy Black Americans throughout our 20th century who achieved their dreams. Instead of a theory, I'd like to share the reality of a race whose history of success in America has been stolen, and what we can do to repay that damage. I grew up in the Deep South, Tallahassee, in the 50s and 60s, where we believed in commanding respect, not begging or asking for it. We did that by meritocracy, by winning, not just in sports and entertainment, but in every discipline: math, science, exploration, innovation, farming, enterprise. We had a reputation, as the Asian community today has a reputation of winning respect. That was the Black community back in the 60s. We led our country in the growth of the middle class, led our country in men matriculating from college, led our country in men matriculating from college, men committed to marriage over 70%, and percentage of entrepreneurs over 40%. That 40% equated to 50 to 60% of Black Americans across our country, from New York to Tallahassee to Texas to California, part of the middle class. I grew up in that middle class in the 50s. And believe me, they were not sitting back waiting for white people to give them a break. They were making it. I remember Perkins Service Station, Speed Grocery Store, Baker's Pharmacy, FAMU Hospital, where only Black doctors and nurses worked. We were taught about pride in our country, pride in our race. We were taught about Christus Addis, the first American martyr who died in the Revolutionary War, the Tuskegee Airmen, and over 100,000 Black men who fought the wars against the godless ideology of Marxism and socialism and communism. Those same ideologies now thriving in our educational institutions. We were taught to recognize and appreciate progress. In 1973, entered the NFL, no Black quarterbacks, middle linebackers, free safety, because those are white thinking positions. 40 years later, we're now electing a president of the United States as a Black man, vice president of the United States, a Black woman. And we say there's no progress. Only those who say there's no progress, those who do not want progress. The greatest gift that we had with President Obama, with our American people saying, finally, we can close this chapter. Finally, we can move forward. And what have we done since? That has divided us even more with critical race theory being introduced around the same time. We have a community now that lives the American dream. Look around this room and see the middle class that we have developed and more. And yet we tell those who are striving to get where we are that they can't because white people won't let them. That to me is treacherous, it's traitors. For us to tell others who want the American dream that they can't achieve it because other people with a white skin won't let them do that. If you want to repay the Black American community, give us back our history. It was Karl Marx who said, the first battleground is rewriting of history. And that's exactly what's been happening. You take away our history, you take away pride in our past, appreciation for our present, and a vision for our future. And that's what you're seeing in Chicago, Baltimore, Ferguson. Every place Democrats oversee a Black community is misery. And we're going to blame white people? How about an ideology? How about we take ownership, educate our young people again, give them jobs opportunities again, tell them that the way to get in this country is through free market. Allow them to take away the regulations, allow them to run their own businesses. Don't burn down their businesses every year because a white police shoots a Black person. When you have Black people, 93% of the thousands of Black people being killed are by other Black people. Crime is a true issue. And with that being said, we are not a hapless, hopeless race. We're just like everybody else. Give us a break and we'll make it happen. Stand back and you see how great our nation, our community truly is. Give us an opportunity. We'll get that done, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Correa seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I fully support H.I. 40, and I would point out that this study does not go far enough. America is a great nation with strong democratic institutions, free enterprise, and strong civil rights and religious freedoms. Yet we as a nation have lived through some very dark times. H.R. 40 addresses one of these dark moments, which is slavery. This bill is about making our nation a greater place for all to live. I would also draw your attention to another dark time in our history, the repatriation of the so-called Mexicans during the Great Depression or the 1930s. During the Great Depression, individuals that appeared to be Mexican citizens were rounded up, put in railroad cars, and deported. And among them, many, many U.S.-born citizens. And this is a personal issue for me. My father, my aunts, uncles, all U.S.-born citizens grew up in Mexico. They were repatriated to a nation that was not their own. And ladies and gentlemen, history has a way of repeating itself. Today, about 1 million American-born citizens, children, are growing up in Mexico. Again, another side effect of our mass deportations. And it is important that we step back and look at our immigration policies holistically. And it is critical that we address immigration policy and immigration reform in the context of justice and due process for all Americans. Again, Mr. Chairman, I support H.I. 40, and I hope that other studies are undertaken to remind us of these types of historical injustices so that we may address them and not have to repeat them. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, first, I would very much like to associate myself with the gentleman from Utah and his fine words that he shared with the committee. And I would offer that I think this is the wrong path for the future of our nation. Chief Justice Roberts, I don't always agree with, just for the record, I think put it very well in one of the Voting Rights Act cases from around 2005 when he said, quote, "This divvying us up by race is a sordid business," end quote. I think he is right. And I think that is the problem here. And I think this is not the direction we want to carry our country forward. One of my heroes that I grew up learning economics from, unfortunately passed away last year, Walter Williams. And I learned a lot reading Walter Williams. I unfortunately never took his class. He taught at George Mason. I went to the University of Virginia. But Professor Williams has written a lot on this issue extensively. He shaped some of my views on this issue. I take great deference in trying to listen to Black Americans on this subject and people who've experienced things I haven't experienced. But as Professor Williams discussed, and here I'm just quote an article he wrote about this a few years ago, he noted, quote, slavery, and it's all a quote from him, slavery was a gross violation of human rights. Justice would demand that slave owners make compensatory reparation payments to slaves. Since both slaves and slave owners are no longer with us, compensation is beyond our reach. Absent from the reparations debate is who pays. Don't say the government, because the government doesn't have any money that it doesn't first take from some American. So which Americans owe Black people what? Reparations advocates don't want that question asked, but let's you and I ask it. Are the millions of Europeans, Asians, and Latin Americans who immigrated to the United States in the 20th century responsible for slavery, and should they be forced to cough up reparations money? What about descendants of Northern whites who fought and died in the name of freeing slaves? Should they cough up reparations money for Black Americans? What about non-slave owning Southern whites? On Black people's side of the ledger, thorny issues also arise. Some Blacks purchased other Blacks as a means to free family members, but other Blacks owned slaves for the same reason whites owned slaves, to work farms or plantations. Are descendants of these Blacks eligible, deserving of reparations? There's no way that Europeans could have captured millions of Africans. They had African and Arab help. Should we haul representatives of Ghana, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, and Muslim states before Congress and demand they pay reparations? By the way, is there anyone prepared to make the argument that Blacks in America today would be better off? Reparations advocates make the foolish, unchallenged pronouncement that the United States became rich on the backs of free Black labor. That's nonsense. Slavery doesn't have a very good record of producing wealth. Think about it. Slavery was all over the South and outlawed in most of the North. Buying into the reparations nonsense, the antebellum South was rich and the slave-starved North was poor. But the truth is just the opposite. In fact, the poorest states in the regions of our country were places where slavery flourished. The reparations movement would do little more than an amusing sideshow were it not for the damage it can do to Blacks. It misallocates time and resources that could be more fruitfully spent elsewhere. And he goes on to talk about the $22 trillion that have been spent in LBJ's so-called Great Society and the utter failure that has been the result of that money spent since the 1960s. We have utterly destroyed Black families. We have utterly ripped fathers and people that children should be able to look up to in their families from the homes of Black families in the name of government paternalism. And that, I'm afraid, is where this kind of legislation takes us. It takes us away from the important dream of judging people by the content of their character and not the color of their skin. It takes us away from the dream that we are supposed to realize as Americans and the greatness that this country realized in taking a nation that laid out the principles in 1776, in 1787, in 1789, and in a mere 80 years, in the context of the history of mankind, reversed the horrors of slavery through the Emancipation Proclamation and through the blood of Americans who then fought and died for the premise that we should recognize the reality that all men are created equal. That is, I think, the danger of going down this road. And I would very much caution against going down this road of even a commission, much less where that might take us beyond that. And with that, I would yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Oh, Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank you specifically, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee from the great state of Texas, for your longtime leadership on this legislation. You know what? I hope everybody understands that this legislation is about understanding the full extent of our history, our policies, our laws that have consistently failed African Americans. We have to take a look at that. We have to reckon with it, because if we don't, we will never move beyond it. Hasn't this year taught us that? Our nation's history of racism extends well beyond slavery and black codes and Jim Crow, segregation, the horrors of our lynching history. It extends into our structures and to the systems that continue to perpetuate inequalities today. We see it even today. I acknowledge these terrible wrongs in our history and the shameful role our federal government has played in these wrongs. We must, with recognition, continue to figure out and study and understand what the injuries are and to find remedies. That is our lot, that is our burden. Studying remedies to this history is what H.R. 40 is all about, and the shameful role our federal government played in these wrongs. As Congresswoman Jackson Lee says, this is not a symbolic act. It is a path to restorative justice. You know, my faith guides me in aspects of my work, and all of us have a moral responsibility to fix the brokenness of slavery, to fix the racist policies that have followed. We have an opportunity here to set a new course for our nation, to finally meet the promise of our nation's founding. I remember, as Reverend Eugene Taylor Sutton, the Episcopal Bishop of Maryland, said when he appeared before us in 2019, he said, and I quote, "We are not yet fully the beloved community that God intends for us to be," end quote. The study and the development of reparations proposals could reveal remorse, atonement, reconciliation for our nation's original sin, and bring us closer to a more equitable society. As I said in the beginning, it most importantly might bring us understanding. This study and its subsequent actions is long overdue for Black Americans, but really not just for Black Americans, it's for all Americans. I'll end on the notion of a woman that I just revere, the story and the life of Sojourner Truth. She renamed herself as a freed woman, Sojourner Truth, a traveler for the truth. And it was she who lobbied presidents and senators and members of Congress for some sense of remorse and reparation. Let us learn from her journey and her story and her famous speeches, "Ain't I a Woman," among them. Sojourner Truth, a traveler for the truth, taught us long ago that we must face our history in order to be healed from it. And with that, I thank you, Madam Chair, for all your work, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, Madam Dean, would you yield your time to me?
I would love to yield to you.
Thank you. Let me thank you for that gracious and graceful acknowledgement of your faith in what we're really here to do. And I do want to just quickly say that each of us in this room have personal experiences. As we do this legislation, each of us will take pains not to personalize whether or not we are successful, our families are successful. That is the basis of this commission, to be able to look globally at the issue of slavery as the original sin and the brutality of it, and to then take the journey that looks at the stark disparities in the African-American community. I hope in this moment that we will not take the opportunity to point blame or to cast any actions of racism as one party or the other. It was America's sin, and that's what we hope to address. Just factually, let me acknowledge that Congress passed and President Lincoln signed a bill that paid reparations to the owners of slaves in the District of Columbia. We're not going down a pathway that has never been traveled before. I started out by saying, let us not cancel each other tonight. Let us not have a cancel culture, but an open-mindedness. I also want to acknowledge my friend and colleague again as I yield, and that is the Honorable Barbara Lee. Her legislation, H-Con Res 19, complements this work of restoration. With that, I want to recognize Mr. Shabbat for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This country's history relative to slavery and the subsequent legalized discrimination, Jim Crow, was antithetical to America's founding ideals, that all men are created equal and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable or unalienable rights. As we have been reminded over the last year or so, much work remains to be done to improve race relations in this country, including between the government and the people it's intended to serve. Unfortunately, this legislation would only set those efforts back. No one alive today is responsible for the harms inflicted by slavery in the United States, a practice that ended over 150 years ago. Further, as a nation of immigrants, our population has exploded since the barbaric practice of slavery was ended. Our population at the outset of the Civil War was just over 31 million, and it must be noted that a very large portion of those individuals did not own slaves. 30 years later, as immigration into the U.S. began to surge, our population had more than doubled. And 30 years after that, in 1920, the population stood at over 106 million, more than 3 times what it was 60 years earlier when slavery ended. While immigration has ebbed and flowed since the early 20th century, there has been a steady influx of immigrants into our country ever since, and we've discussed a lot of that today. Most of it legal, but obviously a significant portion has been illegal. But nonetheless, today our population, the official population, stands at over 330 million people. And I would again remind folks that there were around 10% of that back when slavery ended. Consequently, there's a massive portion of our population of every race and ethnicity whose ancestors never set foot in this country while slavery was legal. Forcing those whose ancestors immigrated to the United States after the abolition of slavery, or who worked to end slavery, or who died during the Civil War trying to end that practice, it's just fundamentally illiberal and unjust. Quite simply, no one should be forced to pay compensation for what they have not done. And that's what slavery reparations would do. Paying reparations would amount to taking money from people who never owned slaves to compensate those who were never enslaved, imputing the guilt of those who owned slaves or who aided and benefited from the institution of slavery to every non-African American in the United States would harm the country in many ways. Instead, we should be looking at improving the fortunes of all Americans, especially those in economically disadvantaged circumstances. We could start by making sure that all of our nation's schools, for example, are opened safely, but opened. And I would conclude by just noting, and I know that the chairman is not here right now. We obviously have an acting chairman here, but the chairman was asked by our ranking member a little while ago whether it was accurate or not that he was going to be introducing legislation along with some other folks relative to the Supreme Court, packing the Supreme Court. And I think the American people have a right to know if that's being considered. We know that last Friday, we're talking about a commission here. We know last Friday another commission was announced by President Biden, putting together this commission on the Supreme Court. Another Democrat tried to do this almost 100 years ago, FDR, and even as popular as he was unable to do that. But the Democrats today are apparently so drunk with power here in Washington that they're going to give it another try. And I think that's really unfortunate. I think it could tear this country apart as well, just like this.
Will the gentleman yield? I can answer your question about packing the court.
I don't really, I've only got 30 seconds left.
Okay.
Go ahead, real quick.
Yeah, I mean, the party that packed the court are the Republicans who jammed through nominees and refused to consider Merrick Garland.
Yeah,
so if anyone's packed the court, it's been the Republicans.
Reclaiming my time, I'm shocked that you would make that accusation. It's packing the court as clear as the day. It would be bad for the country. It would be bad for the court. I hope you don't decide to go ahead with it, but you just might. And I think we got a right to know whether you're actually going to do it or not. And that was a simple question that was asked. We think you ought to answer it, but apparently you're afraid to tell us.
The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The institution of slavery is America's greatest sin. The enslavement of more than 4 million human beings between 1619 and 1865 nearly destroyed our nation, and its impact continues to be felt to this day. These effects remain because slavery and discrimination were enshrined in our founding documents, in the courts, and in our elected leadership. The Constitution of the United States, which established and guided our democratic system of government, counted African slaves held in bondage as only 3/5 of a human being. The Supreme Court furthered this dehumanization in Dred Scott versus Sanford, which declared the protections of the Constitution did not apply to African Americans, regardless of whether they were enslaved or free. At least 12 of the first 18 presidents of the United States owned slaves at some period in their lives. It took civil war and the near destruction of the United States to end the practice of slavery, but even that did not bring full freedom to those who were enslaved. For decades thereafter, African Americans endured forced segregation, racial violence, and denial of voting rights, and some of that continues today. Throughout the 20th century, federal government programs that helped build the middle class purposely excluded African Americans, further institutionalizing segregation and discrimination. In 1934, the Federal Housing Administration was established under the New Deal to create housing opportunities for middle and middle class families. The agency, however, refused to insure mortgages in black neighborhoods, a practice known as redlining, for the color codes used on maps to indicate areas it was, quote, safe to insure mortgages. The FHA also subsidized the construction of white neighborhoods and required that the homes that were built not be sold to black families. During World War II, many African Americans joined the military with the belief that their service would be honored when they returned home from fighting for their country. The GI Bill was transformative in providing tuition assistance, job training, and unemployment benefits to service members returning home from Europe and the Pacific, and it played a significant role in building the middle class in post-war America. The law was drafted, however, in a manner which allowed states to control the distribution of veterans' benefits, resulting in black veterans in segregated cities and states being denied the benefits of the GI Bill. Unemployment benefits were provided on the GI Bill for returning service members searching for new jobs at home. African Americans who had learned advanced job skills in the military were often only offered low-wage, low-skilled jobs when they returned home. When these highly skilled workers refused these low-wage jobs, they were denied unemployment benefits for refusing the only jobs offered to them. When the interstate highway system was built in the 1950s, it connected the country and revolutionized the nation's economy, similar to the railroad system in the 19th century. Many of the highways, however, were built in the middle of black neighborhoods, with many black-owned homes being taken over by the government through eminent domain. And in addition, black communities were often further segregated when highways were built along racial zoning lines, creating physical barriers between white and black neighborhoods. A fuller right of American citizenship only came after decades of struggle by those who carried on the civil rights movement and risked their own safety in search of an end to racial discrimination. And we should recall our beloved late colleague, John Lewis. Despite this, our country still lives with the lingering effects of slavery and official racism that has harmed African Americans. Since the 1960s, the wealth gap between black and white households has more than doubled. According to the Washington Post, the most recent data available shows that it would take the combined net worth of more than 11 black households to equal the net worth of one average white American household. Last year, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention released a study that showed infant mortality rates in the U.S. had broadly declined, but they remained twice as high for black infants as they did for white infants. In our education system, school districts that serve predominantly black and brown populations receive nearly $23 billion less in funding than predominantly white school districts. These disparities will never be fully addressed until we're able to acknowledge the great historic wrong committed against African Americans. H.R. 40 provides acknowledgement that a grave sin was committed against black Americans, a stain on the soul of America. This commission will be empowered to recommend ways in which we as a nation can address these wrongs and ultimately make amends for them. This can include a number of different approaches, such as community investments, improving delivery of healthcare, and strengthening housing and educational opportunities. I want to acknowledge the great work on this legislation by our colleagues on this committee, particularly Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee for her leadership. And I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of the commission to study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act, I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill, to help our country heal and do what is right. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Goldman, is recognized for an amendment.
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 40 offered by Mr. Gohmert of Texas. On page 9, after line 23, insert the following and
The amendment will
redesignate.
be considered as read.
Well, I
Gentleman
would
is
ask that it
recognized
be
for
read.
Pardon?
I'd ask that it be read. I object to the waiving of the reading.
Gentleman objects. The amendment should be read.
On page 9, after line 23, insert the following and redesignate all that follows accordingly. G, when the Democratic Party should be responsible for any compensation awarded, since it is the only relevant entity in existence today that supported the institution of slavery. This support includes, but is not limited to, the following actions: Democratic Party platforms in the 1800s that advocated for the institution of slavery, the Democratic Party leading a 75-day calendar filibuster against the 1964 Civil Rights Act, a member of the Democratic Party, Senator Robert Byrd from West Virginia, a known recruiter for the Ku Klux Klan, leading fellow Democrats in their opposition to civil rights for African Americans, Democrat enactment and enforcement of Jim Crow laws and civil codes that forced segregation and restricted freedoms of Black Americans in the United States.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. During my time on the felony bench, one of the saddest things that I would ever see would be the effects of the sins of parents upon children. Countless times at the end of a trial, or a sentencing, I would have the child come up and make sure they understood this was not your fault. You should have no guilt feel. This is not your fault. The most quoted book in the House and Senate during the entire history of Congress has been the Bible. And one of the things I love about it is the effort to avoid punishing children for the sins of their parents. And yet this is what this appears to do. We've already seen the results, as my friends have already indicated, of Democratic parties or policies like in New York City, Detroit, Chicago, San Francisco. They got an awful lot of bailout money. We've seen the damage that's been done, and we don't need to do more damage. We're about $29 trillion in debt. We don't have the money to be paying reparations. So if there is an award of reparations to people that were not slaves by people who had no slaves, then it will be grandchildren from now that will be punished and have to pay that price. But the truth is, at the rate that we're going, the degrading, the downgrading of our credit worthiness during the Obama administration by Standard & Poor's will start happening by others, because we will have shown ourselves to have been untrustworthy when it comes to spending. We could not control it. I've seen the documents where my great-grandfather signed when he came from Europe in 1870. I know there was horrendous wrongs done. Slavery is wrong. It's wrong for the 40 million or so that are being held in slavery right now. But if we look at the history, the Republican Party was against slavery. The Democratic Party platform of 1840, 44, 48, 52, 56 supported slavery. And in fact, the Fugitive Slave Law of 1850 that required law enforcement officers to arrest potential slaves just on the word of one person is outrageous. And yet that was supported in the Democratic Party platform. The Virginia 1902 Constitution was engineered by Carter Glass, who was a U.S. representative and senator, even Secretary of Treasury under Woodrow Wilson. He exclaimed, discrimination, why, that's precisely what we propose. In 1912, Democrat President Woodrow Wilson's administration began a racial segregation policy for U.S. government employees, and that was also followed up by Democrat President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He also, according to the American Journal of Public Health, prior to his presidency, Roosevelt not only banned blacks from receiving treatment at his polio facility in Warm Springs, but he required black staff to live in a basement of the facility. In 1964, the Democratic Party led 75 calendar day filibuster against the 64 Civil Rights Act. And there were 96 House members, Democrats, that voted against it. And that goes on. And I know some say, yeah, but then the racists in the Democratic Party switched parties. One did, Strom Thurmond, but if you go back and check, there may have been 3 House members that changed parties, but the 96 House members that voted against it, the senators that voted against it and fought against it, including Robert Byrd, most of them did not change parties. They stayed in the Democratic Party. So if we're going to force this on anybody, it ought to be the one party that has done so much damage. And that's why I would submit this amendment. If we're going to punish children for the sins that even their parents didn't do, then this ought to be the way to do it. I hope that we won't compound some horrendous sins by punishing great-grandchildren of people that did wrong. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I will yield myself the time in opposition. I started this debate by indicating that frivolity, culture cancellation culture, I would hope would not be the route that we would take, and that we would have a thoughtful discussion on the question of the original sin and the deeply embedded issue of racism and the prolonged impact on African Americans, the descendants of enslaved Africans. I maintain that now. Let me specifically put in the record the report of the Equal Justice Initiative that indicated more than 6,400 documented racial terror lynchings of African Americans in America occurred since the end of the Civil War, 84% of all lynchings. An additional 1,297 white individuals were lynched during this time, many for sympathizing with the African American cause or for being outspoken against lynching. So one can see that there has been an ongoing journey. I don't imagine as those individuals were lynched that they were able to ask any questions about party affiliation, regional location, wealth, or otherwise. They were brutally lynched. Now we come to an opportunity where that journey of brutality and racism and discrimination can be responded to with a significant civil rights initiative, a commission that will factually base its results and recommendation to the United States Congress on facts. And as we proceed in this debate, I will share those facts. But again, as we know, police, for example, they started by being assigned to catch runaway slaves. We know in this society, law and order is important. I support law and order. But we also know that we've seen a trajectory of the loss of life of African American males and women in the unfortunate circumstances that we've seen over the last couple of years and beyond. And so what we need to do here is to take each of these tragic incidences and look to a commission that can thoughtfully and thoroughly, academically, be able to address these facts. Might I just say to my good friends, interestingly enough, as President Johnson laid his pen down in the signing of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. He said, "I know we have just lost the South, and all of those southern states turned Republican." I'm not here to make that charge. I am here to say, work with us, recognize the reality of slavery and its brutality and its continuing impact, even as we discuss the issues of immigrants, even as we discuss the issues of unaccompanied children. Look at the long-stated impact of this question of the divide in our country and the issue of racism as it impacts many groups. I know that this commission that will set a standard of study and academic research will make an amazing difference. And with that, I oppose the gentleman's amendment. I'm happy to yield to the gentleman from Tennessee at this time, the chairman of the subcommittee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment in question says that the Democratic Party should be held responsible because it is the only relevant entity in existence today that supported the institution of slavery. That's absolutely false. There are relevant entities in existence today that supported the institution of slavery other than the Democratic Party, like the states of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama,
Well,
Georgia,
gentlemen, yield.
Florida,
They're
North
not
Carolina,
political parties.
South Carolina, and Virginia. Those states had laws that supported slavery, that supported segregation, that held African Americans down for years. So if you want to get down to this nitpicking and saying who should be responsible, it should be the southern states that are most responsible because they held these laws on the books for years to have separate water fountains, separate facilities, separate everything until the Great Society came about and changed it with the Civil Rights Act. And there were religious institutions that supported slavery and argued that the Bible held that there should be slavery, there should be separation of the sexes, and that there should not be miscegenation laws because of the Bible. So if you want to get down to it, it's not the party, the Democratic Party, which has changed and supports civil rights and African American opportunities. It's religious groups and the southern states that are most responsible. You want to accept that as an amendment, Mr. Gohmert, and have them be the people to pay the reparations? Book it. I yield back.
Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair.
Jayapal is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to thank you for your tremendous leadership on this issue and so many others, and I thank you for bringing this bill forward. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I just can't help but say you really seem to not get this. Let me just be clear. This is not about punishing. The point is not that the current custodians of the fruits of exploitation are wicked and need to be punished. This is about reparative justice, restorative justice. It is about acknowledging that we who sit here do not have rights of ownership that are distinct from the history of slavery from which these rights were obtained and which those rights were denied. If slavery is wrong, as even you say it is, and if you through your history benefited from that wrong that was done, then you must be willing to commit yourself to righting that wrong. I believe that we must dismantle racism, white supremacy, and inequality in all of our institutions to create justice, to ensure equality and opportunity for all, and end the racial wealth gap. And to do that, it is essential that we establish this commission to study and develop reparations, and that we support my colleague, Representative Barbara Lee's commission on truth, racial healing, and transformation. My colleagues, let us be real about this. Often the story behind the development of our country focuses on a warming tale of early settlers building their path towards the American dream for hard and honest work. But it's not a complete view, and it's a dangerous view that erases the undeniable history behind our country's success. The enslaved ancestors of today's Black Americans built America to what it is today. And yet we have continued to see this false retelling of history as recently as the previous administration's creation of the 1776 Commission to romanticize and diminish America's relationship with slavery and deny the federal government's role in enabling systemic racism. That could not be further from the truth, which is why I fully support this bill and this commission. For near every problem that America faces, Black families are more impacted than white families because of slavery's legacy. This is true for health outcomes, where Black Americans are more likely to have inadequate health care and underlying conditions, seen clearly in the Black death rates for COVID-19 being twice the rate of white Americans. It is true in policing, where Black Americans are twice as likely to be unreasonably stopped and 3 times as likely to be killed. But for a strong example of the impacts of endemic racism and anti-Blackness, look no further than the racial wealth gap. Before and after the 13th Amendment, Black Americans have had either zero or just a small portion of their labor returned in the form of wages. Instead, America, through slavery and systemically racist policies, withheld and amassed a massive fortune off of Black labor. A fortune so massive that it would take more than 200 years for Black households to reach the amount of wealth that white American households have today. And yet some believe that Black Americans should simply lift themselves up by the bootstraps, as if white Americans didn't benefit from government policies like the New Deal that created the white middle class. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said it best. The Homestead Act gave land to white citizens who came here voluntarily, but not to freed Black people who came here without choice. The GI Bill helped white veterans obtain college degrees and job training, but so many Black veterans who made equal sacrifices were not eligible for any of its benefits. And coupled with redlining and other discriminatory practices in housing that denied African Americans from qualifying for affordable mortgages, the federal government excluded Black Americans from paths to home ownership that the majority of the country enjoyed. Now, to be clear, there is nothing wrong with government policy that helps people access opportunity, but I cannot intentionally exclude Black people and others deemed unworthy. And the federal government has had that ongoing role of propping up racism against the Black community, and therefore has a responsibility to make reparations. We all do. A check will not undo the harm preventing Black families from being truly equal and free. And that's why this bill establishes a commission to examine the policies that brought us here and what policies would need to be enacted to effectively address longstanding disparities. Policies that will help everyone, but disproportionately, hopefully, help Black people, like universal health care or free college or a wealth tax. Only when we can face the horrific role of slavery in our country and its enduring policies can we begin to make up for the tragic harm of failing to prevent systemic racism against Black Americans. And that is why I am so strongly in support of this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you, Madam
Gentlelady's
Chair. I
time has
yield.
expired. Mr. Johnson of Georgia is recognized for, Mr. Owens of Utah is recognized for 5 minutes.
I look forward to taking the next couple of weeks and educating American people about the success of the Black community. Because actually, to be honest with you, being raised by a community, a proud, entrepreneurial community that believed in meritocracy, that when they were told they could not succeed, they doubled down to prove that whoever doubted them were wrong. And to be honest with you, this concept that Black Americans have been used, abused, and discarded by white people is bothersome to me. I don't know if you guys heard what I said, but the 40s, 50s, and 60s, take this, please take this a note. And by the way, I lived during this period. So I'm not talking hypothetical. I remember these communities. I remember the pride when I didn't meet white people until I was 16 years old. I never thought of looking down on our race as hapless, hopeless, and not able to overcome. We led the country in the growth of the middle class in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Led the country in men matriculating from college in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Led the country in men committed to marriage, over 70%, By the way, that's now 70% of our men will not commit to their families. In business ownership, 40%, we're now down to 3.8%. You know how we began to succeed? We did it the good old American way. We believed in faith, family, the free market, and education, period. Now we believe in government. We have more people working for the government percentage-wise and than people realizing that they can go out and build their business, their dreams. And this is what bothers me when we stand back and watch these Black communities being burned down every single year. These are men and women that said, I'm gonna take my chance, I'm gonna take a risk, I'm gonna get out there and make things happen and serve my community. And some mistake, someplace, someplace, we sit back and allow their business be burned like nothing is wrong with that. And guess what, guys? These businesses across this country, nobody's rebuilding it. The billions of dollars given to Black Lives Matter, nobody's building these businesses back, giving these people their dreams back. I'm looking forward to, by the way, reparation. When you take people's money that they've earned, it's punishment. It's theft. It's judgment. It's saying that because of your skin color, you owe me. That is not the American way. We're not racist people. This American country is based on meritocracy. And I tell you, anybody who's been in sports or military, you guys get it. At the end of the day, it's the character, it's resolve, it's the loyalty that makes the difference. The color of skin has nothing to do with how we choose those people that we want to trust and move forward with. I'll just say this as I wrap this up. I do look forward to taking the next few weeks to educate the American people about my great race. One I'm so proud to have been raised in. A race that when I left my little community, the third Black to go to the University of Miami, I went there knowing I can get a degree in biology because my parents expected of me to succeed. My community expected that of me to succeed. And whether it was my teachers, my coaches, the business owners in the community, they expected our young Black boys and girls to leave that community and make them proud, make their family's name proud, and overcome all obstacles that they were facing. It's the American way. And by the way, that's what all cultures were doing during that day. We need to get back to that. So we will find a way, during this process of discussion reparation, to finally educate the American people what's not being taught in our school system. That this is the greatest country in the history of mankind, and no place in our world can the Black community, Hispanic community, Asian community, and I don't care where they come from, can live the American dream like here in this country. So let's not divide us up by looking at our history and having people feel guilty for something they ever did. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of HR 40, and I want to commend the tireless efforts of you, my dear colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, for your hard work and dedication in bringing HR 40 to this historic precipice. There's no better time to take a comprehensive look at reparatory justice for Black Americans after over 400 years of slavery, Jim Crow, apartheid, systemic racism, now Jim Crow 2.0, with Georgia's new voter suppression law. I'm a proud co-sponsor of HR 40, not just because it is long overdue, and not just because it's the right thing to do. I'm a proud co-sponsor because I have constituents who remember what the world was like when they lived in a democracy in name only. We still live today with the vestiges of slavery and the Jim Crow era. Slavery indeed was ended 150 years ago, but racism never took a day off and is alive and well in America, as demonstrated by the Confederate battle flags that so defiled the United States Capitol just a few months ago, January 6th. Just look at the arcane restrictions on voting, which were passed into law recently in my home state of Georgia. Or you can ask the family members of Dante Wright, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, or George Floyd or a whole host of others. Black folks in this country cannot keep living and dying like this, but will be forced to do so if white folks in America continue to refuse to look back at history and acknowledge that while Black folks continue to suffer from the vestiges of slavery and the legacy of systemic racism, while that's happening for us, white folks continue to enjoy the legacy of white privilege. By the way, white privilege is bipartisan, and it inures to the benefit of white Democrats and Republicans. The legacy of slavery and the soil of its justification, racism, exists within every facet of this country. In fact, racism and her cousin, white privilege, infest the soil that has sprouted this country that we call the United States of America. In fact, slavery is our nation's original sin. Slavery is a crime against humanity, and so is racism. And it's a crime we have yet to reconcile as a nation. So HR 40 gives us a chance to reflect on our shameful legacy of slavery while painting a clear path towards redemption. This legislation strikes at the heart of structural institutional racism in the United States of America. And as a country, we've led the way by calling for other nations to reckon with their forefathers' sins. So it's time for us to do the same thing. While this legislation cannot change the ills of the past, it can lead us to a brighter and more inclusive and equitable future. Reparatory justice can put us on the path to healing. So that's why we should all be in favor of HR 40, which will study reparation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership and for recognizing me and for ushering us to this historic moment. I also want to lift up the name of the former chair of the House Judiciary Committee, John Conyers, who of course carried this legislation for decades. America is a great country. We've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. And systemic racism has been in the soil of this land since 1619. Now, this country was born with high ideals. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equally. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The land of the free and the home of the brave. Liberty and justice for all. America was founded on high ideals. But at the same time, there was a birth defect, a genetic imperfection on the question of race that took the form of chattel slavery, one of the worst crimes against humanity in the history of the world. So no, we're just not simply going to move on. And some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to take the position that after 246 years of chattel slavery, an amendment is passed, my bad, get over it, move on. No, we will not. We're not going to move on from slavery, from rape, from kidnap, from subjugation, and from oppression. We're not going to move on from the fact that the Reconstruction effort was short-circuited. Yes, we were promised 40 acres and a mule when General Sherman signed Field Order 15 in Savannah, Georgia, because the view was that land acquisition, the land that those slaves had worked for centuries, should be part of empowering the newly freed slaves. But guess what? That order was almost immediately rescinded when Lincoln was assassinated and President Johnson took over. So instead of 40 acres and a mule, many African-American communities have been given 40 acres and a blunt. So no, we are not going to move on. We're not going to move on because the Freedmen's Bureau that was set up to empower newly freed slaves was closed after 9 years in 1874. Why? Because fraud and incompetence and criminal behavior. Nobody was held accountable. 50 white trustees, tens of thousands of freed slaves lost their life savings. So no, we're not simply going to move on. We're not going to move on because after slavery, Jim Crow and the rise of the KKK and the lynching epidemic and Plessy versus Ferguson and Black Wall Street in 1921 destroyed. Why? Because Black prosperity was viewed as a threat to white supremacy. So no, we're not simply going to move on. And when the Great Depression struck, African Americans were hit the hardest and we received the least amount of support. Why? Because yes, Southern Dixiecrats insisted that in the New Deal, African Americans would be excluded, while other Americans were helped. Excluded from Social Security, because most of us were domestic workers, or many of us, and agricultural workers, excluded from Social Security, excluded from unemployment insurance, and excluded from the federally subsidized loans and insured loans that were issued. So between 1934 and 1962, 98% of the federally insured loans that were issued by the federal government were issued to white Americans. That's how suburbs were created. So no, sir, we're not simply going to move on. We're not going to move on because with respect to the GI Bill, more than 1 million African American veterans were systematically excluded from its benefits. When they came back from war, just like everyone else, built the great American middle class. So we're not simply going to move on. We're not going to move on because in the aftermath of the civil rights movement, which effectively ended in 68 and 71 mass incarceration, and the war on drugs started, disproportionately targeting African Americans and Latinos. So yes, this is a great country. We've come a long way. We still have a long way to go. We're not perfect, but we're marching to a more perfect union, and that's what HR 40 is all about. The least we can do is study these historic wrongs. That's the least that this Congress can do. I yield back.
Mr. Liu is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Jackson-Lee. I serve an active duty in the United States military because I believe we are an exceptional country. And one thing that exceptional countries do is we recognize the harms that we have done and we try to correct them. You know who understood this? President Ronald Reagan. He signed a law that gave reparations to Japanese Americans who were interned. He gave money to Japanese Americans based on race. And I've heard arguments by my Republican colleagues tonight. President Reagan would have rejected all of them. And I ask that you read his speech on August 10th, 1988. I'm going to read you some portions of it. He starts by saying, "The members of Congress and distinguished guests, my fellow Americans, we gather here today to right a grave wrong. More than 40 years ago, shortly after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, 120,000 persons of Japanese ancestry living in the United States were forcibly removed from their homes and placed in makeshift internment camps. The action was taken without trial, without jury. It was based solely on race. For these 120,000 were Americans of Japanese descent." And then later on, he says, "The legislation that I am about to sign provides for a restitution payment to each of the 60,000 surviving Japanese Americans of the 120,000 who were relocated or detained. Yet no payment can make up for those lost years. So what is most important in this bill has less to do with property than with honor. For here we admit a wrong. Here we reaffirm our commitment as a nation to equal justice under the law." President Reagan did this for an evil, un-American act that didn't even rise to the level of slavery. He was taking money from taxpayers not even born in World War II and giving that money to Japanese Americans. That wasn't theft. That was one of the shining moments of American history. He didn't dishonor Japanese Americans, he honored them. And for those of you, those Republicans at this committee who can't even vote for a bill that sets a commission to look at this issue, I urge tonight for you to look in a mirror and ask yourself, how did you fall so far away from the standard that Ronald Reagan set? Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition? Then I'll recognize the gentlelady.
Madam Chairman?
The,
Madam Chairman?
yes, who's seeking recognition?
McClintock of California.
Mr. McClintock of California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, history offers us an inexhaustible supply of grievances and injustices that are powerful enough to stoke hatreds and resentments that can tear any society apart. That's what this bill is all about. It is evil in its effect, if not in its intent. This is not reparations for those responsible for slavery, paid to those who were enslaved. This bill contemplates something radically different. Holding people of one age responsible for the ills of another based not on their conduct, but on their race. Lincoln often pointed out that our country was born into a world where slavery was an established institution. The American founders reviled it, and they placed principles in our founding documents that they were confident would ultimately place that evil institution upon the course of ultimate extinction, and would ultimately produce a republic where men and women of every race and every background could together enjoy the blessings of liberty. Equal justice under law means a colorblind society where race simply becomes irrelevant. And until recently, we have been making tremendous progress toward that vision as a nation. Now, it's true that very damaging and unwise policies have disproportionately impacted Black communities. Union-dominated schools that have utterly failed to educate the children of the inner cities. Welfare programs that have made fathers irrelevant. The withdrawal of police protection from inner city neighborhoods. These are certainly among them. But these policies devastate every community where they're practiced, and the answer is to change those policies, not to excuse them because they're ideologically pleasing to the left. This bill addresses none of these current ills. It instead attempts to set neighbor against neighbor and American against American solely on the basis of their race. You say this is healing. It is precisely the opposite. The biased composition of this commission lays its intent bare for all to see. It's designed to reach into the dead past, revive its conflicts, and then reintroduce them into our age. I think all Americans of goodwill, regardless of their race, have had enough of this nonsense. So please stop. It's tearing our country apart. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Let me yield to the gentlelady from Missouri, Congresswoman Bush, for 5 minutes.
Oh, Father God. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. First of all, I will say that we are not children. So telling folks that have endured something that you have never endured to stop anything is absolutely uncalled for. The systems of trauma caused by the enslavement of Black people in this country, it's not history. Those systems are ongoing and they are vicious. That trauma, science tells us, and we're talking about science, is intergenerational. The pain endured by our ancestors lives in our DNA. Look it up. In the stories we know about the horrors faced by enslaved Black people of African descent and their families. In the material world we live in, where descendants of people who were enslaved endure historic levels of inequity. The painful reality is slavery isn't just a Southern problem, it's an American problem. I'm not from the South. I'm from Missouri, a former Midwestern slave state. St. Louis, my district, was the very place where Dred Scott, A free man was denied the fullness of his humanity because he was Black. St. Louis has been the site of auction blocks and slave patrols, broken people, broken families, broken communities, and to this day, we continue to suffer in slavery by another name. We are over criminalized still, over policed still. We are under resourced. Some want us to believe that slavery is a long past history, but its vestiges are alive today, generation after generation, in Black communities all across this country. If we removed the impact of every single dollar garnered from slavery, every bale of cotton, every pound of tobacco they harvested that you actually benefit from, where would this country be? Who would have these buildings we can now sit in so comfortably in a building that some of you are seated in right now? And to the Republicans who are against this legislation, how dare you? How dare your nearly all white panel spend so much energy and abuse your power to deny justice for the descendants of one of the most egregious atrocities in the history of the world. You will not deny our families stories of being separated, sold, because I got that story, sold, I got that story, raped, I got that story, lynched, I got that story in my family, and beaten into submission, I got that story in my family. And not just me, so many other Black Americans. So how dare you? Some of my colleagues are trying to argue that the South is economically impoverished and therefore could not have benefited from slavery. But that is not only disingenuous, it is outright wrong. The entire country benefited from slavery. The North took the rich harvest from the South and made thread that was then exported across the world. The South harvested cotton that made the United States one of the most prolific exporters of cotton. Come on now, talk about the history. Us as lawmakers working in this chamber are benefiting from the free labor that built this very capital. And so I'm going to ask you, unless you can come with those stories about what happened, the lynchings and all that your family members went through, unless you can talk about those stories of rape, unless you can talk about those stories of how your folks worked and did not receive the wage, your folks, because let me say this, we're not talking about folks that lived around the corner. We're talking about folks that were stolen from their actual land, lost their culture, lost their languages, lost their stories, were separated from their families, all to work for ancestors of folks that look like some of these folks today that are on this call that are opposing this. So let me remind you, you have no idea what that is like. You don't know what that's like, but the least that you can do is support research. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like any other difficult subject and long-standing, there's no question there's complexity here that we won't settle now or if this commission comes to pass in this commission. But I think it's good that we make the record as complete as possible. The gentlelady from Missouri made a lot of interesting points, and I think sometimes those points are made without even the speaker knowing it. When she said, till this day, the damage continues to be done. Till this day, Black people are still essentially accruing the debts that would be part of reparation. If that's the case, then one of the challenges for Madam Chair and everyone else is, does that mean that not the descendants of slaves, but anyone who feels that they're being somehow treated ill under this society should be part of this reparation? And will this commission study that? Now, there were a lot of things said about the post-slavery period, and many of them were true in the way of African Americans being second-class citizens. But I know that a former congressman from my district, Dalip Singh Song, born in India, came here and experienced prohibition on land ownership, prohibition on elected office, prohibition on citizenship as under the Asian Exclusion Act. Should each Indian or descendant of them also be added to the list of these grievances? They certainly have as much merit, although Dalip Singh Song rose to be a judge and rose to be a member of Congress. His story, before he became a successful figure, was one of infinite education, amazing talent, and obstacles that were completely unfair that had tripped over so many of his fellow countrymen. And the list goes on. I think that the challenge with this idea of a commission is that although many of the authors and supporters have essentially already decided that reparations are due and said so, they've already decided the outcome of the commission. They simply want the commission to effectively rubber stamp a decision and put a number on it. But I assure you, or predict, that the road that you are considering, if you're able to go down it even a little way, will become a tangled web of different routes, twisting and turning, none of them leading any predictable decision. Because even taking, for example, our vice president is a descendant of a slave owner from Jamaica. Our vice president is half from India. And our vice president identifies as an African American. How will that be calculated? And is there any way to calculate that the way we calculated the direct damage that President Reagan signed and paid for those people, those specific people who during their lifetime or immediately following to their immediate descendants were adjudged for, and an amount was paid based on what was done to them by a specific act of our government. I think for President Reagan, it was not a difficult decision, but I would predict that he would take a very different tact if asked to try to calculate percentages of people unborn at this time and not in the United States. That it was not the case with the Japanese Americans, and what President Reagan did, we all can and should honor. So the comparison was made, but the comparison actually begs the exact question, which is, can you calculate it? And if you start down this road, are you in fact going to calculate how much those who came afterwards owe to those who were not there, and how much is owed by those who identify today as being persecuted to this day? Are reparations continuing to accrue? And I would say, based on the conversations we've heard here today, the answer would be yes by many of the proponents. And with that, I thank the chair and yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, and I'll yield to the chair in a moment. I just want to respond, first of all, to our colleague, Congresswoman Bush from Missouri, and thank her for her really powerful testimony or statement to the committee. And I think it's important to recognize there are a set of lived experiences that many of us have not had, and that we have to pay particular attention to leaders in the African-American community whose families have had many of the experiences and live with many of the consequences of institutional racism and the legacy of slavery in this country. To my colleague from California who said, what about other people who've been, as he described it, treated ill? We're talking about something quite different than being treated ill. We're talking about 4 million people, human beings, who were enslaved, who were beaten,